Welcome back. This is part two of NMRAx in November 2020. What a year. Here we are. Cody keeps thinking that Namibia is in Australia. Let's just call it the Southern Hemisphere then. For our next clinic, we have the owner of MHO Junction and a famous participant in the Model Railroading Live show on YouTube. From St. Eugene, somewhere between Ottawa and Montreal, please welcome Mr. Lloyd Henshey.
Thank you, Speed. So we're going to be talking about three scratch-built buildings. Let me just share. I forgot something. Here we go. So we're going to be talking about how I scratch-built three of my buildings. The first one I did was in 2015. Another one in 2017, and the last one was in 2019. So we're going to start with I call it my Boxcar interchange, or it could be called my distribution center. Because when I started 5 years ago, I didn't know zilch about model railroading, so I thought that this was a yard. But later found out that no, a yard is much bigger than that. So let's start with the material I used. I used foam core, so I bought a piece of 24 by 36 inch. I used balsa wood, green tape, which I'll explain later, fine ballast, some thread, and my favorite item, embossed paper. So the total cost of the material was $35 Canadian or $26 US. The foam core, I gotta say, there's different types of foam core. There's the cheap one where you could buy from what we call the dollar store, but it's not suggested because it warps very easily with humidity. So you need the rigid one, a little bit more expensive. The balsa that I bought were sheets of 36 inch by 4 inch. So instead of buying individual pieces, I didn't know what I was going to need. So basically there was going to be a lot of cutting. And the embossed paper, just to give you an idea what it is just imagine wallpaper, like embossed wallpaper, white. And the person just printed bricks or stone or wood. So from a distance, it looks like brick, textured brick, but when you look at it closely, it's not. The tools I use, very easy. My hobby knife, white glue, paint, and pan pastel for the weathering. Now, for the extras, I didn't want to put a price on it because I guess it depends on what you want to use as extras. So I've got figurines, I got different loads, I've got a crane, lots of lights, and roof details. Yeah, so go to the next slide. So where do I start? I wanted some sort of boxcar interchange or distribution center to create operations. I searched the internet for ideas, but came up empty. So therefore, I restored to my background of civil engineering and a bit of architectural skill. I used a program called SCARM when it was free, and I produced this 22 by 30 boxcar interchange. As you can see, the reddish part is the building. The gray part here are the docks. And all those green dots are basically where I wanted to put my lights, where A is over a door, and B is over a garage door, and C is just hanging from the roofs. So in 3D, that's what it looked like. The track that's completely on the right, What I wanted was to have a sitting switcher or a switcher that would operate all the box cars that would come in or go out. So the first thing I did was to work on my loading dock. So what I did is I found a piece of wood, just the right height, and I covered it with my foam core and then used balsa to finish the frame so that when it's painted, it looks like concrete. And to do that, I used acrylic paint, which I dabbed, I think 2, 3 coats of just dabbing and dabbing. So it made the paint like come out more. And then, of course, I did a bit of weathering to see what it would look like in a test. The loading dock roofs, again, that's done with foam core. And the middle piece is a piece of balsa that's a 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch. So that was to make the roof a little bit, well, how can I say, stronger if you want. Then I made notches at every 1/8 of an inch, and I wrapped around with a thread to create a metal roof. Now, don't forget, this is in 2015 when I didn't know anything about model railroading. I didn't know where to get stuff. Now it's different, but it served the purpose, as you'll see later on. So the thread was glued down on either side, and I left it there for a while because I know I was going to paint over it and put reinforcing siding on either side of the roof. So as my first test, I wanted to see what it would look like. That's how it looked. And right there, the styrofoam under the roof was just so I got the height right, and it was basically holding the stuff so I could see if I had other changes to make. Here I started on the walls. Like you see, the foam core, it's covered by the embossed paper. And like I said, since I was just starting and I didn't know where to get my stuff, so the garage doors and every door was scratch built with balsa wood. You've got some openings. That's because I wanted to be able to see the interior or create some type of activity when you're looking at the building. One, like this was assembled, like basically barely assembled, like the corners were not glued together because I still had to do the framing inside the building because I didn't want to make, I want to make sure that those walls would not warp. Here's a closer look. So on the left, you have 2 doors for the trucks, and the doors on the platform, well, it's mainly for loading and unloading. All the measurements, since this was basically designed, I did search for all the measurements to make sure what's the right height for the docks, the right height for doors, the width. Everything was measured and kind of done to scale. So, oh, I just want to go back here. As you can see between the 2 doors that are closed, there's a gap, not a gap, but the paper didn't get glued properly here. Well, that was taken care of. There's a ladder now, so you don't see the joint. So once the building was put together, I did a roof, and that's where I used the green masking tape. What I do afterwards is I painted it black, and so that it looks like black tar roof. and then I come and finish it with my fine scale ballast. So I just want to make sure again that everything fit properly. If you look at the roofs over the docks, you'll see the string that goes right around. That gets cut off once everything is glued. The columns were built with balsa, and the angle piece at each column was basically some leftover from a kit. And the base of the column, again, it was done with the embossed paper. As you can see, I've put the siding along the roof, so I was able to cut all the strings underneath. So before finalizing everything, I added the lights. The roof was still removable because I still had to do a bit of wiring, but I had to make sure that all the lights worked, because that's one thing I didn't know much about, was electricity or electronics. So I had to really make sure that everything worked properly. So to finish the building, like I said, I added the ballast, did some roof details. Then I did some weathering on the roof, and um, and also the roof over the dock. So that's basically what it looks like now on my layout. So there's a few more things that were added, such as the crane on the left. Of course, the figurines. Like I said, that ladder covers that joint, and the stairs at each end. And when you're looking at it from lower down, you'll see there's a bunch of stuff on the docks ready to be shipped. So basically, that's my building. That's my distribution center, or what do they call it? Distribution center, or my boxcar interchange. My next building is really my favorite. I call it my steam train shed. So I got to tell you a little story about that. Um, I, I, first of all, I wanted to have what they call like a Sunday train, like a touring train. You've got the weekly touring train, but on Sundays, they would come out with the steam one. And I needed a place to park everything. So I decided to build a shed for my steam train and my steam locomotive and my vintage passenger car. So, and again, the story is that this building belonged to Canadian Pacific. They didn't need that building anymore. The city bought it for $1, and they had to do some renovation to make it fit for that touring company. Oh, by the way, my entire layout is freelance. Okay, maybe 5% prototype and 95% freelance. So that building is freelance. So the material used is this time I use what they call show cardboard. It's a thick cardboard that architects will use to build samples of buildings. So I bought a piece of cardboard that's 28 by 44, again with the balsa wood. This time roof shingles from Laser Art, fine ballast, green tape, styrene, and again, the embossed paper. So the total cost of the material is $50 Canadian, or $36 US. The tools used, again, hobby knife, white glue, paint, pan pastel. And the extras were the windows, doors, lights, and roof details. Now, again, where do I start? So I wanted a building to store my touring steam locomotive. So I searched in the internet and found this very interesting shed. I really fell in love with it, and I said, okay, this is what I'm going to try to do, but with a bit of my own taste. Um, so got started by building every wall separately. And on this picture, nothing is assembled. So basically, you've got the walls for the openings, you got the side wall, the front wall, and everything is tested to make sure that it's what I wanted. Um, and of course, I did the framing inside. Again, I don't want the building to warp. So everything was test fitted, every piece one by one. And you'll also notice that there's the part that's um, like the wall is 2 pieces of cardboard thick. One was cut out where you see the arcs, so it's to give it a 3 dimension. In the front of the building, if you remember from the picture, the earlier picture, there's a shed. Well, instead of a shed, I decided to make to build the main entrance to the building. So that's where the workers would come in. For the floors inside, I didn't want to do much about the floors, but once I set up the building like where I wanted it, and if I was to bend down and look inside, I said, okay, looks pretty ugly, so might as well finish it with walls and floors. So all floors that I was able to see, those are the floors that I did. Same thing with the walls. And it was all done with balsa wood, which was soaked in diluted acrylic paint to give it some color. Same with the walls. And in this picture, from the steam locomotive entrance, since it's closer to the edge of the layout, I mean, if you were to bend inside and look inside, I needed a wall to hide the other side of the building. And here you can see the way I did my floor. To make it level, I, I had some sheets of cork. I think it's an eighth of an inch thick to make it level with the tracks. And what I did is I use flex track for all my layout. These doors are also made from balsa wood. The hinges are made from styrene. Even the bolts of the hinges are from styrene. You can see the little dots there on the hinge. That's all styrene. And also the metal plate holding the bricks here that you have at the top here, that's styrene. So there was not much styrene to be used, but these are all little extra pieces of styrene I had left over. As you can see for the wall, like I was telling you, it's 2 pieces of cardboard and 1 piece was cut out for the art. And you'll see that I've created an arc on top. Well, basically it's the embossed paper, and I cut every single brick separately, and I made a jig to create the arc for to be able to use at every encave pieces of wall. And I did the same thing for the doors. The top part of the building had a little, I guess, a small wall. Again, this was done with balsa wood, again, soaked in diluted acrylic paint. And I added the the vents on the wall. And of course, I did the weathering also. I did cut some bricks from the wall, so to make it look like some bricks had fallen off. So I still need to um, do the weathering part, like to really finish it. Now I come to the roof. Again, it was the way it was done was with that cardboard, the thick cardboard. And the middle part was also cardboard, which I used green tape, painted it black to represent tar paper, to later put um, the fine ballast on it. Now, on the middle roof, I added the fine scale ballast, and you could see some tar paper through it to make it look like it's pretty old. The shingles are from laser art. So what I did is I take a sheet and I first paint the sheet with four different colors, four different, well, in this case, four different brown acrylic paint, dab it all over to, and when it's dry, I separate every strip, mix them up, and come up with different colors of roof if you want. So it looks like a wooden shingle. I don't know if you can see on the right uh, by the doors, um, the bricks. I also have bricks cut out to represent the, the brick details that are a bit off the regular wall. I think you see it better here, right here. And the same thing on the other side, same thing here and on that side, on either side. So for the roof details, all the piping I already had. It was from a refinery I did. So I had leftover pipes, and all I had to order was the what do you call them? HVAC, air conditioning units. Um, and it did some weathering, rust. So that was pretty much it for that building. So completely finished. That's what it looks like. So what's left to do is to finish the landscape um, someday, not for now. So my next building is my train station. Um, some of you might recognize it. Um, it was a plastic kit. I can't remember. I've got the name a little bit further, but you'll remember when you see it. So the material used was again that show card cardboard leftover basswood this time, because I found out that basswood was more rigid um, than balsa wood. You learn with time. Roof shingles again from laser art, embossed paper, leftovers. So the kit was the city station kit. Um, so the total cost of material was $30 or $22 US. Tools used, again, hobby knife, white glue, paint, pan pastel, powders. And I forgot to write down another tool was a caliper, because this is, again, I'll explain here. So where I started is this kit was built about 5 years ago, and it was put aside until my layout got further on. So I had assembled the train station kit, and I accidentally dropped it instead of buying a new one. So I said, well, maybe I can scratch build it with the exact same dimensions. So that's why I needed a caliper for this. So this is what happened. So I dropped it on the floor, and I decided to take every piece apart carefully so that I can measure and do from scratch. I did keep some pieces though. For example, I kept the windows, the doors, and I kept the roof. It was much easier just to keep it. So for my walls, I used, like I said, I used the cardboard. So I measured every piece, cut the cardboard, and then used my basswood, which I had soaked in diluted acrylic paint again. Um, as you can see, I managed to keep, like I said, the windows, the doors, and further down, you'll see about the roof. So assembling the walls, again, what I did is the inside is all braced because, again, I don't want any warping, and it's much easier to work with flat pieces. And of course, if you've seen my other clinic, I love to do interiors. So that's the interior of my train station. Basically, it's just pictures I found on the internet, use a bit of Photoshop, and voila. So like I said, I kept the roof and I just added the shingles from Laser Art on top of the plastic roof. And did it the same way as the other building, where take a sheet, dab some paint, and separate every layer. So before finalizing the main roof, I did the electricity. So I added lights inside, outside, um, under the outside roof also. And there's a lot of testing going on to make sure that everything fits. And I try to have less defaults showing. Like for example, once this building was flat, I noticed that at the bottom, it wasn't all leveled. So I managed to correct that by putting like an extra piece all along the floor. This is the floor of the building. So what I did here, basswood, I cut about 800 pieces of the right width, like a 2x6, and did all the floor except for the parts you don't see. And where you see the missing planks is because I did this floor on a piece of masonite. I doubled the piece of masonite, and it started warping. So the floor was going to be screwed directly to the layout um, to prevent the warping. And then I added the planks to cover the screws. So I kept this picture just in case I have to remove the building, so I know which planks to remove. The only place, not the only place, but you can see here the columns, I use the embossed paper. And also the other place I used embossed paper was all around the station, the grounds of the station. So it looks like basically stones. It's a stone paper this time. And then I added signs. And somebody mentioned that my platform, my station platform, was very dangerous for the people, that I should have at least a ramp around it. So, okay, so I did build a ramp all around my, all around the train station. And then I added little chain and a sign that says workers only. And you can see the plank I put at the bottom of the train station. It's flush, so the places where I have lights inside, it doesn't shine through. So this is the final look. So I added a clock, um, all the details. This it's the fun part of the details are a fun part because it tells stories. Um, but all the signs and the clock, for example, and everything is Photoshop. This is this is the fun part. Oh, and I'm already done. Okay, so before we go to questions, I'm just going to show you um, what I've been working on, which could be part of another clinic. Is that I have a helix. I'm HO scale, so my helix is what is it, 6 feet in diameter, radius of no, a little bit more than that because the radius is 32 inches, and it takes a big chunk of the corner of my layout, and I wanted to be able to put something on top so it doesn't look too ugly. And I asked somebody, I ask a lot of people, what kind of industry would you put at the top? And somebody said, well, a big industry would be a brewery. So this is what I came up with. So this is what I've been working on for the last 3 months. It's my Molson brewery. It measures, I'd say 8 feet by 8 feet, and of course diagonally. It's got 6 tracks going into the building, 1 extra track for a switcher. And yeah, and that building is going to be scratch built. And just to show you where I'm at right now, this is where it's at now. So I still have a few more buildings to do. So that's going to take a while. Because now I think I've been saturated with that building. So I'll probably work on my layout still and come back later for that building. So this is going to be a fun project. No, it is a fun project to do. Because there's going to be animation also, like for example, the garage doors are going to open. It's already done. You can see a control panel in the middle. So the operator needs to get cars from door number 4, presses 4, the door goes up, goes inside, gets the cars and comes out, closes the door. But that's going to be another story for another clinic. So that's it for now. Now we can go to the questions.
If I can just find the unmute button. Someone asked, is this HO scale?
Yes, it is.
Why did you pick that one?
Why did I pick HO scale?
Yeah.
Because I got glasses. No, it's HO scale. It's because 5 years ago when I started with this hobby, like I said, I didn't know anything, and when I saw N scale, I go, no, that's way too small, and O was a bit too big. So everybody seems to be doing HO, so I might as well do HO.
N scale is dead, right?
No, it's just that imagine doing those buildings I've done in N scale. To forget it. I can't imagine doing that in N scale.
It's just half the garage door that has to go up and down.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
what did you base the distribution center on? Is it a real building somewhere? Do you have some photos?
No, like I said at the beginning, is when I started in this hobby 5 years ago, I thought that that distribution yard, yeah, was basically a yard, and that's where all the boxcars would go. Until I found out that no, a yard is much bigger than that, and it
Hmm.
contains all bunch of different freights. So I did learn a lot in the last 5 years. So that building I kept because I found that it was a pretty good idea, and it will give the operators some operations.
So how did you weather those roofs?
Uh, which ones? The ones with the laser art?
I think the first building had rust and things on top of them.
Oh, yes. So what I did is I gave it a coat of gray primer on all the roofs, and then I just use pan pastel powder because that's all I knew. I wasn't today. It would I do my roofs differently. I'll probably use tin foil instead. I'll use oil paint. Um, but this was my first, like I said, this was my first building I've ever done. So um, it's just a, what do you call it? Like a souvenir of, I just kept it.
So are these part of some AP certificate program,
I hope so,
perhaps?
perhaps. Uh, yes, those three, yes. I've got more, but I've got one. I got three kit bash. I've got over 30 buildings on my layout,
Mm.
so I just have to pick the right ones so that the judges don't get too picky. But yeah, I learn every day. So, for example, the first building, my boxcar distribution, I still have things to do just to kind of finish it
Mhm.
more. Um, but no, I'm very happy with it. They all have lights. All my buildings have lights. Um, Now I'm just having more fun with electronics, electricity now. Now that I know that I won't get zapped.
And I have a little inside information that you might also have some sound in there.
You're going way. Got to tell the people though that you've been helping me. You like you're the Arduino specialist. Yeah, like for example, that brewery. Um, just to give you an idea, that brewery, the operator first of all has to flip a switch on, and the brewery in is working. In other words, all the lights outside are on. All the like the doors are going to be opening up. Like all the animation for that building is on, even the sound. Um, and then there's a little test to make sure that everything works. Then the operator will bring in all the like the doors are going to be open. Yeah. So the operator will have about 2 hours work. He's got to pull out the cars that needs to be picked up. Once the load shows up and they leave with what had to be picked up, now he's got to bring those cars into the building. So to get the cars out, let's say on the sheet it says you got to pick up car such a number out of door number 2. Presses on 2. The red light starts flashing. Door goes up. The sound goes on because there's a warning sound telling like it's a warning sound telling the people inside, like there's going to be movement soon. So, and when the door is completely up, the light turns green. So the operator can do what he has to do. When he leaves, he's got to shut the door down. The sound goes on. I mean, the warning sound, the red light flashes, and when the door is closed, the red light stays on. There's another switch on the panel that the operator could flip the switch and get no sound, because I presume that if you're going to open all 6 doors and close all 6 doors, reopen all 6 doors and close 6 doors, it's 24 times that you're going to hear the sound. Like he's going to have a choice to keep everything quiet. But yeah, you've helped me do all the coding, and I've got other projects for you, remember?
Can you explain how the thread is used on the roof, please?
Yes. What I did is every 1/8 of an inch, I made a notch on the roof. And then I just twirled around like a thread, which is basically, I've got one here. Like it's very, very thin. And it goes all around, and it's glued at the beginning, and at the end it's held there tight. And then what I do is on the edge, I just put PVA glue, white glue all along each edge on both sides, let it dry. Then when I paint, again, the paint kind of glues the thread to the top of the roof. And then I've got the sidings that go, the siding of the roof that also holds the thread. So everything is held very secure. It doesn't come apart. So yeah, every 1/8 of an inch, make a notch and just wrap.
Someone asked, what computer program do you use to help you build your structures?
My head. Now, since I've got a background in engineering, a bit of architecture, I'll just draw what I want, what I want it to look like. And I know for a fact that, let's say, the building has to have 10 feet inside. So I convert it to HO scale. I know the size of the doors. So everything is measured as I go along. I know for the achievement program, you need a plan, at least a sketch of the building. I'll have to do a sketch after it was done. But
so where do you draw this? On pencil and paper?
It will probably be on a piece of paper.
Okay.
I know that when SCARM, I still have SCARM. I probably do a 3D building from SCARM. It's like a CAD system. You can extrude. So I probably could do with SCARM, but most of my buildings have been all done on a piece of paper.
But that building you showed about with the 6 doors, that looked awfully computer generated.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that building, the brewery, was done with SCARM.
Okay.
So it was all extrusions and building squares and moving them around. Like I said, it's a bit like a CAD system, but that was mainly to have an idea how it's going to look. But as I'm building it, I'm changing things. We have 5 minutes, but I don't have time to be able to show you, to compare if you want, what has been done versus the reality of the Molson building, because the lights, the Molson light, there's a clock where all the 3, 6, 9, and 12 are lit red, and the rest is white. And you've got the hands, the small hand, the big hand, which is white, and the tips are red. And the Molson sign is red, but during the day it's white. So I gotta say, I'm very happy with that building because it looks almost identical to the reality of the building.
So are you going to give us a fast clock on the arms?
I thought about that, but with all the LEDs behind that clock, there's no room for the hand to turn. And besides, the hands have all the LEDs, so just imagine the wires. No. I did think about it though.
I believe you mentioned Photoshop somewhere.
Yeah, the Photoshop is used for the inside of buildings. Um, like for example, with my train station, I was looking for, I did a search for inside train station, and I found a picture that I liked, bring it into Photoshop and remove the people, remove things that I don't want, and then clone the walls and things like that. And then yeah, so all that is done with Photoshop.
And you just print it, or
Yeah, I printed. I know that my building is the ceiling is let's say 9 feet high. So with Photoshop, you could, instead of having pixels, you could have inches.
Mhm.
So my drawing is made in inches. So when I print, I know that it's 9 inches or whatever I need.
And you seal it then, or it's just put it in the building and go?
If I
It's just,
seal it,
you just print it and install
yeah,
it?
I print it and I glue it on foam core.
Okay, so nothing covering the picture.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no.
So then someone wanted to know if there's any benefit to being part of the MRL group.
Well, the MRL was Model Railroading Live is a group of people that want to teach people how to do model railroading. It goes from basic to um, expert. So we've got a bunch of people that have different knowledge. It's a great group. We have different shows. It could be doing, like for example, the Railroad Empire was 10 shows on beginning from framework to all the way to the scenery, but it was all basic. So it's, if you want information, you come there, and every Thursday night we have on Whereby anybody could come and join us and ask questions. And there's a lot of people just, I don't want to say just sitting there, but waiting for somebody to ask questions. Everybody's working on something, and we talk about trains. So if there's any specific questions going from DCC++ to what kind of glue should I use for this, you got people there that can help you.
Cool. And they go way into the wee hours of the morning as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the morning,
yeah.
Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. Well, we've got people from all over, Australia,
Mhm.
out west, out east, yeah, all over the place. Sometimes you even show up.
Maybe. Well, Lloyd, thank you very, very much.
Oh, it was a
Uh,
pleasure.
we look forward to that garage door one for
February, maybe,
February, maybe.
maybe. Because what I'd like to do is also show a bit of operation, how everything
Great.
works.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I think
You're
we're
welcome.
going to go to the elevator music again. Don't know where Brad went. Hope he didn't leave us. Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician is from the Fort Worth, Texas area. He's a retired automotive engineer and a member of the Lone Star region, as well as the co-editor of their Division One Whistle newsletter, I guess. He models Galveston, Texas, and the San Juan area of southwest Colorado, and he has been an occasional modeler since 1972. Please welcome David Hager.
Thank you for the introduction, Speed. My mic is working.
We can hear you.
Okay. This presentation is on the port of Galveston, Texas. And we'll just get started then. What am I going to talk about in this presentation is why I model Galveston. When people ask me what I model, and I say that about 50% of the time, that's the first question they ask is why Galveston? I'll cover the bridges going to the island, railroads, commodities, passenger service. If you're not familiar with Galveston, it's the red star on the map of Texas there. And here's what this is, a 1933 map of the port. You can see the railroad tracks and how they terminate into all the different wharfs. This is a track chart I made. It's mostly based on 1947 Sanborn maps, but it's also taking in a few other things. So I'm just calling it a track chart of the late 40s. The red would be Burlington, Rock Island, joint venture. Blue being Santa Fe, yellow being Southern Pacific, and orange being originally the Galveston, Houston, and Henderson Railroad, and later incorporating Missouri Pacific and Decatur. I put this slide in here 6 years after the 1900 hurricane, just about the worst natural disaster in U.S. history. Galveston is back to second most exports with $166 million in exports, above New Orleans and Baltimore. There's a really good history page on the Port of Galveston, and if you'll type in Port of Galveston timeline, I think this was the second entry that popped up. There's 3 or 4 pages that gives you all the events that led through the Port of Galveston. Why Galveston? Up in the top left, my great-grandmother and her sister survived the 1900 hurricane. They were at work in the Clark and Quartz building. By the time they got let go, the storm was already too bad to try to go home. So they survived. Their house, which had 5 of their brothers and sisters and their mother and father, none of those 7 survived. She had 2 other siblings that were off the island that survived also. My great uncle started with the Southern Pacific is a position called callboy. Callboy was basically telephone service back in the day. Nobody could have, telephones were around, but most people couldn't afford them. So when this train schedules were modified, they'd send the callboys out to the crews and let them know when they had to show up. He later moved on to, he worked up his way up to fireman and engineer, and then moved to Santa Fe and spent 35 years there. This bottom left building is the William Parr and Company stevedores on the 2nd floor, and I had a number of relatives who worked for him. And then this bottom map is generally the area where I did my rail fanning as a kid. My grandmother would take us down there to the port. We'd watch switchers moving cars, and it was nonstop in the early 70s. And as a bonus, we'd also get to see some ships come in from time to time. And back then, you could actually walk out here onto the wharfs while the ship was coming in. As long as you stayed out of the way, they didn't chase you off. This is a house that was in my family for 3 generations. The William Parr I spoke of, his son, William Parr, married my great aunt Florence. What you might notice is that stairwell behind them in the newspaper clipping is this stairwell in the picture in the bottom right. This is my great grandfather. He was a 33rd degree Mason. He was made a foreman in the crews that basically disposed of the bodies after the 1900 storm. He went on right after that. They made him port warden, which was responsible for the traffic in and out of the harbor and the pilots, all of those activities. This is my grandfather and my grandmother in the top right. This is his business card from the Santa Fe. You can see it's in the Union Depot building. Before at his retirement, he was chief clerk of baggage express and mail department. Before that, he had been in advertising. He liked to doodle when he worked, and he doodled Chico, the little Indian boy, and that became his ad campaign was Chico with the Santa Fe all the way slogan. This was a Christmas card that he doodled and had printed up and sent out for, I guess, his customers. This is a house I own in Galveston. For about 20 years, a tenant rented the front end of the house and ran it as a hobby shop. And they built this window, and it used to hold model trains in that window. If you like pirates, this is not Jean Lafitte's house, but the white part in the bottom of the picture, the foundation, is his original foundation. Somebody came along, built a second house. That house is no longer standing, but the foundation is mostly intact, and it has a historical marker in front of it. You might notice, you can see right down, is my mouse on the screen? I don't see it. There it goes. You might notice the railroad tracks running in front of his house. The early island access by train, originally there was no bridge. The train stopped at Virginia Point. They unloaded the trains, they ferried them across, they put them back on trains, then they ran them down to the port. Galveston, Houston, and Henderson Railroad was the first railroad company to build a bridge across to the island, followed by the Galveston, LaPorte, and Houston Railroad, which eventually ended up in the Southern Pacific hands. And the third was the Gulf Colorado and Santa Fe. I guess being the third, it ended up being the strongest. When the hurricane came, it was the only one that only needed a little bit of repair to get it working again. The other two were wiped out. So they used that until they could build this more permanent bridge. Oh, next slide after that. They also had car floats. This is the Pier 9 Santa Fe Railroad going across over to the Bolivar Peninsula. That was discontinued around World War I. Here's the more permanent bridge that they made after they gave up on wood trestles. In the picture on the top left, originally there were 3 tracks running on the bridge. There would be one to the right of those 2 tracks, which was an electric track. And then the area off to the right of that, you can see the car down here. That was the original car passenger causeway. Interestingly enough, they had to go out onto the train section to go around this control house for the bridge. This is an interesting photo I found. It no longer exists. It was in the Galveston Railroad Museum when Ike struck and it destroyed this photograph. I use it primarily here for this presentation is because down here in the bottom left, we'll start with the Southern Pacific. This is their grain elevator, which they leased to another company, Continental. This is their roundhouse. And this general area, they own two boat slips that could hold about 8 or 10 ships. And they were the only railroad that had their own dedicated part of the wharf. Looking up here near the top center, just to the left of the Santa Fe logo, right under the Rock Island, is the Burlington Rock Island main yard. To the right of that, this is the Santa Fe roundhouse with all of the covered tracks here were for rolling stock repair, car repair. And then, of course, it had all the support buildings for the engine servicing and repair in the roundhouse. The far right tracks are original Galveston, Houston, and Henderson tracks, which also, because of something that'll come up in a later slide, Missouri Pacific and also the Katy. Multiple leases were signed between the International Great Northern, which was not the Great Northern Railroad most people refer to, the MKT, and the MOPAC, primarily because of the influence of Jay Gould. The INGN went through a lot of different railroad names before they became the IGN, and eventually were just part of the Missouri Pacific system. This building still stands. It's the only freight house that still stands today. The rear warehouse part is going to be a 1900 Storm museum, and the front part is going to be offices for lease. This is the railroad depot in the Santa Fe, up here in the top right, the Santa Fe Freight Depot. There were actually 4 warehouses. This little dark spot back here is one of them in the background. That building, of course, doesn't stand. In 1913, Union Station looked like this. They had another big hurricane in 1915, and you'll notice they did not rebuild the cupola on top, which was destroyed. They added this building, and then by, I think they finished in 1932, they had redone this red building, added a couple of floors to it, and gave it the same cladding as the rest of the building. And of course, they had Moody Tower in the center. This is the Southern Pacific dock. I'm not sure what this building was, but you can see the conveyor going to the grain elevator for loading the grain onto the ships. This warehouse on the other side of the boat slip is a general purpose warehouse. The one up here at the top serving the end of the pier was sugar, Imperial Sugar, for a while before they rented a separate facility on a different wharf. And then, not pictured off to the left, they had a cotton warehouse. This roundhouse is only identified by a Galveston warehouse, but looking at the context and the appearance of it, it had to have been the Southern Pacific warehouse, roundhouse. They also had 2 freight depots. I've shown one of them here. Every major railroad down there had a freight depot. It was a big moneymaker for the railroads. Burlington Rock Island had one. This is at 29th and Avenue B. And then you have the Class 2 Railroad, which was the Galveston, Houston, and Henderson, that later became the Galveston Morse Railroad, which is now owned by Genesee and Wyoming. Their first 2 electric diesel switchers were 20 and 21 were S2s, and then the SW1s were 201 to 205. Industries. Here's a picture of the port from 1954. This is from Google Earth. Put in cotton industries. The green is the cotton compress facilities. Galveston is the inventor of the cotton compress operation. They found that they could double the amount of cotton that they can put on a ship by compressing it. And so the cotton would come to the port, go to the cotton compresses, would stay warehoused there also for however long they needed to, until they could move it to the warehouses out here on the wharves, and then of course loaded to ship. Wheat at this time frame, there's the grain elevator B, owned by Galveston, and then the grain elevator owned by Southern Pacific. Freight depots, you can see they're all concentrated in the same general area, color coded in this map. This interestingly enough, the Sanborn map identifies this second Southern Pacific freight depot as beer, as the only contents. There's Imperial Sugar. Later it moved down over here. Bananas. This was Chiquita Bananas until about 1940. ish, maybe even up to the Civil War. I'm not sure why they pulled out, except that they did have a lot of legal troubles from illegally obtaining bananas from the Caribbean islands. Del Monte, a little further down off the screen, opened a banana facility about 1956 or something like that. Galveston had 2 breweries. The Pabst Brewery right here by Union Station closed down at Prohibition and never reopened. The other brewery was the Galveston and Houston Brewery that produced Magnolia and Southern Select beer. They produced soda pop during the Prohibition era. And then when they tried to come back and make beer, they didn't do so well. They didn't sell very much beer. So Falstaff bought them out and it became the Falstaff Brewery, which is still there today mostly. It's slowly being repurposed. And by repurposed, it means in this case, torn down because they're just not any real way to salvage the building. There's the locations of the roundhouses. If you remember from the aerial view I showed earlier, gives you context that picture was taken out here somewhere beneath where it says Southern Pacific, looking towards the east or northeast. They used to have a lot of passenger ship service in Galveston. And then as airline traffic came in, the passenger ship service and Mallory lines and a lot of those disappeared. Interestingly enough, today, one of the biggest industries in Galveston is cruise ships. And this area here has 2 separate cruise ship terminals, and they're going to be building a 3rd one. And then, of course, in blue is the Union Depot, served all the railroads that came into Galveston. Cotton, I'm really not sure what I'm going to do, but I know I'm going to be making a lot of cotton bales. I haven't really looked into how to go about trying to simulate that yet, but there's plenty of cotton bales to look at. The wheat industry in the top left here is the original, what they called elevator A. It blew up, it got knocked down by hurricanes, and it got rebuilt and rebuilt. And then they realized that there were newer and better technology. And then I forgot if it was the 1915 hurricane or if it was another grain elevator explosion. They had elevator B far enough along. They just completed it and tore this one down. These 2 bottom pictures are elevator B from 2 different angles. It is a monster. It would be 6 foot by 6 foot by 3.5 foot tall in HO scale. I wanted to put it in my layout, but it was going to force me to I'm going to have 2 levels, and it was going to force those levels far enough apart from each other that I finally decided to take it out. These are Galveston Wharf's 080 switchers before they went to diesel. And then the top right here is the current grain elevator in Galveston, which is currently leased by Archer Daniels Midland. Galveston has pretty much always had a sulfur export business. This is Texas Gulf sulfur. This contraption here in the middle is not a railroad car. It's what the cranes loaded into, and then this thing had some kind of track that went out to the ship, and somehow they dumped it in the ship or a container that went into the ship. I'm not real sure. I'm still trying to find out exactly how that process worked. Here's your 2 banana facilities. On the left was the Chiquita Bananas, which is closed now. And on the right here is Del Monte. Modeling Galveston, there's always an opportunity to cover any fishing, shrimping, seafood activity you want to model within your model. I'm going to have 1 seafood industry on my layout that will have 1 railroad track going to it. So it'll have its own spur. The Strand was dubbed the Wall Street of the Southwest. You can see it's a lot of, there was a New York architect who is rather famous in Galveston, who designed most of these buildings. There's furniture makers, building materials. Going through this list, what I find very interesting is Galveston had 8 newspapers. I don't know a lot of cities in the United States that have ever had 8 newspapers besides New York. There may have been some, but that gives you an idea. Most of these businesses were originally started by Boston and New York money. One reason they had so much passenger service to Galveston is I think their original snowbirds were Galveston and New York, or Galveston and Boston, and they would spend their winters in Galveston with their enterprises here, and then go back up to New York in the summers. Beer. This is the Galveston Houston brewery, which made the Southern Select and Magnolia. I'm going to be combining 2 breweries into one and make Pabst and Falstaff. Passenger service. Up here is the 1873 depot, which was not in the same location as the current Union Station in the other 2 pictures. Interestingly enough, I showed the interior here. You can see the stained glass windows. Fort Worth Santa Fe Depot also has stained glass windows, and these benches are in both passenger depots. I grew up thinking that all railroad stations look just like this because I pretty much only seen Santa Fe depots. The trains I'll be modeling, the route of the Eagles, sure enough, in Galveston at 12:01 p.m. here, you can see on the timetable, that's the number 25 train. Santa Fe had 2 trains a day. I think they were at about 8 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock at night. Most of the time, I think it might have been 6:30 to 6:30, but they left roughly 12 hours apart. Yes, there were Zephyrs in Galveston. This picture happens to be a Rock Island rocket, the Twin Star rocket, and you can clearly see it's got Burlington Zephyr cars on it. Excuse me. There were 2 trains that didn't go to Galveston, but that stopped in Houston. But if you look on each of their timetables, there's a Galveston to Houston connection. Turns out that's a bus service. Well, I'm not really modeling bus service, so I like the trains, and I'm just going to extend them down into Galveston. I will probably just use this as railroad traffic through the layout. Right now I don't have a way to turn the big boy around. I do have this train. I bought it back in 2011 when I was first looking at getting back into railroads. The only thing I had to buy was the George Bush 4141 to make this excursion train that UP has. And so I'm going to have one anachronism that's not prototype in my layout. Here's some of the design elements. I'll go through this quickly. I use this primarily to get the track plans. Here's Union Station. I had this circled when I was going to do the grain elevator, which is no longer in my plan. I'm doing mostly the pink portion of this MKT depot. I'm not even doing the full length of it. I think I had to shrink it down more than that. This building up here in the top left corner is the Crespi Cotton Warehouse Company, building 1 and 2, and you can see the train tracks running through it. This tower right here is Tower A, which is probably in the top 5-ish most famous railroad towers in Texas. Santa Fe Roundhouse, I wanted to simulate this originally, and I just didn't have room on my layout. So most of this is just a roundhouse and I think maybe 1 track. Here's my layout. As the plan stands right now, I'm trying to figure out how to change this loop. It's not really prototypical. It's not I just didn't have space to put the Santa Fe in any other way. I mean, the Southern Pacific dock area in the layout any other way, and I needed a way to get to it. I thought about trying to run a track here down in front of the yard and do a crossover and come back. I'm still thinking if there's any way I can change it. And there's one other trouble I have, which is these tracks run behind the Crespi Cotton building. And the only solution I can come up with that is to reverse this and move the helix over here and have the traffic flow around the other direction on the island. That way I could flip the roundhouse and the cotton compress warehouse. This is another view when I had the elevator be in here. I believe from the top of the bottom level to the bottom of the top level was 23 inches, which I'm just decided I don't want to have to try to deal with that. I did this in Google SketchUp, by the way. I didn't plan to do it this way, but most of my buildings I was going to be scratch building, and I'm doing them 3D printing for the most part. There may be some other techniques, but by drawing them up 3D, this allowed me to put them into the layout and visualize a little better how my scenes are going to look. And some of them I haven't, they're just extruded boxes. They don't have any windows or any details in them. And most of these are not quite yet finished. One thing I've learned about drawing stuff up in 3D is there's always more details you find on the building. As you draw more and more of it, you start seeing more and more of the building that you didn't know was there. And wow, I'm running through this a lot faster than I thought. Speed was worried I had too many slides. I'm going to wrap this up. This is a letter to my grandfather. I have not been able to identify this H.K. Sinclair, but based on some of the other letters I have and everything I can grasp, it sounds like he was around vice president level of Santa Fe. And it was a really nice letter telling him about his invaluable contribution of his supervision of mail and express in the GC and SF territory. There were a number of letters that I still have that are, and this is on original stationery. You can see the watermarking in it, but there were some really nice letters from management to my grandfather. I guess there's a lot of things I can talk about. We can come back to questions in a minute. I do have a couple other pictures. Here's that. I originally drew up that grain elevator. This is in N scale. You can see it's 32.25 inches by 3/10 by 17 3/4. This is in the bottom is the Falstaff Brewery. It doesn't even look like that today. This section back here in the background has been torn down and rebuilt into something else. This part up here, but if you look at this section right here, this wall right here that I'm circling with my mouse is this wall right here. So you can see how the original brewery was expanded by Falstaff. This is another building I'm putting into my layout. It was a very famous restaurant for about 80 to 100 years. It was considered the best seafood dining on the island for most of that time. The electric train service actually had a stop at this restaurant. It was one of the few places that the train stopped besides train depots. This is the Tower A I talked about. You can see I drew it up. I'm going to 3D print it. I even thought this is actually going to be an experiment where I try and print it as one building and not 4 walls and a roof and try to assemble it. I'm really curious to see if I can print that in one go. This is the Galveston, Houston, and Henderson roundhouse. I'm still debating. I probably will stick with because the scene selection looks right with the cotton warehouse that's in there. I'll probably stick with the Santa Fe roundhouse, but I really like the looks of the Galveston, Houston, and Henderson one too. This is the electric service. I had a decision to make. I wanted to model the Galveston Causeway, but I'm in a 14 foot 6 by 10 foot 10 inch room. And as I got around to it, I just decided I didn't want a lift out to get inside the layout area. And that's probably the only way I would have been able to do the causeway. So without the causeway, I didn't see any real reason to even try to model the electric train service. And it was actually a dismal failure. It never made any money. They chose basically the wrong route into Houston, and to get the drainage right so that the tracks didn't wash out for every storm that came through, it would have been a major undertaking, and they didn't do it. So every time they had a really big rainfall type storm, it didn't even have to be a hurricane, they had repairs to make to their tracks. So the Galveston Houston Electric Railway never made money. This is a little bit better picture inside the Union Depot in Galveston. You can see the stained glass work. I'm not sure if I'm going to try to replicate that at this time or not. We'll have to see. Okay, I think that's all of my pictures, so I can stop sharing now. Now we'll go to questions.
Okay, we got quite a few. First one is, where did you find all this information?
Oh, this has been, well, for one thing, I have books and books and books on Galveston. My mother was on the Weather Channel when Weather Changed History is a show that they put out, and she was on the one for the Galveston, the 1900 storm. I have furniture in my house right now that was damaged by that hurricane. Not significantly, but there are some watermarks on this china cabinet over here behind me that you can't see. Well, actually, you can see it. Down on the bottom legs of this, there's some watermarks from the hurricane. So I have, and then I have all the stories that were passed down by family, and then a lot of research on the internet on top of that. And probably the biggest help has been the Galveston Historical Foundation. They have pictures. They gave me a blueprint of the Union Station. I have the floor plan for all 11 stories. They've been very, very helpful. I can tell others. I had my great uncle Joe. There's an elderly ladies' home in Galveston that the Rosenbergs, who are pretty considered one of the biggest philanthropists in Texas ever. They had this home set up, and the basement leaked, so it would fill up with water. They had a number of people to come in to try and fix that, prevent it from leaking, and nobody had been successful. My great uncle Joe was the engineer to keep the coal elevator running for, I forgot the name of the company. So he was well respected as an engineer, and they asked him to come in and take a look at it, and he figured it out and stopped the leak. I have the Rosenbergs gave him rocking chair, which I have in this house right now, inherited from my mother. That it was a reward given to him for fixing the leak. So I get it from a number of different places.
What was the most surprising fact you discovered during your research?
Whew.
What
That's a
did you
tough
not
one.
expect? What did you not expect to find out? So maybe you can think about that one while we
That's a
ask,
yeah.
how long have your family lived in Galveston?
My original ancestor was actually Ben. Last name was Ben. He immigrated from Ireland. He was 14 years old. My mom has been to Ireland, had done lots of research, and there's nothing we can find to tie him to anyone else. We suspect the rest of his family died in the Irish potato famine, and he found work aboard a ship and managed to sail over to the U.S. He originally landed in Mobile, got recruited into the Civil War, was made a prisoner, put in prison in Ohio, and when he got out of prison, instead of going back to Mobile, he came to Galveston. And somewhere along the way, instead of being called Ben, he got redubbed Benson. And so the Bensons were in Galveston from 1850-ish all the way up till my mother's generation. Both her and her brother left the island after they went to the University of Texas.
So this is a kind of an inside kind of Texas joke or question. Do you have a BOI ring?
I was not born on island. I was born in downtown Fort Worth at All Saints Hospital. I do have a Ball High School class of 1947 women's graduation ring.
Cool.
But no, I don't have a BOI.
Okay. So onto the structures. What structures will you have to scratch build, and which ones can you use kits or kit bash?
I was gonna probably kit bash the big grain elevator, and I'll probably kit bash. I don't know. I haven't found a discount place to buy structure kits from yet. In a lot of cases, it's easier and less expensive for me to make 3D print the structure myself than to go out and purchase one. But I've got what I'm currently working on and redrawing up is the Union Station. I've got most of the freight depot done. I've got most of the restaurant done. I printed some of it out. There was one scaling issue on one of the buildings, so I'm going to have to redo about half the structure because I got two different sizes, so they don't match. And I started working on painting skills I haven't used since I was a teenager, doing plastic Revell models of cars and trains. And found out that yes, you can forget how to paint stuff. So a lot of these clinics have been good reminders. I just have to practice and get back in there.
So someone noted that you said the elevator is a bit tall. Couldn't you just build the bottom and the top is just not seen?
Yeah, I thought about doing that. It didn't have the same majesty to me when I tried to. I did do some SketchUp views of it to try to figure out if I liked it. And part B of that came into place was a brewery is just a lot more interesting than having a second. I've already got one grain elevator. Having the second grain elevator from an operation standpoint, at this point, mostly what I'm waiting on is A, the price of lumber to come back down, and B, get some more operations experience under my belt before I lock myself into a rigid structure that I won't want to tear apart.
Cool. So in terms of 3D printing, do you have building plans or do you create the structures in the software from photos?
The Union Depot, I originally drew it up from pictures and using Google Maps and Google Google Earth to determine the dimensions. So they were approximate. Now I have accurate dimensions, and honestly, I was not very far off. But I do have that one. The freight depot, strictly from Google Earth. I've gotten pretty good at measuring architecture on Google Maps. And the restaurant, that picture I showed of that one restaurant, I have asked and asked and asked, and I've been working on that one probably 10 months.
Wow.
And that postcard's the only picture I have.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so then there's a bunch of operating questions. How many operators in a session?
Well, you can see it was 5 foot across on one dimension, and I forgot exactly how big on the other. If I can manage 3, I will go with 3. But I think for the most part, in general, what I would like to try to do is have 2 conductor/brakeman people.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to go to remote engineers and remote dispatch, and have the brakeman possibly float between 2 different engineers' trains, depending upon, I don't know. I've got the rudimentary idea of operations typed into a spreadsheet. I'm still learning about what that's going to be for this layout.
Well,
So
Brad is somewhere here in the room, so make sure you get his number for the remote operations.
Okay.
Which method of car forwarding will be used? You're going to do car cards or switch lists?
I was originally thinking car cards, but I think I'm going to switch lists. I don't have any experience with car cards yet, so I don't know. I do have of my total experience.
Yeah, we do cryptic lists, but to
Yes.
confuse people. Will the passenger trains be worked? Turned,
Yeah.
cars added, removed, mail express?
I plan to have a lot of private cars on the ends of the trains. They will be dropped off and left. Otherwise, I do have a commissary area. So some of the cars will be taken off and taken to the commissary. And then I may have some addition or subtractions on express mail.
And then the last question, will specific engines or rolling stock be difficult to find in N scale?
I have 3D printed I took a Kato 462 Japanese locomotive and drew up a Southern Pacific streamlined Sunbeam locomotive shell. And so I'm replacing the Japanese shell with the Southern Pacific shell. The switchers have been easy to find. There's Atlas, there's Kato, they have been relatively easy to find, and everything else is PAs, E7s, and F3, F7s, and those are all easy to find in N scale, or have been to me. And then everything else it hasn't been too hard to find GP7s. Now I'm going to have to do some custom paint jobs, but
Pretty neat. Well, David, thank you for an awesome clinic. I think we're going to try to do the spin the wheel.
Of course,
Brad has
Speed. We're going to get over onto this wheel now that the Aussies are in charge, and we'll see what questions we've got for the chat. So, Gordy's face is currently spinning around and around in no man's land, and we've got the question, is N-scale lost in the hobby? So, Speed, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, here in my world, you just have to come to the bottom of the helix. It's right here.
Of course. David, what's your take on that question? Is N-scale lost in the hobby?
I actually think it's growing. I believe N-scale, people are going to bedroom size layouts when they can. and like the amount of train work they can do in N-scale.
Correct, and I think with models like scale trains bringing out, no wonder everyone's jumping onto the N-scale bandwagon. They're some great models. So put your answers into the chat, guys, and we'll get our next clinic in shortly, and we'll be right back to you. Okay, welcome back. Martin's been busily sitting in the airport checking the chat for the questions and answers that we've got. So what do you found there, Martin?
Oh, let's have a little look on YouTube. I mean, hang on a minute. I'm still waiting for an Uber reply because Speed was supposed to send a car out to the airport to pick me up. He's
Stuck in the helix.
he's stuck in the helix, so I'm trying to get a lift over to his place. But I've been having a little look at the chat, and I notice good old Andy Ambrose is there. I guess he's been there all night. Yep,
Yes,
he's a stalwart. Mark Stafford has just decided to join in. And yes, I do believe I have my microphone off mute now. So things are working well. Mark Bailey says his layout's in N-scale. There's quite a few here. I don't think N-scale's dead in the hobby. I mean, coming from a biased view from Speed, but you know, Brad, you and I are both HO modelers, and we dabble in the black art of N-scale every now and again, don't we?
Yeah, I think we've both got a few models here and there that we collect.
Yeah, I went a bit wild at a couple of silent auctions at NMRA conventions and required buying more suitcases. I've got the suitcases to go with the N-scale collection as well.
Perfect.
Is that for force perspective?
Yeah. Plus, you need them to store them.
Okay, looks like we've got our next clinic in here. So Speed, if you want to introduce him.
Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician started model railroading at the age of 12 when he convinced his dad to get into the hobby with him. Well, that's a good trick to get yourself some funding, I guess.
Exactly.
He's a member of the Wisconsin and Michigan Model Railroad Club and River Rail out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, yes. Mm-hmm. At any given time, he always has 15 projects going from remote operations to 3D printing. We welcome Tim Odenhoven.
Thanks, Speed. Appreciate it. I think you give me too much credit with that many projects. But today, let me share my PowerPoint here and we'll get started. So today we're going to talk about JMRI being used for automated running of a layout. And it really is a case study and demonstration of a working layout. When I endeavored to do this a couple of years ago, I had never seen a layout in person that ran in automation with JMRI. So my goal of this clinic is just to give a case study and show how it works, show what it can do, versus really showing the nitty-gritty of how to get it done. There's a lot of information on the nitty-gritty. So just a few things. First, this is JMRI through the eyes of a geek. I have a computer degree, and so I do understand programming and computers, so that helps quite a bit. So my hope is to demystify JMRI a little bit, do just a little bit of computer theory, and then show the layers of JMRI and how they interact as a different way of understanding what JMRI is. And then to demonstrate how many operating DCC layouts could have some automated running very easily already. All the hardware is in place, just takes a little bit of computer science to get it going. And then to show what is possible from someone who is by no means an expert in JMRI, I have been figuring this out as I go along, reading the groups.io and asking questions when I get stuck, but I am not an expert. Just a little bit about me. I am not a perfectionist, but I do count rivets. I am a 3D printer, so I do like counting rivets. I very much believe that you can get 80% of the job done in 20% of the time. And so I'm always trying to do things very efficiently, as time is my greatest constraint in the hobby. I do believe that iterating is best. So I will start doing stuff even though I don't have it perfected or the whole plan done. And if I have to do it again and iterate, that's great. I think iteration is the best way to get to a good product. If I already bought it and I break it, oh well. I think model trains are meant to be broken sometimes. Oh well, if I break something because I don't fully understand what I'm doing. I still paid more for college courses than trains, so there's no sunk cost fallacy. Sometimes doing modeling is learning, and learning costs money. And then I personally like playing with crayons a whole lot more than number 2 pencils or number 5 pencils, whatever number you like. And so for me, a lot of times just doing it good enough brings a lot more enjoyment than trying to find absolute perfection. So as far as the automated running, it's taken about 2 years to figure this all out. Took quite a bit of rewiring and reblocking on my layout, and I learned lots of new things along the way. The journey was very enjoyable. but now I can do it in my sleep. So basically, this got running back in March. March is the first time my layout ran an automated train, and we've been running automated wise through the whole COVID time. So a few disclaimers. Again, I am not an expert. I did this by trial and error. I also have a great desire to keep my costs down, smallest number of sensors, etc. I desire to keep things simple and not redesign my layout completely. And so that did affect the way that I'm doing the automation. And then I also started from what I wanted to do and kept learning how to get JMRI to do it, as I had not seen it done on other layouts. So basically, here's what I wanted to do. Can JMRI do it? And then the other caveat for those who know signals, I'm using SSL versus SML. If that doesn't ring a bell, don't worry. But I'm using SSL because it seemed a whole lot simpler to me. So first off, how does DCC work? Well, DCC is really a network of microcomputers talking the same language over a network bus. All of our engines, all of our turnouts, all of our sensors are all little microcomputers. And there's many different ways to communicate in DCC. On my layout, I got the Digitrex LocoNet. I'm using CMRI for my signals, which is emulated on Arduinos. I'm doing direct serial connections with Arduinos. But the thing is each little computer has its own address that's used to communicate, usually a number. JMRI usually has a letter code before, depending on what it is. And then each of these microcomputers has custom variables that you can write to and read. And so there's many different types of decoders. You got the engines, the mobile decoders in cars. You also have stationary decoders, which run signals and sensors and turnouts. But DCC, it's helpful to think of it as a network of microcomputers. And then JMRI, of course, is the computer that knows how to talk to each of the little microcomputers, no matter what it is. No matter how you communicate with it, JMRI usually can do it. So it's a glue that holds everything together. So JMRI is really Java Model Railroad Interface. Java is computer language. And as I said, it is a computer software that has everything in one place. You can program, you can do operations, do layout related operations, and it combines everything in the same computer, which is really, really nice. It is the kitchen sink and all the appliances all together, if you will. But here's the point. JMRI is object oriented. Now, this is programmer jargon. What this means is I think of it like Russian dolls, where you start with the little doll and you can nest them together until you get to the bigger Russian doll. And the term in program uses classes. The classes wrap other classes. So basically, in JMRI, you start at a very basic level, and then you continue to put other Russian dolls around that, which allows for more capability and more ability for your layout. So as I present this, we're going to start at that basic level and then see how we wrap these things, see how we keep putting these things, more Russian dolls, if you will, on top of what we've already done. And the nice thing with JMRI is you can just do the basic and call it good. A lot of people do that. But to get to the stage of automated running is really not that difficult. I think it's a lot harder getting sensors and blocks and signals up and going than it is doing the actual automated running. So let's talk some terms. First is you got your track, your physical switches and stationary decoder and everything. So that's the physical part of our layout. Then we jump into JMRI. So the first lowest level of JMRI is your blocks. Blocks is a piece of track, and they can have sensors, block coil detectors, your different track connections. Then you move up to sections. Sections also have, it's another wrapping, that would be the bigger Russian doll going on top. And here you got other sensors, and you got some memory, and then you have signals with the logic for driving the signals. And then the next Russian doll is the transits. And the transit is where you define the routes of where you want your trains to run and how you want them to run over that specific part of your railroad. And then the largest, if you will, is the automatic or manual dispatcher train. And so you basically go from blocks to sections to transits to the automatic running. So it really is 4 steps in JMRI, 4 layers, 4 sizes of Russian dolls being nested together, if you will, that allow us to get to automation. Let me talk about each one of these with a little more detail. So first off, what is a sensor? There's 2 types of sensors that I think are very helpful for automation. First is your block detector. This is what detects a train on a specific piece of track, as many of us know. You use resistive wheel sets for these because it's a current detector. I use coil detectors. They're called Watchmans from our circuits. Absolutely love them. They work very, very well. And then I'm also using infrared sensors, and these mount between the tracks and detect the train as it goes over that specific point. So it knows where the train is at a very specific point rather than the block detector, which sees it over a large piece of track. And I'm using Arduinos for this with direct USB serial connection to the PC with custom software driving it. In JMRI, in the sensors table, you have them show up as LS and then the number. And of course, sensors show as occupied or unoccupied. And then you have debounce values, which basically is delays on how long it takes for the sensor to get active in the software and how long it takes for it to become inactive after the sensor stops reporting activity. The debounces are really handy because by adding more delay, you don't have as many fluke errors in the automation. So debounce is a good friend with automation. A turnout on a layout, of course, is one of our control points. You usually have a motor and a decoder that talks to DCC to run it, especially if you're doing automation. So you have a stationary decoder. I'm using servos, using Tam Valley octo decoders. And this connects to a 2-wire track bus. And what I've done is I run the 2-wire track bus around my layout to all the octo decoders. And then that's hooked up directly to my command station before the circuit breakers. So my turnout bus with the octo decoders never drops if there's shorts on the layout. The breakers drop, but of course I'm running before the breakers right to the command station. On my layout, I have no positive feedback for my turnouts. It's really fire and forget. This, of course, is much cheaper, a lot less wiring. It's keeping it simpler. This could lead to issues, and I have had it once where one of my armatures popped off of my turnout and I had a derailment. Oh well. In JMRI, this shows up as LT or local net turnout because I'm using Digitrax, and it's LT numbers in JMRI. And of course, turnouts can be thrown or closed. And that's kind of the attribute that you're always firing with them. Then you have a block. A block in JMRI is a physical piece of track where one polarity is isolated on, one of the polarities are isolated on both sides. And so on my layout, all my centermost rails are the isolation points. So I keep to the center, if you will. And on my layout, I use all speaker wires. So the white is always right. The white is always the polarity that is isolated. And so I have the coil detectors through those white wires on the bottom. And then, of course, all my track is isolated on that one side, the centermost track. In JMRI, you have a unique name, unique numbers. A block in JMRI contains the length of the track. It has a memory for what decoder's on it. And of course, what sensor is being used as your block detector. One warning about blocks. When you're making up your blocks, remember that if your block is occupied, you cannot throw turnouts in that block. So you need to be very crafty the way you set up your blocking, that you're not basically going on a block and then wanting to throw a turnout on that block later on, because it will not throw an automation if that turnout is occupied. Then what about signals? So you do have to have signals defined in JMRI completely done in order for automation to work. So you need to have the SSL or the SML completely going. I found this out kind of the hard way. It took me a while. The signals can be virtual or actual. With mine, I have all virtual signals on my panel, and then I'm using Logix to map the actual signal heads to those virtual ones, which is being run through CMRI and the Arduinos. But as I said, the SSL needs to be perfect or it will not work. All the virtual signals on my layout you've seen a little bit are just simple 3-color, the virtual 3-color signal. I just kept it very, very simple. It works very, very well. Okay, so now we're moving from block to section. So what is a section? A section is a way that JMRI uses to organize blocks and sensors in order to be used for those transits, which are the routes that your trains follow. A section contains a number of blocks or one block with their block sensors. And then also you can have end sensors, both on the east or the west end of that block, which can be used as stop sensors. there's also 2 memory slots that JMRI uses internally to hand off what train is in what section at what time. So basically, as you're creating your sections, I think it's a good idea to have those end sensors if you're going to be stopping a train on that section, because it just looks very intelligent when it stops in the right place. And then those memory slots, you just got to create those manually and keep popping them in. My end sensors, I said, are infrared sensors, and I place them where I want my train to stop, usually 7 to 8 inches before a collision could happen at my points for my sidings. So it's just 7 to 8 inches back is where I have the infrared sensors, and you'll see those in a little bit in the video of this all running. And then on my layout, I have a section for each block. So each individual block is its own section. I tried the other way. It just wasn't working for me. I kept getting errors like crazy. So just one block, one section, and I found it very easy. Here's the issue. You can only have 2 turnouts in any given section, max. If you try to put 3 turnouts in a section, it will not work. 2 turnouts max. And this led to some rewiring on my layout to get my blocks right, because I was having too many turnouts in a given section. Definitely by some of my storage yards and stuff, I had to be a little creative there. So 2 turnouts per section. I would have gotten my layout running probably 4 months earlier if I had known that. Thanks to the JMRI groups who helped me discover that after a lot of conversation back and forth. So 2 turnouts per section, no more. So then what is a transit? Remember, where the Russian doll is going bigger and bigger. Transit is a group of sections that pre-program a train's route. The other cool thing is you can have alternate sections. So if I have a passing siding, I set my siding as an alternate section in the transit window, and then JMRI will start making automatic passes with that alternate section. So if my main line by that siding is occupied, it will route a train onto the siding automatically. The thing here is an alternate section needs to have the same beginning section and end section as that mainline piece. And you'll see that in my little demo here in a minute. That was another piece that I learned that took a lot of frustration. Transits are direction specific. So if you have an east train, you have to also make a west transit as well. You cannot use a transit for bidirectional running. It's either east or west, north, south, whatever. And then the use of safe sections. This is key. So safe sections is basically where you identify where it's safe that a train will not head in another train on a single track main line. So basically safe sections are your passing sidings and the corresponding main line. And so you just set those all safe sections, and then the auto dispatcher will basically route from safe section to safe section. So a transit can only be used by one active train at a time. I make duplicates, so I can run multiple trains on the same transit, although it's duplicate transits. If you have to change blocks or sections or signals, your transits will break. So make sure you have your layout perfect before you spend a lot of time making your transits. I also name my sections for sidings with 4 asterisks so that I can see them very easily, because there's a checkbox to say which ones are the alternates. When I see asterisks, I just click alternate. It makes it very easy, because a lot of my transits are 30 sections long for my layout. So it's easy when I can just go through and see where my alternates should be, so that my auto dispatcher works properly for my passing sidings. So here's just a quick little demo layout that I have created for us today. So I'm calling this the KISS Railways. It's very simple. I have basically a passing sign on the left, a passing sign on the right, with a passing siding in the middle, and really not too much to it to that. So if you look at this simple little layout, I have 8 blocks, which means I have 8 block detectors. And notice I have named my blocks, and I have 4 turnouts, and I have 8 infrared sensors being shown by these green dots. Now, a couple of notes on this. I do not have signals for our example. This is not a JMRI screenshot, it's Photoshop, and the turnouts will not be shown as thrown either. I just made this as a quick example. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make 2 transits. One that runs from my L siding over here to the right siding over here, and one that runs from the right main to the left main, so that I will have a pass in my center main center siding. So the first thing you got to do when you're running trains is you want your trains to be detected on the layout. If the layout JMRI cannot see occupancy for a block, it will not create a new automatic train for you. You got to show the train with occupancy. So notice I am now showing occupancy. I have a train set on left siding, ready to go towards the right, and I have one on my right main, ready to go left. So now I'm going to go ahead and create a new train. So now I've created the left siding train. So notice how I've got the red occupancy. The white is saying that JMR has occupied these sections, if you will, this track for the automatic running. This basically means that another train cannot enter that section, if you will. So I'm going to run from left siding and it grab the main line via the transit. Now let's get the right train going. So now I got the right train going. You can see I got my right train. It grabbed this right inter, and it's going on the siding. So let's start running that left train now. So I ran the left train. Notice it left the left siding. It's in the left inter, and it's now in C main. And it can't do anything else because right inter is already allocated for my right main train. So it's just going to sit there until this right inter becomes free and it can move. I've also made this train a little long, so it's hanging out over left inter a little bit. So now I've run the right main train, and you can see that I'm now sitting in the siding, if you will, and now my left train moving right can now grab the right inter. So JMRI will quickly do this, and now you can see that it did it. And now this train heading right now has a right inter and the right siding. And you can see that it is now moving. And as soon as it has moved into right inter, it cleared up the left inter behind it. And then this C siding, the left moving train can now go into left main. And if I click over one more time, you can see that they both finish. Now, while I did this in Photoshop, this is exactly how the JMRI panel is going to look here in a minute in the video screen capture running on my actual layout. Now, there is an option to set trains to go back and forth. So I could actually have these be like RDCs or interurbans or something running back and forth, and they would just run back and forth continuously. If you have a oval track or a continuous running layout, you can set continuous running on your trains and just have them run and run and run and run until you stop them. So that's kind of the power of the transits a little bit, but you can only do continuous running if the start section and the end section are the same on that train, both in the transit and in the actual running of the layout. So for instance, I would have to have the train start and stop on the same piece of track, the same block, in order to let the continuous running run well. And that does create some limitations. So what did I need to do on my layout to get this all going? I had to do a lot of work with JMRI blocks, sensors, turnouts, sections, and transits. It took me a while to learn how to use all these. Again, I didn't have a presentation go off like this to really show me what it looked like. I'm hoping this will help many of you just conceptually kind of get a springboard on this. I spent a lot of time getting my virtual signals to work. I did not know how to do signals in JMRI before I started this. Did not know how SSL worked at all. That took quite a bit. And then I had to tweak blocks and sections because I was violating the 2 turnout max rule, which means I had to redo signal heads and redo SSL. So hence why my 4th bullet point is creating and deleting signal heads became my passion. Can't tell you how many times I had to do that. And then I noticed that I had to start doing the check error buttons. So the sections window has a check for errors, and that is really, really helpful in JMRI. And also the system console is very helpful. And then when I got stuck, the JMR groups.io, those guys rock. I'm still just completely grateful to them because they would respond to my questions within an hour or two, no matter when I asked them. Those guys were absolutely amazing. But what I found out is they're answering a lot of questions from a lot of different people. So it's really important that the questions are well worded, using the right terminology, and you only ask one simple question at a time. When I would put 2 questions in a group chat, they'd only answer 1. So I think that's just because they're doing this on their own time and they're volunteers. So just make sure you really help them by not sending them huge amounts of text. But for me, it was so worth it the night that my layout came alive and all of a sudden I had automated running. Because for the longest time, I had a few issues where the turnouts wouldn't fire, or my signals weren't working right, or the train wouldn't move because the signal wouldn't go. And when I finally had the signals perfectly working on my layout, I didn't have any blocks or sections that violated the 2 turnout max rule. I had all my crossover turnouts defined properly. The thing worked, and it worked beautifully. So what would I do next time? From the start, I'd only have 2 turnouts per block. Notice I'm repeating this. This is a big deal for a lot of us. I would also have clear naming guides for JMRI objects from the start, so I don't have to rename things. And then I would not move track, blocks, sensors, turnouts after putting in the signal heads, because deleting and adding signal heads gets really boring and repetitive, especially when you're doing crossovers and there's like 7 of those buggers. And then I think find someone who has it working on their layout first. But for me, there will definitely be a next time. But just to show you real quick, notice on my little display panel here how I've done it. Now, there's some people that say you should have a block for every turnout. What I did is I paired mine. Again, I want to keep this simple and cheap. So my single track running on my layout is actually 1 block that contains the turnouts left and right for that giving pass and siding. And when we get on my layout here in a minute in the video, you'll see that that's how I have my whole layout set up, that I have these single tracks as 1 block with 2 turnouts. The other thing is with your sidings, you can only have 2 turnouts on a given siding. That's it. If you have 3 industrial spurs on that siding, you cannot put them in a JMRI. It will not work. Because as soon as you do 2 blocks for a siding, you cannot use it for an alternate section, and you cannot do the automated passing. So I have a couple of areas on my layout where I have turnouts that are not in my panel. They are DCC, but they're not in the panel. And I've just created a logic so that every time I fire like this turnout or this turnout, it just makes sure that all those turnouts that are in the dark to that panel are thrown so that I don't run a train into one of my buildings or industrial spurs. And so those are just a couple little constraints to keep in mind, that with the auto running, simpler really is better on the number of turnouts. A 2 turnout thing is really, really important. So demonstration video here. My layout is still in active construction mode, aka if you're a neat freak, turn away now. I value progress over cleanliness when I'm in active construction. And so my layout is not 100% picked up. I'm in the middle of putting signals on. I've got tools on the layout. My apologies, but I think for this, it will show what we're doing. I actually only had 1 signal on the layout at the time of recording, which you will see. I'm very proud of it. There's more signals on the layout now. There's also no scenery unless rear railroads run on plywood. And the trains are moving fast to keep this video short. I wanted to show a number of passes with the narration so you could see it. Also, I'm using small Wi-Fi cameras on 3D printed custom cars for the video feeds. My camera cars run right before the train. I do a lot of virtual operating sessions right now. And the panel that you'll see is the actual JMRI panel that I'm running, and it's running via shared screen. I also had a good friend of mine, Dave Berman from River Rail, who is one of the famous clinicians for NMRAx. He's actually running a train manually. So he's sitting 120 miles away from me with a cell phone logged into my computer through the internet, through JMRI, and he is being auto-dispatched by running the train manually. And then I have a total of 3 other automatic trains running with Dave. So Dave is actually interfacing with those 3 other automatic trains, and they're all playing very, very nicely. So at this time, if we could put up my video, please. Well, hello, everybody. So here we are setting up the automatic train as we talked about in the clinic today. I also have my friend Dave Berman, who's given many a clinic for NMRAx, and he is going to be running a train remotely, an ethanol train. So right now I'm setting up the Algoma Central. You can see it marked as AC in the middle of the screen. And of course the red shows occupancy. You can see that white that just occurred. And on the lower window, the lower webcam, you can see that's now running. At the same time, Dave, if you can keep notching forward there for me. And get over that sensor that we just passed. And now we can see have occupancy. You can stop. Thank you, Dave. So Dave, I'm going to set up your train here while this train is passing. So you're going to run to the yard limits east. I don't think we'll get that far. So Dave, as soon as that train clears, you will have clearance to go then. So as we can see, the train just passed Dave, and Dave, you now have clearance, so you can now pull forward.
Yeah, BNSF 9837, acknowledging green signal from ethanol siding to Maine.
You have better eyesight than I do, Dave. We hope to get those signals up soon.
Well, I'm looking at the layout schematic, just like
Yes.
Tim is looking at. So that's how I know where I'm going and where I'm stopping.
Yep, and that's how we've been running. I'm setting up the GBW train on that topmost track. You can see Dave is going to run right up next to it. Now the GBW is going to depart. I do not have a camera on the GBW. So Dave is at train cam 1, and train cam 4 is the automatic Algoma Central train running. So Dave, according to the screen schematic, you're going to stop right by that back crossover. And that GBW train is now pulling forward, which I don't know if we'll see the tail end of it here. And the Algoma Central now is going to come to a stop because the GBW has clearance to go on the siding next to it. So you can see that white line coming up to my siding, and then the red line showing the occupancy for the Algoma Central train, and it just went over the infrared sensor and stopped itself with the stopping sensor. On Dave's top webcam, we can see that GBW train just pulling around there. And of course, Dave is bringing his train to a manual stop. Right now, I'm just kind of playing around, kind of showing you what it looks like. I've got another train in my storage yard that I do want to bring out. And you can see that I'm just kind of getting that going.
Tim didn't tell you this, but I'm operating from 120 miles away via internet.
Yes, and we do this quite often too, which is really quite fun. We've already had 5 trains going, but the problem is with 5 on this layout is you don't move much.
But we've proven that you can switch with it. I've switched the ethanol plant, I've switched the boat yard, did a little bit in some yards, so it works pretty well.
Yep, now you can see that GBW train coming up on the lower webcam, and you can see it's coming around to the siding. I also have occupancy for the WC train on the rightmost lobe of my layout. You can see I just quit it though. I realized that my engines were not consisted in my Digitrax, so I'm currently doing that right now as I'm waiting for that GBW train to clear. So me as dispatcher, I'm able to do many other things as these trains are running because the layout really does run itself. You can actually see me here as we're annotating this, working on my controller on that lower webcam. So that GBW is now going to clear, and now it's given the Algoma Central clearance to go around. You can see it just took off. I have the trains running just a little bit faster just for time purposes. And it's going to pass Dave on that topmost track on the back of my layout. So here I'm getting that Wisconsin Central train going, but I made a critical error about its starting location. I have west instead of east, and it's not going to work because that east section is occupied. It ain't going to run. And I will figure that out here in a second. Terminate it, and now I'm going to create it for real. I was not too happy. So now you can see me creating it again. But this just gives you an idea of how quickly it is to create trains in the active new train window with JMRI. The guys really did a nice job programming this. So now you can see I've got, I'm getting that going. Now the Algoma Central train just grabbed clearance. And so it's coming around the layout. It just passed Dave there on the top webcam. And now Dave is going to have clearance to go around. And you can see that he just got that white clearance all around the left part of my layout to what we call Ferry Main. And Dave, you're proceeding. So this back part of my layout where Dave is on that top webcam actually has 6 double-ended storage tracks. That's my storage yard. And a lot of them are broken in 2. I can actually keep 9 full trains back there, and everything is automated, so I can bring trains in and out of my layout very, very easily using that. And I'm going to be demonstrating that here in a minute with that Wisconsin Central train. So you can see the occupancy now following Dave as we come around. And now he's coming back to my backyard. Now on the outside, that right bottom part of my layout, you can see the Algoma Central train is coming around. The GBW is stopped. And the Algoma Central train, which has a webcam, is coming around my curve over that gray bridge. And it's going to be taking the siding while Dave gets the main line. Guess it makes sense because Dave's a hotshot ethanol train. So Dave, how was your experience using a cell phone with JMRI from 120 miles away doing it like this?
Not a problem. There's little or no delay that I can tell. I can pretty much see what's going on. I can watch the schematic when I don't have signals. It'll be obviously a better experience when Tim gets all the signals done. But even with the signals that we have in the schematic screen, I can do quite a bit with understanding where things are. I make the decisions about what sidings I go into based on what he's telling me. And
there's my one signal on the layout. You're passing it right now. You got a high green.
I'm green, very siding main.
Yep. Now I just created that WC train. It's in the back storage track. And it's going to run forward here in a second once it gets clearance. Now that GBW train has its tail end yet around the east end of my storage track. So after that GBW train clears, now it just cleared, you can see the white comes around, and the WC is now taking the siding on that right lower section of my layout, and is now coming forward.
And I was cleared through ferry siding on the main to grain curve on the main.
Yep, and you got the main line all the way around, and you'll be stopping because now you're going to be meeting that WC train that I just created. I seem to always do that to you. I always throw traffic at you. Well, it's just a couple of clicks away. It's pretty easy to do. Now the GBW train is waiting because it has nowhere to go. The other thing is the Algoma Central train, which is on the siding on that left side, has nowhere to go either because its next part of the transit is actually to go back into the yard. And if you look at that topmost yard track, you'll see that the left half is red and the right half is gray. I'm going to move the cars manually here in a second so that it clears up. You can see that they just both turned red, and now the left is gray and the right is red. I move those cars, and now that Algoma Central train is going to be able to run around. But while we're doing that, the GBW train actually grabbed clearance and is following Dave very closely, almost kind of like ABS signaling here, and that GBW train is now running around. And Dave, of course, is proceeding. Now, sometimes the layout does pause a little bit in auto dispatching. Now, you can see that WC train has just come to a stop. They're on the right of Dave's top webcam signal, and now Dave has clearance to basically follow that GBW train up to what we call mainline bypass. And you can see the white for Dave going around of allocated blocks. That Algoma Central train is still sitting on the siding. You can see it on the lower webcam there. And coming at it now is a GBW train. It'll be coming into view here in just a second. And Dave is proceeding now to the bypass. So this is a different route than what he took before. My layout has kind of two mainline routes just to keep it interesting. Most of my automatic transits do one lap one way, the back, and then one lap the bypass here. So you can see a GBW train just passed the Algoma Central on that lower webcam. And as soon as it clears, the Algoma Central will then have clearance to go. And Dave is going to have to sit here now on the main bypass because he's got nowhere to go. So you can see a GBW train just took off because it got a high green. And now that it's clear, the Algoma Central now has clearance and it takes off, and off it goes. And you can see Dave, you're making a very nice stop here. And again, you can see those purple lights. Those are the infrared stop sensors I have running through the direct Arduino. Gives my crews a nice place where to stop, and once I have the signals, it'll be even better. Algoma Central train is really flying because I have it turned up, and it's going to be now going into the storage yard. And up on the screen right now, you can see a picture of Dave's view of all this. Dave, do you want to explain what you're seeing right now?
Well, what you're seeing first is the cell phone, the Wii throttle that I'm using to control the engines on Tim's end, a long way away from where I'm at. Basically, we're connected through a wide area network connection. You're also seeing my laptop screen, which is how I happen to be today running I'm seeing the switch schematic of Tim's railroad, which gives me all the signal indications. And then you can also see the cameras that I'm looking at through the car that's in front of my engine, so I can see where I'm going and what I'm not going to hit because I watch the signals.
Very cool. Well, thank you all for watching, and we'll go to Q&A.
Welcome back. Tim, people want to know if your detector blocks include the switches.
Detector blocks. Yes, I have the switches in my detector blocks. So the single tracks have the 2 switches on either end for the sidings. So for my continuous loop running.
Okay, and is there any benefit of having the turnouts or switches sensed by themselves?
Oh, sure there would be, because you can't throw a turnout if it's occupied. But the way I've got my layout set, the way I do my operations with the pair of turnouts, that I won't violate that the way I run. And so I save money by saving a block detector. So I save basically 6 block detectors by the way I wired it this way.
And what is for you showing on the track diagram, is there a common theme for using colors for occupied or assigned or vacant track block?
Yeah, you can do any color you want in JMRI, but red is occupied, white is when it is allocating, and then of course gray is track that has no activity going on.
Okay. You mentioned 2 routes only somewhere. If that's the case, how does storage sidings work then?
Well, so my storage yard is double-ended, and a lot of my storage tracks have 2 blocks in them, so I can have 2 trains set, and then I can call them in and out with my automated running. But if you had a stub end, you would just have a sensor on the back end of that stub end storage yard where the train would stop, and you'd be good to go. And so you can definitely do this with a single-ended storage yard, no problem at all.
Okay, and if someone has a really, really busy layout and he would like to run 4 trains?
Yeah, I think you definitely could. I mean, I can run upwards of 6 on my layout. It's just that a lot of the trains only sit on the sidings for a long time. So it depends on how many sidings, how much track you have. 4 trains is a sweet spot on my layout for running. I do 5, things start grinding down as far as trains being able to move, but it works.
So can you work a reversing loop or a Y with this automatic train running?
You could have a Y, but if you wanted to have the engine go through the Y and then back up, you can't. The trains can only run in one direction on the transit. So if you had a Y and you want to back it up, you'd have to run on one transit in the one movement and then terminate that train, then create another transit where it back up. So you'd have to have 2 automatic train dialogues running for that single train to do the different directions. The reversing loop, I would guess you could, but I haven't done that. I haven't seen that. I don't know.
Okay. Now, for some people who show up late, does JMRI also control the turnouts for you to?
Oh yes, yeah. JMRI is controlling all the turnouts. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And have you found it to make a mistake and derail a train for you?
Yeah. So I have a problem where if a train derails and starts to short the layout, it can flash the occupancy for those blocks, and then the JMRI will see that is unoccupied for a split second and then start throwing turnouts under active trains. So my way around that has been is to set my debounces longer than the PSX circuit breakers. So basically when the PSX circuit breakers start to blip, my JMRI never sees that. So I just set the debounces higher and it fixes the problem.
So there's a little delay in getting there.
That's where the debounce, playing with the debounce is very helpful, because if that accuracy flashes, it might run a train and think it can run a train and then crash them. And we've had that happen many times before I figured that out.
Okay. What are you using for the camera streams?
So I'm using just a cheap, eBay camera, a little cube camera that has a battery built in. They're a dime a dozen. And I made 3D printed cars that those ride in.
Okay, and when you operate remotely, do you have any problems with time lag?
No, the time lag is about a second and a half, and we've never had an issue with that. So it just isn't enough for someone to run blocks. The only time people run blocks is when they're not paying attention. But other than that, we've had no issues because of the camera delay.
And then I think someone knew that we're going to plan another clinic, but they're asking the question, how are you tunneling the data from the WeThrottle through the web? Do you use a VPN or not?
Yeah, no, there's no VPNs. I've just got set up on my router. I have a Netgear router, and so I just have an IP pass-through basically on my router, a tunnel. But there's no VPNs going on. And but yeah, I'd be happy doing a clinic and show how I've got all that set up.
Okay, during one of the questions, we mentioned debounce. You mind explaining that to us?
So basically, there's two activities for a sensor: becoming active and then becoming unoccupied. So becoming occupied, becoming unoccupied. And a debounce basically says, if the sensor says I'm active, that active debounce says how long will it take JMRI to actually acknowledge that it's active. So you can set that in milliseconds. And then there's when it becomes unactive, how long will JMRI keep pretending it's active until it becomes unactive. So sometimes my infrared sensors will flicker because of the different cars going over. So I have my debounces set at 5 seconds for unactive. So basically that works very, very well, that I don't have flickering sensors all the time. On my coil detectors, I think I have them set at 2 seconds, just because I want my automated running to not be super intense on how quick it throws a turnout, just in case one of my resistors on that last axle maybe failed. I just wanted to be a little more patient with it running trains. And so I'm using the debounces to make the auto trains not react so fast.
I always tell people that when you flick a light switch, sometimes you hear that bzzz.
Yep.
When it's arcing through. Is it on or off at that time? In that flickering up and down, you could make a computer go crazy.
Yes, and that's the problem with the JMRI. It'll go crazy if you don't have your debounces set right.
Okay, it looks like you're doing automatic route setting. Is this pre-programmed, or does the train number talk to JMRI and tell JMRI what its route is supposed to be?
That's a great question. So every active train is set to a transit, and the transit is that pre-programmed route. So I set what transit each train is going to run on, and then that's how it's routing it. So I basically said I want to run on these tracks, those tracks, whatever. But that's the transit doing that.
So you don't need the train to talk to the MRI.
Train has no idea what's going on. Train just responds to throttle commands.
Okay.
So the train is dumb. It's the layout, the computer hooked up to the layout that is telling it what to do.
Is it possible to interface this with some kind of automatic dispatching that will run trains on a schedule? For example, you are running a local and the computer sends road freights down the main line at periodic intervals.
So that is something that's been talked about in the JMRI groups for the past 3 years. And I'm very much waiting for someone to implement that, because that would be really, really nice. But right now, there's nothing that way. What I would like to see happen is when I have people over, God willing, one day, I could have like when this train ends, this train starts type of thing. And so I'd like to have like a sequence-based cookbook, if you will, that says, okay, when this train ends, run this train on this transit, then this train on that transit. But there's nothing implemented that way right now. When a train terminates, I have to manually start the next active train.
Okay.
And so if you're going to run on a schedule, you got to have a human dispatcher right now setting those trains up on your schedule. There's no way to automate that right now in JMRI.
Cool. Well, Tim, that was really, really, really enlightening for quite a few of us. We didn't know that we had this tool in our back pocket that can do all these things. Just let me scan if there's any more questions. So,
and I just want to give an
NMRAx,
apology to anyone who feels a little bit lost. It was not my intention. My intention was a case study to show here's what's possible and maybe give people some motivation to go and learn how to do it. But just as a disclaimer, I have an IT degree. I used to program. I know Java. So I had that going for me in doing this. But I think a non-programmer can do it. But someone who's not comfortable with a computer, this could be a bit difficult, to be honest.
Just find Tim somewhere.
Yep.
Dave knows him. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Speed. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brad.
Thanks.
Brad, we're going to do the wheel again.
We're going to do the wheel, but can you hear that knocking sound, Speed? Is that
Oh,
at your end,
do we have to
or
let him? Do
well?
we have to let him in?
I don't know. I think he might
Really?
be waiting out the front if you want to stick your head out the window.
Oh, look where
Uh-oh.
he is. I'm so glad I'm hidden in the helix.
I
You wouldn't
see
know I'm here.
your Uber turned up, Martin, and your
And of course, yep. My Uber's here. I've managed to get out. I've been watching Tim's clinic in the cab as we're heading out. Speed's house is around here somewhere, so I'm just going around bashing on all the doors. I've had a couple of disgruntled neighbours, but and I've told them I'm looking for a guy called Speed, who's always found in the bottom of a helix somewhere.
They wouldn't know.
But before Tim goes, there's a couple of questions over on YouTube. I don't know whether I was looking at YouTube in the Uber on the way over, and Laurie McLean up in Queensland here asked, "Can you work a reversing loop or why?"
I don't know about the reversing loop. The why I think we already talked about.
And Mark Stafford had a question, but I'm just going to ignore that because it's Mark. David Amman had, when operating remotely, do you have any problems with lag?
No, it's much faster than I could be. My auto dispatcher can dispatch trains much more efficiently than I ever could. It's amazing what it's able to do.
Hey, Brad, Martin doesn't have Gmail, so he doesn't know we asked all those questions already.
Yeah, I know. He's not seeing the sheet.
Oh, that's right. Well, I'm only watching on YouTube.
Yeah, convenient. Well, that being said, now that you're around, Martin, how about you give this big wheel a spin with Gordy's face on it, and we'll see what question we can ask.
Okie doke. So we're going to go over and.
So we're spinning
We've
away.
got the wheel. When's it? You tell me when it's spinning.
Okay, so we've already spun
We're going
it. You're
away.
a bit
I
behind the
can't
time.
see it at the moment.
So the question is, what are you working on with your models
there we go.
this
What's
weekend?
new?
So, like I said before you interrupted, what are you working on with your models this weekend? Is the question, Martin. So, Speed, I see you're sitting in the helix. I dare say you're working on some code there, and Martin, well, you're always in a bit of a schmozzle working on something different. So,
We had a tremendous operating session last night, so I have to restage.
Have to restage. Well, I've always got about 6 modelling projects going at the same time because, nothing distracts like a bigger distraction. So, and I'm going down the rabbit hole of automated cars at the moment. So I think I've just taken diversion on that rabbit hole, and I've gone even deeper.
Perfect. And I've got some 3D prints going in the new resin printer to try to use the litre of resin that I've bought this week. So, guys, put your answers in the chat, and we'll be back with you shortly with the next clinic. Okay, we're off.
Jeff, how do you say your last name?
Reichel.
Oops. That's not fair.
I've made it in.
That's
I've
not
made
fair.
it in. It's Marty at the bottom of Speed's Helix. So,
Squeeze up. There's no
Yep.
room.
oh, it's plenty of
my
room
headset
here at
don't
the
work.
moment.
That's
Oh,
an
you
old
never.
photo.
Yeah,
That's
watch out.
yesterday.
Watch out, I'm behind you. Notice he wouldn't put the lights on for me.
Indeed.
But
Indeed.
anyway, I'll let Speed introduce our next presenter, and we'll see where I end up next time.
At the top. Speed at the bottom of the helix here. Our next presenter's passion is to stop the process of just building and start a better process of engineering the infrastructure we use to display our models. The clinic you're about to view is a small sample of the approach used to define the process. Whoa, that doesn't work. He uses today's modern techniques to build and retrofit the most simplistic of model railroad benchwork. The first in a series of videos centered around the design, engineering, and assembling platforms for your modular railroad. Please welcome Jeff Reichel.
Okay, good day, everybody, depending on where you are in the world. In the great state of here, Texas, it's starting to get dark out, so my lighting has gotten a little bit dim. So I got a couple of interesting requests about 7 weeks ago. I got a request to do this clinic, and I already got a request from a very good friend of mine who brought over a couple of old modules and said, hey, can you help this out retrofitting this? So Mr. Producer, roll that footage.
So before we get started, I thought I would take the time to bring out one of the current modules and show you what's going on. We like the proportions. It's 4 foot long by 2 foot deep by 4 inches high. We like the track plan, which is basically flat for this particular module. This one is pretty common. We like the fact that it is a solid piece, although this is made out of pine, and the only mechanical fasteners that you see are a couple of screws. It looks to have had 2 ribs that were added later. It has a front fascia, which actually houses a piece of plexiglass, and over that there's some Velcro here for some skirting. Now there's some things that we don't like. First of all, it's very heavy, and that's possibly due to the fact that this is solid wood and it is pine. It's very loose. I can lift up one end of the module and the other end stays put, which means all of these connections are very loose. And if you take a look even on this side, you can actually see that this particular piece is actually split and it's broken. I've turned the module onto its side so that you can see what's going on underneath. The wiring is actually done very well here and it's very organized. However, the rest of the module has a little bit of an issue. Let's take a look at a few of those. First of all, it's made completely out of pine, so I know that the module is actually shrinking. These 2 cross members were actually added later and they're not even connected to the top. The side is put together with a straight butt joint, which means that the screws are actually drilled into the side, and that tends to have a problem. And this side has the wood is even split. It's actually not even connected at the bottom. I don't even know how it's being set up. You see some discoloration because of water and colors like that, as well as this particular cross member is actually warped even after it's been applied. It is painted, but it is not painted on the bottom. Therefore, as moisture expands and contracts with humidity, this module tends to move quite a bit. So let's put it back on its front. The biggest issue with wood projects, as in any project, is wood movement, and that has to do with moisture in the air. Temperature and humidity expand and contract wood. And modules are no different. However, we tend to think of modules more like a utility table rather than a piece of furniture. That's a mindset we need to get out of. We need to start treating these like they're a piece of furniture. After all, these are models in and of themselves. So it's best to start building them just like they were actually a piece of furniture and use the appropriate techniques where warranted when it comes to building modules. I've set the module on its side so I give you a closer view of what's going on here. The whole module has been made out of a frame style construction. 2 rails, 2 cross members, and then a piece of 1/2-inch plywood applied to the top. That actually held the whole thing square for some time. But take a look at this. This is actually a butt joint where the rail is actually driven into the cross rail at the front. This joint gets a lot of stress. It gets stressed by being pulled. It gets stressed by being the weight. It gets stressed by the length and the weight of the cross rail, as well as being stressed by being pulled in both 2 directions, as well as temperature and humidity. So this joint will actually at some point start pulling inward and come out of square. There's a better way to do these joints, and we'll take a look at some of those. And if you look at this even a little bit closer, you can see that this cross member is actually split, which means that there was so much stress on it at one point that it actually split on its own. This, coupled with the material, coupled with the poor design, actually caused this issue. You can even see down here that a piece of the wood has come apart. We need to fix that. So let's talk about span strength for just a minute. The longer the span, the stronger the material that is going to have to be in order to stay straight through the entire span. You can, most everybody's seen this before. If you have a shelf in your house that spans a certain length, you can actually see even in the center that you have a slight dip. That usually means that it's the weight in the center is not as strong as it would be in the ends. We don't have any support in the center, even for modules, so we have to understand that. Anytime you get past 3 feet, the span becomes a problem, so we need to address that. When we look at span, we also look at a couple of other options. The type of material that is used with spans also determines its strength. If we use a piece of solid wood over time, you can see, if you look at the piece of wood, all of the fibers of the wood are actually going this way, which means that even by itself, over the course of time, that piece of wood will actually tend to sag on its own. So we need to address that as well. So the design will have to take that into consideration. Now, the taller the piece of wood, the more span strength that you have. In our case, the piece of pine that was used was about 3.5 inches thick. Therefore, in the center, this does have a little bit of a dip, which causes a lot of stress on the outside joints, both on the left and right side when you're looking at it. So we both need to fix this joint as well as deal with the span. Cross members will help, but it doesn't fix the problem with weight, because what happens is the cross members are actually only connected to 2 separate sides. As that weight in the center tends to come down, these will actually angle, causing more of a problem. So our design will have to take that into consideration. Let's talk design. Now, typically everybody who designs a module actually designs basically the track plan. Well, that's not what we're designing here. We're actually designing the module in and of itself, the infrastructure in order for your track plan to work. Now, there's a couple things we can do with design. Now, with that being said, this one is a very basic design. It's a box, and on the box is a tabletop. Very basic design, and we're actually going to build one of those and show you some techniques for it. However, we want to improve on a few things. We want to make sure that the joints along the corners and the cross rails are actually more stable, as well as they stay accurate. We can make a better way to align each side. There's a couple of possibilities for that. We want to make sure that we can have accessibility to put a back panel on here or a back drop. Have the ability with the appropriate cross members to start making risers. That's something that is really not done in modular railroading, but we want to start looking at that. That way we can have different heights and in some cases multiple levels. We want to make it lighter, and we want to make it easier so that we can transport it. Perhaps we could put in some handholds and handrails. Well, we got a lot of ideas. We'll go back to the drawing board and show you what we've come up with, starting with the basics. So before we actually build any modules, we need to figure out what we're going to use for material. When you go to the local home center, you're actually going to see a lot of this, or this. This is what and the builder's trades called as SPF, spruce pine fir, and it's designed for the building trades so that they can build walls or trim work or something very quickly. 90% of the time when you go to the home center, this stuff is still wet. And even if you take it out when it's somewhat dry, the likelihood is that it's going to be still wet for quite a while. This is why it has a tendency to warp and cup, and as well as disfigure in any way. A couple other things I wanted to show you here. If you take a look at this knot, on the left-hand side of the knot, you actually have this nice sweeping pattern. That's actually not a good thing. You look on the right side, the pattern is very tight. That tells me that the grain is going up and down, and really that's what we want to deal with our spans. But this is really not a good wood to use. It's a soft wood, it's cheap, it shrinks, it moves, it cups and curls, and if you don't protect it, it's going to get worse. The second choice when you go to the home centers is this stuff. This is called knotty pine or #1 pine. It's used for trim. You probably have it in your house somewhere. There's a lot of little bitty knot holes in here, and that also affects the wood. You can see that also in the center of this piece is where you get the pith or the center of the tree, and on the outside is actually where all the strength is at. If I were to put this on a 4-foot span, my guess is it not only will cup, but it will also curl as well as start sagging in and on its own weight. So these aren't really too good to use for modules. If you're going to use this wood, make sure that it's extremely dry by getting it with a moisture meter. Other than that, leave it in your garage for a year before you actually do anything with it. However, once it's in place and you protect it, it's really not that bad. If you're looking for other types of wood at the home center, you might consider one of these. I've actually found these in my local home center. This is soft maple, there's a lot of poplar, there's oak, and in this case, this is walnut. I actually found this in one of my home centers. I don't know if it was a fluke or not. Soft maple is the soft version of the hard maple that you see in hardwood suppliers. It's a good wood. It actually spans pretty well, but it does have a tendency to cup and curl, and that's because it is rift sawn, which means it goes along the pith. So you'll see a lot of the center of the tree. It's still pretty strong, but I don't know if I'd use it as a primary wood for my rails or cross members. Take a look at poplar. Poplar is a good secondary wood. A lot of times you'll have to deal with these knot holes, but sometimes that's okay. The wood itself is pretty strong. It's relatively inexpensive, and the grain pattern is pretty straight, even towards the center of the tree. It's a pretty good secondary wood. The next type is in this case, is an oak. I'm not sure if this is a red oak or white oak. My guess would be a white oak. But the grain pattern is very straight. It's very strong. You're going to pay a premium for this, but it is a pretty good alternative than trying to dealing with some of the softer woods that are available. So your module will actually stay straighter for a lot longer period. However, it can be tough on the blades. It can also be tough. Make sure that if you use this, that you pre-drill every hole. The final thing is what we call a premium hardwood. If I want an absolute gorgeous finish on my module, I might go with something like this. This is a walnut. Walnut is just as hard as oak, and in some cases even more harder. It spans pretty well. The grain pattern is very straight. It's pretty good with the tools. It cuts very well. However, this has a tendency to have some discolorations in it. If you take a look, even on the outside, the sapwood tends to have a lighter color. So if you're going to use this and use it to stain, you might have to deal with some of those problems. However, any one of these woods will do for building your module. However, I'm going to look for an alternative, and that's where we get into what is known as the sheet goods. Now, there's a variety of sheet goods that are on the market. You have your plywoods, and even in your plywood you have several kinds and several dimensions, as well as you have several different flavors of MDF. Now, plywood is nothing more than a series of plies. It can be cut into any size. It's fantastic for putting up on the side because it has a lot of vertical and horizontal strength. That's because the pattern of the fibers actually are crisscrossed inside of the wood fibers. You can have as few as 3 plies, or you can have as many as what you see here. Now there's 2 types of plywoods here. This is a 7-core ply, and this is a 15-core ply. Basically what that means is that there are 7 layers of material all cross-patched over each other with a veneer on both sides. This one happens to be maple. This is a Baltic birch ply. In some cases it might be called Russian plywood or whatever. It's made from anywhere between 7 to 11 layers. It has glue. There's no voids. It has a premium veneer on both sides. This one happens to be poplar, and every layer inside here actually is a hardwood versus the 7 layer, which every 3rd layer or every 2nd layer is hardwood. You can get it in a variety of sizes, but I'll caution you to the wind, even though things are sold as 3/4 inch plywood, they're not exactly 3/4. And if I run my finger across this flat edge, you can actually see that they're actually different sizes of height. So you have to deal with that. And we do have a way to work with that. We'll show you that to you later. The final sheet good that's available here is actually an MDF, medium density fiberboard. It has a lot of vertical strength. It has a lot of horizontal strength, as well as the ability to be used as a tabletop. It is a little bit heavy. It doesn't hold screws very well because it's a fiberboard. It's basically sawdust that's been glued together. It cuts phenomenally, and I tend to use these more at the top. And in some cases, if you want to use it for your top of your modules, you can do that, but I don't think I would use 3/4. I might use maybe 1/4 inch, 3/8, or 1/2 as a maximum. It does tend to get very heavy. So whatever material you're going to use, you're going to need to have a bunch of fasteners. We'll take a look at those next. The fasteners, there's really only a few that I really use. However, you need to use the right fastener for the right job. Here's a few of them that we actually have here. Now, everybody's seen these before. This is actually a drywall screw. You pick them up at your local home center. They come in a variety of sizes, starting from 3/4 inch all the way up to 2 or 3 inches. And they come in a variety of not only screw sizes, but also number of threads. If you're using your hardwoods like oak, maple, and so forth, you probably want to use the finer thread. If you're using the softer woods like pine or soft maple, you probably want to use the coarser thread. However, take a look inside. You might not be able to see this, but if you look at this, is a bugle head or a drywall top. So it actually has a curved top, which creates a little divot where it needs to go. A lot of times you'll have to pre-drill in order for that to sit nicely. This is an actual wood screw, and these are what I use when I can. It actually has a self-tapping screw. It has a number of medium teeth. It has a shank that once it goes in far enough, it'll stop actually cutting. And of course, it has a beveled top, and even the top has the ability to drill out a little bit. It has a star drive, if you can see that, but that star drive allows a lot less ability for it to be threaded out with a screwdriver or a Phillips head driver. The next type of screw that I use a lot of are these. They're pocket screws. Has a self-tapping screw. You can get them both in fine and coarse threads. It has the shank, but it has a flat bottom. And when it goes into the pocket, it sucks the two pieces together. We'll be using a lot of these. They come in a variety of sizes, and everything from 1 inch to 1 1/4 all the way to 2 1/4. We'll only deal with probably 1 or 1 1/4 for our project. The next thing I'm going to use is what is called a domino. Now this is sort of an add-on component, and the reason I'm going to use it is in my corners, and I'll show you that when we get to that point. But this is actually like a loose tenon, so when a piece of wood actually feeds into the other, it actually creates an even tighter bond and making the joint even stronger. It does take a specialized tool in order to create one of these. There are even ways you can use a router to do it. But if you don't have the specialized to it, you can still create very strong joints using pocket screws and butt joints. And we'll see that as we move along. The final fastener is the one I use the most. Glue. If you don't have this, get it. Now, with glues, there's different types. There's original, there's ultimate. Basically, a standard yellow glue would apply here. However, if you want additional strength, make sure you get the waterproof glue. The likelihood is you're going to be putting scenery on your module to begin with, and it's going to have a lot of water. You don't want that seeping into that glue joint. So all of your fasteners that are listed here are easily available through the home center. Let's talk tools. Well, you don't need to have a big shop or a lot of fancy equipment in order to cut wood accurately. You really only need a few tools in order to create everything we need in order to build a module. You'll need something like this. Circular saw, 7 1/4 inch, and it has the ability to make sure that you have cross cuts. Make sure you have it's centered, it's squared, and that it does what it's supposed to do. But you might want to change the blade out. Sometimes the blades that come with it could be pretty aggressive with your material. They make a variety of blades, everything from fine tooth to coarse. So in our case, for cross cuts, we may want to go with a finer blade. So check that. Make sure that it's squared and actually accurate. The next thing is a tool like this. It's known as a jigsaw, and you have the teeth actually go up and down, and it's designed to actually make curves, and we'll be using a lot of this. However, I wouldn't make straight cuts with the jigsaw because the blade can actually go drift from one side to the other. In order to make accurate cuts, we need to have it at 90 degrees. Couple of drill drivers or impact drivers to actually drive screws and drill holes. You have a series of squares and make sure that your cuts are actually done. Here's actually small square. I even take this to the home center when I'm actually picking material. I want to make sure it's as square as possible. Here's a square, a framing square that we can use in order to make sure that our cross cuts are actually square. We put this on the side of the board, and actually we use this as a guide for our 7 1/4 inch circular saw. Finally, the thing that you're going to use as well is you might need one of these. So when you're pulling pieces together, you probably want to clamp it before you screw it. The reason being is because you want to make sure that it's in the right orientation and in the right setting before you actually screw the screw. Pocket screws, butt joint screws, all of them have a tendency to move even after you start screwing. So there's a variety. There's a bar clamp like this, or a different type of clamp, typically what we find in the home center. All of these will work. The final tool that you're going to need are a bunch of these. You're going to need to mark things accurately as well as with a tape measure. And then the last tool we're going to need is a lot of this, sandpaper. Make sure that you have sandpaper on hand just to make sure you can shave off any of those excess splinters that happen after you make the cut. Also, this helps make sure that the fibers are put correctly after the crosscut, especially on aggressive blades. So make sure you have some of that on hand. All in all, that's really the tools you need in order to build your project. However, with these larger tools that are out here, all that does is save time. Everything we can make, we're going to make with at least one of these. And we'll show that as we move across. So I thought I'd take the time to show you about proper technique in cutting a board with hand tools. But before we use any power tools, it's time to talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there's no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. So to get started, the first thing we need to do is to find out if the board is square. So in this case, if I take a look at this, the end is actually not square. So we're going to cut this end square first. Then we're going to measure the length of board that we need, and we'll use the triangle to help square things up. It's a little construction tip that we can use. So to get started, the first thing we need to do is to put the square on the end of the board. And we need to support the board. In this case, we're just going to use this table to support it. I bring the square all the way up to where I need to cut, and make sure I get enough meat on the end of the board so when I cut it doesn't fray. Hold it down, hold the square against the board, and just make the cut. And now we check it for square, and that's pretty good. So now we need to measure for distance. So I want to mark, let's call it 10 inches from this board. Mark 10 inches from the end, use your square, and strike a line. Now, this is the piece I need to keep. This is exactly 10 inches from this end to this end. This is considered what are called the offcut. So when I place my blade against the board, I want to make sure it's to the outside of this line. Lined up with the line, but make sure it's to the outside of the line. If I were doing it in reverse, I would make sure that the blade would be on the inside of the line if this was the offcut. So let's line everything up, we'll make another cut. Check it for square, and that's perfect. Also check it for distance, just to make sure that it's also not longer. Exactly 10 inches long. I think we did good. Now let's talk a little bit about joinery. What a butt joint is where a piece of wood is perpendicular to another piece of wood and it's screwed together. So I'm going to do this joint to show you the strength of this and how to do it properly. First and foremost, the pieces of wood need to be square, both on the ends and on the face. So what I did is I actually drilled a couple of holes inside the end of this and countersunk them. And then I drilled the corresponding holes inside of here as one piece. It's a little bit difficult to put together and hold it in alignment, which makes this a little bit difficult. So the first one I'm going to use a screw design, a drywall screw designed for soft woods. In this case, it is a coarse thread screw. We're just going to drill that right in. As you can see, it's very difficult to do. I'm going to take this out. The best approach is to actually sit the piece on its side instead of trying to do it on the top. So it's a little bit easier to maintain. It's just a matter of holding it in alignment. And sometimes you need to come up to the end. Hold it in alignment and then screw it in place. Then what I'll do is I'll take a fine screw and do the same thing. Now, they both went in pretty much the same way, but this is what I wanted to show you as far as strength of the joint. While it is strong by itself, and when it sits inside a module's moving around. It's always moving around. It's moving around with changes in temperature and humidity. It's moving around during transport. It's even moving around when it's being set up and taken down. So the strength of this joint is actually paramount to the success and the stability of the module. So let's say the module was sitting this way. This would be the front edge or the facing edge, and this would be the side, or another module would connect it. So this joint would actually be going in and out pretty easily. Now, the strength of this joint right now is only being held by a couple of screws. If you put glue on there, it's going to be a little bit stronger, but this is what I wanted to show you. If it's not absolutely accurate as far as the type of material you use, as well as your cutting techniques, we can take a look at how easily this comes apart. And that is exactly what is happening with our modules that we saw earlier. Let me show you a better way. So what I've done now is I brought out my pocket hole jig. It makes a couple of pockets. You actually screw in from the end in this little jig, screw down into the material, and it creates a pocket with a little guide hole. I'll pop that out. These jigs are available in a variety of sizes, from a single with a clamp or even the double like this, and this one can even be removed and used on the side of a piece of wood. Put that back in there. So in a pocket hole jig, this is the same two pieces of wood, except this time I'm setting it on its end where the pocket hole is actually going to come in from the outside. Next comes the driver. It's a square head, and it actually fits in the channel for the pocket screw. You just put it on your impact driver and line it up. Now, enter the two pocket screws into the pocket holes. And since these screws are self-tapping, it's just a matter of lining it up and driving the screw. And with that, we now have our right angle. And if you take a look, it's actually a little stronger than the screw that was driven in from the side. Now, when you couple this with glue, that is an extremely strong joint. But there's even a better way, and I'll show you that next. So here's my setup. I actually have a long piece of plywood, what I'm going to use for the side. I now replace the end, instead of using another piece of plywood, I'm going to use a block. This block represents the corner of the module, and it is perfect 1.5 inch square. Literally, I'm just going to line it up with the bottom on a flat surface, hold it together, and using pocket screws, I'm actually going to bring them together. I could use as many as I need, or as few as I need, in order to hold it together. Now, with the ends driven into from the inside, you'll never see it on the outside, and the alignment is perfect. No sanding required. Now let me show you what I'm going to use. In order to make sure that my corners stay absolutely square and have the maximum amount of strength, I put in a couple of dominoes. This dominoes has a corresponding slot on the corresponding board, and they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. Actually slides in rather easily. And you can see it already is aligned from top to bottom, front to back, and as well as along the front. All I do now is I put glue on the edges as well as in the dominoes, and I put it together with a single pocket screw. Not only does it hold together, but is phenomenally strong, and it will never come apart. That's how we're going to do it. I brought out all the parts I needed to make to another frame, and I brought out the original frame to show you what's going on. So we have our cross members on the outside on 3 sides, but on the inside of this block you'll see that there's a gap between here, so our cross member is actually on the inside of this block. Now let me rearrange these to show you what's going on. Here's all the pieces I'm going to need to create another frame. Now I need to arrange these in such a way so I can create my joinery. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now I've created the outside of the frame as where I need it to be. Now I have a couple of options on the inside. I can actually make these and create the joinery where the options are to the outside of this particular block. That just means that these are going to be butted up together. But let me show you a couple of other options that can be done. I can have these split, which is what you saw in the original, and I can even bring the back end of the back of the module, let's say this was the back, inside as well. Now there's a couple of reasons I would want to do that. One would be if I wanted to put in a backdrop, whatever height that you want, you could actually seat it in the back, and it would be only up to the front of the block, making it real square. The other thing that I can do with that also is I could drop a leg in here. Now a leg can be done, it's still 1.5 inches. I'll just use another block as an example. I could drop a leg in here if I needed to from a supportability standpoint. And this is a perfect 1.5 inches as well. So let's cut the joinery here and put it all together. So last thing I want to do before I glue this final up is to show you a little bit about orientation. So in this case, we're actually going to have the supports in the center. But if I wanted to put this along the back, now would be the time to do it. So I take my rectangles and I can move them next to each other and glue and screw them this way. But in this case, we're actually going to have them done this way, where we actually have the center supports. I've already made marks and cut for dominoes. Now what I'm going to do is glue this thing up. I thought I would take a moment to show you where we're at in the stages. So I just completed this one, and I've finished building its basic framework. And as you can tell, it basically has the sides, the bottoms, and it's been glued and screwed together. Now, I'm going to add a few ribs here, and that's what I've done down below. Let's move this out of the way really quick. So down below, I've actually added a couple of ribs, and they are literally 1/2 inch pieces versus the 3/4 inch pieces. We really don't need the 3/4 inch pieces. They're really too thick anyway, and it adds too much weight. Now I've added a couple of possible sizes here. I have a full height size, and then I have a 1/2 height size. I really don't need the extra weight in there, so I've cut them down in half. I've also cut a channel in already for the module top that we're going to put on this, and that is due to the wiring that you saw from the original modules. I've also cut out one rib because there's a switch that actually sits right here. We really don't need this anyway from a structural point of view, so the one will do just fine. If I needed to add another rib, I can add that anywhere along the place that I want to go, and they're just put in with pocket screws. I've also added a couple of knobs on the end with T-nuts on the back to hold the module together, and they're aligned with some Pattern Maker's dowels. With that, we're going to start the process of actually putting on the top from our old module, and we'll get it aligned. Okay, I want to stop here just for a sec to show you what's been going on. Our old module has actually been disassembled. The screws have been taken out, and the module's been carefully lifted off. As you can see, it's still intact, and the top board is still intact along with its wiring. With that, our channel for our new module is in place, but I've also cut off 1/8 of an inch along the edge, and you'll see why that's going to happen later. The module is going to sit literally within those channels, and all I really have to do is align it with the front section, make sure it's square, and then I can reuse the same holes to drill it down. There's one difference I'm going to do here though. The first lockdown is going to for alignment only. The second lockdown is actually when we're going to put glue on this. Now you'll see there's going to be some holes and things I need to fill, but with standard scenery material that'll work out just fine. I will take the other module when this one is complete, align it with the other side, and then I can move down the line. So let's get started. Before I start gluing anything down, I wanted to take a look at how I actually disassembled the module bottom from the original piece. If you take a look, there was no glue actually holding any of this down, so it was rather easy to get off. There was actually slotted screws, which actually dates the piece to well within the 1990s. It was painted, and of course the extra rib was put in later. As you can see, I had to chisel out a little bit to get it started, but the piece itself actually came up relatively simple. Okay, I want to take a little time now to show where we're at in the process. This is one of the end modules, and it's actually linked up to the module that's going to connect to it. There's a couple of dowel makers pins in, and they're actually locked in place with a couple of knobs, 5-point knobs, and some T-nuts. The alignment was actually really good, and I'm going to bring out my small camera here to show you the tolerances and the difference. So if we take a look along the end, I'm going to show this to you. You can see that there's very little gap, actually all the way across the module, and that's literally what...
Okay, I brought out one of our retro modules that has already been sanded. The top from the other module has been removed. It's been placed on top of here, been squared and screwed down. A couple things I want to mention in this. First, I cut off 1/8 of an inch on each end and made sure that it was absolutely square so I can add additional piece. I'll show you why that's important. I did that on both ends. The front has been sanded smooth. It's been aligned properly, and for the most part it's exactly like you saw it before, with a couple of exceptions. Let me start where those are going to be. If I turn it to the side, you will see now that the wood extends all the way to the top of the module versus having a piece of plywood which is open face. This is going to reduce any of the splintering that we have earlier. I'll show you why that's important when we attach our other side. There's some additional holes here that you're going to see. First of all, there's a handhold here, and that's important for when we place it into our module case. We'll turn it around to the other side. On this side, you'll see a couple of additional things. First of all, you're going to see a couple of locating pins. Those locating pins will help the module align for each time. The wood has been put down all the way to the top, as well as the additional holes. And inside these holes are a couple of T-nuts. Those T-nuts help me to hold the thing together. I'm not reliant on the C-clamp to do that for me. So let me go ahead and get these two modules together in their final format and show you what it looks like. Okay, I flipped the module back up on its side so that I can give you an idea what's going on underneath. First of all, you'll notice that this rib has been removed. There was a reason for it. It's because underneath here there's a switch that I need to account for. Also, there's been channels that have been laid into each of the ribs to account for the wiring that was already there. If this was a brand new module, I would just cut holes in and do it this way. But the wiring was already there, so I cut a couple of channels. The ribs in this case are actually half height, makes life a little bit easier, it makes the module a little bit lighter. They're already a ½ inch. And as you can see, I've located them in such a way that I'm not disturbing any of the modules. This one is slightly off to one side, as well as the other one. So I'm going to set these up for both of them. And as you can see inside, that the locating pins are in place. They don't protrude out from the bottom, so you can actually do what you need to do with this. So I'll set this up with both modules and we'll move on to the next step. Okay, time to show you how these locating pins work. I have the modules set up end to end, and all I really need to do is to put them close together and actually align them. I'm going to go underneath, and I'm going to use these knobs that are screwed in from the bottom. There's a couple of T-nuts on this side. Then all I'm going to do is screw it together. So let me go ahead and put this up on its side, screw these together, bring this back down, and you'll see that the tolerances for the connections are actually perfect. Be right back. Okay, I've moved the modules and locked them close together, and I wanted to show you a couple of things. First of all, it's hanging out over the end just under halfway, and there's no deflection at all. As I move in closer, you can see the alignment is really good from those pins. And I'm going to even come down to here. If you could take a look, that connection is going to be really, really tight. Okay, let's take a look at the gap between here. So I have the module set up, and I'm going to use my additional camera here. As you can see, I know it's kind of hard to find, but as you can see that the gap between the two is very small. Okay, that gap that you see in the black is not the gap, it's the paint. If I bring it in even a little bit closer, here's a good shot between the two. I can't even get my thumb between the gap. Okay, I do have one where it was prior painted, then it was painted so you can see the gap much better, and I will actually show that. So the connectivity between the two is very good. So what this is going to do, it's going to eliminate putting a 3-inch piece of section because of the gap issues. You can bring the rail right up to the end, square it across the top, or maybe use a piece of wood in order to square it perfectly to the end, and then you won't need those 3-inch pieces. As long as the alignment pins are in place, everything should be good to go. Well, I'm not sure about you, but when I go to a show, I certainly don't want to transport my modules this way. First of all, they're out in the open. They're going to bounce around. There's no way to really tie them down very cleanly, even though I have tie downs in my pickup. I want to transport them on the bottom. I really don't want to transport them where they're on their side. That's not beneficial to the module. Also, if I have a third module, let's say this one was my third one, there's no place to put it. I still have the room, but there's no place to put it. So let me show you what our idea is for transporting these modules. How about a module case for transport? This modular case stands 41 inches off the ground, which is a comfortable height for watching your modules. It's modular in and of itself. The top comes off. Each one of the pieces come off. The center section and the bottom section are all modular. It has doors on both ends, which are actually removable. I can transport my modules with ease, take them out, and actually use the top as the legs for my system. It features enough space on either end to actually connect a module on this end going this way or this end going this way to act as a bridge for additional modules. When I'm done, I literally take my module out, place it inside, put my door on, and I'm good to go. I also have, in this case, I have a drawer if I want to carry some additional things with me to the show, such as rolling stock, electronics, things of that nature. There are doors on both ends, and literally I can take this apart and reassemble it back inside the pickup. I can get 2 of these in my pickup, and inside a 6x12 U-Haul trailer, I can literally get 15 modules. That's the module case. That's what we're working on for next time. This concludes my process for building and retrofitting modules. Whether you choose to build your own brand new, there are several techniques you can do to put a module on top. I just used this time to actually retrofit the 2 modules that you saw in the beginning. It can be done to save what you currently have. The modules themselves are really light. What they do is they allow you to actually manhandle these without chipping or breaking. The ends and the sides are very strong. They're not going to rack, they're not going to come out of square, and they're going to be limited to how much chipping is available. Then, as long as you protect it with paint, it should last you quite a long while.
Okay, I think we're back. You ready for some questions?
Sure.
Why not use pocket screws to attach the top from the bottom to avoid driving screws through the existing scenery?
Well, you can do that. And in this case, I didn't choose to do that because the pocket screws were 1 1/4 inches, but the top was only 1/2 inch. So depending on the size of your top, you may or may not have that option.
Okay. Do you have a drill template for the locating pins to ensure interface compatibility for subsequent modules?
You can, it would be dependent on your club and how those are set up. So if you're going to create something, make sure that everybody uses the same template.
Why the joint at the 2-foot location in the center? Wouldn't a longer 4-foot bore be simpler?
To deal with the span. So remember I said in the video that the span, anything longer than 3 feet, you have to deal with the sagging span. The 2 blocks in the center actually eliminate that issue.
Would you recommend painting the frame and the underside of the plywood to prevent the wood from warping or moving?
I would recommend that before you put any wiring on, but in this case, since it's a retrofit, we've had to go through the process of just leaving it open at this time. It's not going to make that much difference of the age of the module at this point.
Okay. The what is the difference between a rabbet and a tongue and groove?
So a rabbet is actually an open-ended groove on the side of a board. A tongue and groove actually is a groove down the center where you actually have meat on both ends.
Okay. Do you have plans available for that module carrier? Would love to make one, but don't want to reinvent it.
Those are currently in development at this stage. A friend of mine who is actually a AutoCAD engineer is coming up with those to actually do that.
And do you take the modules to shows?
We do. It'll actually be at the Plano show this coming January.
Neat. Are those storage carts bring the modules to the correct height?
They do. In this case, the one that you saw in there uses 2 different height structures. The first one without the drawer is 38 inches off the ground. The second one with the drawer is 41 inches off the ground. The reason being is because the gentleman who owns these 2 modules belongs to 2 different clubs. They have different height standards.
Okay. And how would you adjust for an unlevel floor?
So an unlevel floor, we have a couple of spacers that we could put where actually the pins are located within the top and the bottom. If I need to raise up one side a 1/4 inch, I can just put a little spacer in between there and actually raise it up.
And what do you think of laser cut module kits?
They have their advantages, but they also have their disadvantages. The advantages, it's cut perfectly. The disadvantages, they usually don't have enough meat on them for how for the way that they get moved around. They get moved around quite a bit.
Okay. And then I promised everybody that we would do a little show and tell. So first,
Sure.
here's the speed square from the bottom of the helix. And then you have some screws that you could show us.
Exactly. So I think Maurice was the person who was looking at the screw structures. This is a pocket screw, and I'm going to bring this really close. As you can see from the end, it has a flat bottom. So when it goes in, it sucks the two pieces together. If you look at the front, it's a square drive so that the drive is specific to this particular type of screw type. They come in a variety of sizes and different types of threads. So this is a 1 1/4, and this one is a 1-inch pocket screw. The second type of screw that you saw inside there was a wood screw. This is the wood screw that you saw. It has a bevel top instead of a rounded top, and it actually has the ability to actually have a little extra cutting option at the top. So when you drive the screw, it goes all the way in. It is a star drive, so you won't have it eliminates the possibility of stripping it out with a Phillips head driver. The bottom has a self-tap. I don't know if you can see that, but it has a self-tap. The last thing I wanted to show you up close was the domino. The domino is a piece of wood. It looks just like a domino. That's a specialized tool. And when it goes in and coupled with glue, this actually expands, which allows that joint to be even tighter. So whichever fastener you're going to use for those types of things, just make sure you have the right tool to put those pieces in place.
Can you make those dominoes yourself?
You can make them yourself, but they usually sell them commercially, and they're usually about maybe 20, 25 cents, depending on what they are.
Okay. So what are pattern makers' dowels?
So pattern makers' dowels is primarily used in the UK. They actually use it to make furniture, sometimes called baseboard alignment dowels. They're available widely in the UK, but they're also available here in the US from a company called Freeman Supply. They allow a both male and female in, where actually it fits inside that particular one, and it keeps the module from moving left to right or up and down. Once those pieces are in place, you no longer need those C-clamps and apply pressure to hold things in alignment.
And the last question, why use plywood instead of solid wood?
So I use plywood for primarily cost. So I can make plywood whatever size that I want. It's typically 3/4 inch all the way across. If I used to get solid wood, especially from the home center, a lot of times the cost anywhere between $4 to $8 a board foot. It's never sized correctly based on what they sell it as. You would have to go through the process of finishing it yourself, meaning you have to get it square, both on the front and the side. And if it's already warped, it causes a problem. The same thing holds true with span. Anything over than 3 feet, even with a solid piece of wood, its own weight will actually bring the piece down. So I tend to use plywoods for my side because it's cheaper and it's typically stronger.
Okay. Well, Jeff, I think you wowed quite a few of us. Thank you very, very much for the beginning of a series of videos.
Exactly. I'd say, mate, that was a brilliant presentation, because I noticed in the chat that both Mark Stafford and Andy Ambrose have got no questions. So for those two guys, so it must have covered everything and must have been really good to keep those two guys there.
The next series will cover corners and risers, and that's what I'm working on next.
Cool. So, Marty, we're going to spin the wheel?
Well, I think we need to get Brad back in here to spin the wheel, because he's got all the wheel controls, the wheel control.
Perfect. I'll spin the wheel, Martin, and I'll let you know what the question is very shortly. So around and around Gordy's head goes yet again, loving this. And the question we have is...
He must get dizzy.
Well, he's already half upside down to me and you, so I think he's halfway there. The question is, what age did you join the NMRA? Answer for me is about 23, even though I was in the hobby for 15 years before that. So, Speed, when did you join up? We won't tell the
Do I have
real
to-
age.
Do I have to give my age away?
No.
37. But I was new to the whole American thing, so
Yeah, okay.
37.
Martin, can you remember when you joined up?
Well, I only joined a couple of years ago when I was 45.
Yeah, okay, so that makes you about 65, correct?
Ah, dear. No, I was probably about 40, I think. I didn't get into model railway until later in life.
And Jeff?
Mine was at the age of 39.
There you go.
Wow.
Cool.
Bunch of young guys we are.
Cool, so everyone throw your answers
Exactly.
in the chat and
Exactly.
I'll keep an eye out for them and we'll get over to these slides and we'll be back very shortly.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Yep, well, I might move from
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. We have a slight technical difficulty here in that the presenter cannot hear us. So I can tell you lots of stories about him, but when I give him a thumbs up, he's going to start talking, which means that we're not going to be able to do questions and answers at the end, but I will make sure that he answers those in the chats for us. So please do post them. So our next presenter is a retired mechanical engineer and former owner of Black Bear Construction Company living in Central Texas. It takes 4 operators to run his 1960s era Taylor Bastrop and Houston 20 by 20 foot railroad. So we please welcome Mr. Mike Barrett. Mike, that's your sign.
Hello, I'm Mike Barrett, and we're going to talk about remotely controlling staging or interchange yards. Well, I'm afraid I'm unable to change slides.
Okay, Brad, what if I share my screen?
I'm sorry, everything was working perfectly earlier.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just open his presentation. Okay. So who controls the Werby to stop his share? You have to say stop sharing so I can share.
Okay, now. Okay. We ready to go?
We're ready. He has control again.
So we're talking about remotely controlling staging or interchange yards, mainly because we're simply physically unable to reach them. So we use push buttons to control track selection, and then we're using KD electromagnetic coils to control the uncoupling, and then we're controlling the uncoupling with an Arduino. We're also going to be using bumper cars. They are used in prototype railroads mainly to provide a car to hold on to cars that are set out in a siding. They are set at the end of the siding, and the brake is set, and then the car is coupled up to them so it stays there when the locomotive pulls away. This is a drawing from my layout. It shows the Mopac interchange, and I have a 20 by 20 layout that's loosely based on the Taylor Bastrop in Houston, which was a layout that, or I'm sorry, it was a railroad that was incorporated in the 1800s, bought up before it was actually ever built by the Katy, but it was in this area and it tied into the Katy. And I'm saying, okay, we're having this railroad, my railroad does switching for these main lines that come through here, the Mopac at the north end, the Texas New Orleans in the middle, or the Southern Pacific in Elgin, and then the Katy down in Smithville. So this is the one we're talking about here. You can see from the aisle, you're unable to reach the switching tracks from the aisle. This is physically my layout, the actual layout. And what we're looking at here is the actual 4 tracks that comprise the interchange. they're across the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, left to right. There's a walkway there that actually delineates where the uncouplers are. The KD uncouplers are underneath that walkway. So we're going to use the walkway to line up where the couplers go so that we can activate the uncoupler and have them uncouple. Now you can see the bumper cars on the right there. Now these 4 tracks, the way I have it set up in my layout, the 2 tracks on the left are incoming cars that were left here overnight. And what we're going to do during the day is we're going to leave cars in the right 2 tracks, 3 and 4, so that they can be picked up in the following night. But you can see these 4 tracks here. I've got the track markers that delineate how much space there is in the track, the parabolic mirror that you can see back there, then an end of track access. That door lifts out, and so you can get to the back of the interchange yard if there's any kind of derailment or other problem back there that you have to get to. This is the entrance to the yard. There's a dummy switch over there that is simply for cosmetics, and the same way with that Mopac access track, that does not actually function. But that's the scene that the operator is looking at. So cars were brought in here overnight and left in the interchange tracks on the left. You can see the walkway that's there and the aluminum foil over the uncouplers so that the ballast does not fall into the uncouplers. That's what that's all about. Now then, we can get a better look at the bumper cars here, because each track has a bumper car in it, like you can see 1 and 4. And one thing I really like about these KD couplers, the electromagnet, you can see what a broad range these were all dropped. Basically, they were all uncoupled, but look at the spread on where the locations are. They were spread out that far, and it still worked. So that's one reason I like those. And here's the blue LED. I got that idea from Rapido. They have some uncouplers that use a blue LED, and I think they just really look nice, and they fit right in. So the blue LED signals that the uncoupler is activated. This is a close-up of the bumper car, and you can actually see there's a lead weight in there. The limestone rocks, or caliche rocks in the car, don't really provide enough weight. So there's the lead weight in there. These things weigh like 7 to 8 ounces each. They're about twice what a gondola ought to weigh. And by the way, the wheels are actually in many cases glued in place, so they don't really roll. So I put these gaudy markers on there, like the 1, 2, 3, 4, to remind the operator not to let these cars out on the track, because they do not perform very well in turnouts. Since the wheels don't roll, they're simply locked up. And I put these markers 1, 2, 3, 4 on there with tempera paint in case I want to wash that off and use these cars somewhere else. But that's where they are now. Anyway, it's using tempera paint with the color markers. This is a device I use for controlling my switches. It's a tortoise switch motor, and they work great. Now I use another little attachment here. It's called the Tortoise Buddy, and it connects onto the edge connector that's on the Tortoise switch machine. And I use the little wood spacers that they say they're somewhat optional, but without them, you really run a good risk of shorting out your contacts up here. But they make this whiz kit in about 5 or 6 different models. And the one I'm using is they make the Tortoise Buddy in 5 or 6 different models. The one I'm using is the whiz kit, and its main claim to fame is that I can control a turnout with a pulse. So I'm using push buttons. So I just want to push a button and have that switch then controlled that way. Now, normally a Tortoise switch machine wants to see DC voltage. So that just stalls the motor out one way, and you reverse the voltage and it stalls out the other way. So what the tortoise buddy does is allows you to put a pulse in there instead of stalling out the voltage or stalling out the motor with a constant voltage. And there's a particular connector there, that J7, which will come up later. The track selection that I use double pole, single throw push buttons. Now then, this works real well for 4 tracks. It would be kind of marginal for 8 tracks because you have to find a 3-pole push button. And they exist, but as you add poles to push buttons, you get into a lot of trouble. They're expensive, they're ugly. And so really I'm saying 4 tracks is probably the most you can use. If you have more tracks than that, you're probably going to want to, in fact, you will want to use some sort of electronic control, like a Digitrax, use as a device that can address these things, or you can use Arduino, once again, would work quite well. Now then, every piece of literature you pick up says keep your color code lined up. Well, I don't have enough colors to supply a unique color code for all my wires. So what I did was I just put 3 green wires going to one tortoise machine, 3 yellow wires going to another, and 3 red to the third. And then put tape on them to delineate red, white, and blue so that I could do what this wants to do, which is you short these wires out. This is that J7 connector. You short out 3 and 4 to go one way, and you short out 2 and 3 to go the other way. And the way tortoise machines work is you put them in, and if they don't go the way you want them to go, you switch the wires around until they do. So here is how I control the panel that tells me what track I'm on. And what this is I'm using reed switches that are on these panels. Here's a good picture right here. The reed switch is right here. These circuit boards are taped onto the sides of the tortoise machines. And then there's a permanent magnet that is stuck on that screw right there, which fortunately is steel. So it's just stuck there and it works. It goes back and forth, and it'll switch this relay when it's one way and switch this relay when it's the other way. Now these, I call them relays, but these reed switches is what they are. The reed switch is I love these devices because they carry a lot of power, like 200 volts and half an amp. You can actually use these switches to turn things on physically. You don't need to go through electronics. You can just wire these things up directly, and they work great. And this is how they work down here. There's a glass tube that's filled with a vacuum, and they have these, they're not magnetic, but they are magnetic conducting material like steel or something like that, that are spring loaded, and they're normally open. And when you bring a magnet in their vicinity, they close up and close contact. And so what I did is I put them in a configuration like this, where I simply put 12 volts on the end, and depending on where these magnets are up, they are not up and down, but if they're in the proximity of the reed switch, it'll close it. And you can see that through this combination of proximity of the magnets, you'll turn on the indicator that you want. So these are the lights that are on my indicator panel. And this is the indicator panel right here. The buttons on the left, that column is the track selection button, so that you push that button to pick which track you want. Then the yellow LEDs here come on, showing you which track you selected. Then these push buttons are for the uncoupling coils. Now, you might have realized that, I don't really need 4 buttons here because I already have the track selected. So really, if I just had 1 button, it would automatically know that that is the coil to activate. So I don't need all these buttons. When I built this thing, I actually did the tracks. I put the buttons in here first before I got the uncouplers in. So, or sorry, I put the track selection here before I put the uncouplers. So anyway, I didn't think of that at the time, but that's in the next iteration whenever that happens. Then the uncoupling LEDs come on here, and they'll light up to tell you that the uncoupler is activated for the period of time that it is activated. And then you can cancel the uncoupling because these uncouplers, since they draw so much current, it's not that hard to overheat them. So let's see, there's a two-minute duty cycle on these things that if they're on for more than 2 minutes, they stand a chance of burning the insulation and shorting out the coils. So that's why there's a kill switch there to turn them all off if need be. This is the action of the panel. This is in the upper left-hand drawing, or the figure here. It's simply, this is the state that's in this track 3, and then you simply push another button to select a different track, and it changes the light over to that. Now then, one thing that you need to do when you're using uncouplers of any kind really is make sure that your couplers are adjusted properly. So what I use is my test track right here, and I have a re-railer on there, so it's real easy to put a car on and line it up and get it lined up with my adjustment tool here, which I really like this thing. It's Micromark supplies it, and it has a little shelf on one side that is just, you get that air hose that hangs down, the trip bar, and it should just brush the top of that thing. And then on the other side of it, you have a gap there that the coupler slips into. If it slips in, it's an adjustment. If it hits the top or bottom, you need to go back and put some washers in or adjust your trucks to get the coupler to the right location. And then as a final test, I have a golden car out here that is one I use over and over again. And this is the car I'm adjusting, but I run it past this permanent magnet uncoupler just to be sure, so that they couple and uncouple using a Katie permanent magnet uncoupler, and as a final check to make sure they work, so that all my cars, this is a very important thing to go through this. And then the real meat of the situation here is this. This is the Katie 309 electromagnetic coil and coupler. And you might ask, well, why not other uncouplers? Well, I've tried many different kinds of uncouplers, and I've had problems such as spontaneous uncoupling. This is the first problem I came across, and it happens when you're moving very slowly across one of the permanent magnet uncouplers, that as the cars, as you're going slowly, there's a lot of herky-jerky in the cars, and that's just simply because of the variabilities of the wheels and the rail and your engine. Your locomotive is doing that too. So as you're going slowly across this uncoupler, if you happen to be on top of an uncoupler and you give it some slack, then the couplers will open up and your locomotive will go off with some of your cars and leaving the other cars behind. And that's very irritating. So I really didn't like the spontaneous uncoupling. The spotting accuracy is something I came up with, I ran into when I used a different kind of electromagnetic uncoupler. I had to be right on the money, and that was very difficult, uh, both because of my throttle was made it difficult to get really lined up exactly on top of where the uncoupler coil was. And another problem I had, I don't know if you noticed, but on my yard back there, the interchange yard, you're looking at that lineup area where you want to line up at an oblique angle, so you can't really see exactly where you are lined up with that uncoupler magnet. So you have to. That's also difficult for me. So that's another reason that I like these very much. You'll notice that how big this area is right here, that's about how much leeway you have when you're uncoupling the cars. You can have that coupler anywhere in there and it's going to uncouple. And that is really nice that you can have that big a range. I put a question mark here by electrical noise because I cannot prove that that was my problem. But I did experience a case where I was using a different kind of uncoupler, and as I was switching these tracks, I would look over there and somehow spontaneously my track selection had switched from track 3, say, to track 1. And that really messes you up because you can imagine what it does when you're moving around out there and all of a sudden your switches are different than what you left them to be. Another problem is this delayed uncoupling, which is a problem with just about anything. The delayed uncoupling is where you uncouple two cars and then spread the coupler apart so they don't engage, and then shove the locomotive, then shoves the car into the track, and you pull away from it because it's free, because the couplers are not engaged. Well, once again, you have this variability of speed and resistance as you're shoving that car in there. Your track changes, your friction changes, and what happens is it's real easy for that car that you're shoving to roll away from you slightly or simply let up a little bit on the pressure. And once it lets up on that pressure, those couplers will close back up, and then you bump into that car again and it's coupled. So you're really stuck out there in the middle of nowhere. So the delayed uncoupling is something that was not a solution that I was able to use. Now then, this is the package for the 309. I guess this is one reason I like it. There's no waste on this package. I'm not paying for any packaging. All right, it's a paper bag or a cardboard bag, and they even use it for putting some of their instructions on there. But this looks like they manufactured a bunch of these a long time ago, and they're still selling them, and that's fine with me because I'm not paying for any spiffiness. So here are the parts that are in that bag, and you can see that they're all very rugged. A lot of them, I'm not even sure they're plated, so it's a good idea to put a little coat of WD-40 on them before you assemble them. But it's very rugged parts. And these things have got detents and pins and holes all over them. And I swear every one of them has a function. There's not an extra hole anywhere in here or an extra pin. And you got to be careful though, because in the instructions, there's a place in there where it says something like, well, you may want to use it this way, and you just cut these tabs off here. Well, that seemed like a good idea the first time I put them together. And then I clipped them off, and then lo and behold, I was stuck with an uncoupler that I couldn't use. But I managed to mess up enough other parts that I have a bag of spare parts that I could build a whole another one with. But anyway, if these things they'll go together just right, and you have to kind of move them around to get them to snap together the way they're supposed to go. But they also include these electrical components if you want to use 18 volt AC, which you can do. Now, what I use is the other that they recommend, which is 16 volts DC, which is fine. I like that. I understand DC a lot better than I understand these components and what they're going to do. But I really like this too, that they put in a bunch of these small, extra small screws. And that's my nemesis, is losing those small screws. So this is how you install it on your layout, and it's very straightforward. Basically, what you do is you assemble that electromagnet like I showed, and attach it to a piece of track with the small screws right here. Then that drops into place, and you use rail joiners to attach the rail that's on your uncoupler to this other rail, which is fixed on your layout. And it's just very straightforward, and I like it a lot. Now then, the main reason I needed an Arduino, or this is in my mind, the main reason I needed it, was this timed uncoupling that I wanted to. It's very hard when you're carrying a bunch of things like a switch list and a throttle, and you're trying to move a car or you're trying to uncouple a car, and you have to push a button and activate an uncoupler, then you grab your throttle and change direction and move away from it. It's cumbersome and it's hard to do. So what I wanted to do was have a time delay on the uncoupler, so that I push a button, it activates the uncoupler, but then after a period of time, and I wasn't sure what that period of time was, it would turn off the uncoupler and go about its business. Well, this is the code itself, and Speed helped me write an article for his column in the Arduino column in the LSR marker lamp, and that's where this is excerpts from that article here. It's in the September 20th marker lamp. But one of these statements down here, right, a timeout is 5,000. You can put a different time in there if you want to have a different delay before you do this thing. I wanted to show pieces of the code to give you an idea of what the Arduino programming looks like. These are definitions where you define what your pins are in terms of your variable names. So that's what this section of code does. Then this section of code down here is for turning the LED and the relay off. The relay is what is going to activate your uncoupler. So that's how this relay got in there. And you really need the relay to do that, because the Arduino can't carry enough power to do that uncoupler. So you use a relay, and this section of code right here is turning it off if it times out, and this section of code is turning the relay on when you push a button. These are the physical aspects of it. This is the Arduino card, or the processor. Okay, this is the whole ball of wax. Now this is one of the more sophisticated ones they sell, because I didn't know what I was doing, so I just got the thing with all the bells and whistles. But you can see all these connectors around the outside, and they use these pins to connect between themselves, or they connect over to a breadboard. This breadboard has got LEDs in it. It's got jumper wires to make connections. This is where you plug in your voltage. It also has, you can put push buttons in here. You can put fans, motors, all kinds of gadgets on this breadboard. up here on there, back to the Arduino, this is the USB port, which is used for loading the code into the card. So, and once the code is in there, it just sits there. And when you apply the 5 volts, and that's where the power supply comes into this 5 volts, it starts running the code. And so it just runs it in a loop. And so it's always there. And so that right now in my layout, the code's not running, but it's residing inside the Arduinos. As I mentioned, the relays, this is one of the great things I got out of this exercise right here. They had some relays when I learned how to use an Arduino, I bought one of these kit packages, okay, where they had all kinds of different stuff, fans, motors, buzzers, push buttons, LEDs, and they had a few of these relays. Not these relays. They had some relays that I don't think worked very well, and they were just impossible to use. The pins didn't line up with anything. They were hard to fasten into a card. These are wonderful. They're available on Amazon. What I consider a very cheap price. They're very rugged. They're small, okay, and they're quite powerful. 30 volts and 10 amps out of that little package, and that's 2 of them. And very rugged. These are pins that you can plug in to where they go. And this is on this side are screw contacts. Anyway, they're just I think a great product. This is how you hook up. This is a schematic of how you hook them up. You can see the 4 relays. Now, as a way of explaining this this schematic, I pictorialized it a little bit better here. So in area 1, all those connectors down there, all those connections there, they go over to the Arduino. You can see I've defined the pin locations they go to. Here's the Arduino +5. Here's the Arduino ground. And as I mentioned, they can't put out a lot of power. So these are special to the Arduino. Up here, you have your connections for your 16-volt power supply. It's got a ground here, and the 16 volts is over here. And the way I have implemented these things was I took, these are my 4 coils, took one side of the coils and just securely fastened that to 16 volts, and the other side are going into these relays. And then the relay sequentially closes off which one you want to activate and ties that lead to ground, which is right here. And that's got to all stay within the 16-volt power supply and not get confused with this dainty voltage in this Arduino here. You need this rugged voltage and stuff up here. This is another part of it that Speed convinced me I needed to use. It's an energy dissipation circuit. That one of the problems you potentially have with something like this, when you have a bunch of current flowing in this coil and you disconnect it, that energy has to go somewhere, and it can show up anywhere. It can arc, I don't know where it could show up, but here you're confining it to this circuit. So it runs around in a circle with this diode until it dissipates out and doesn't cause any grief. And this is my blue LED that comes on to tell you that the coil is activated. And then I've got this connector right here. This, well, I'll show you in just a second what's going to happen next. This is it all enclosed or attached to my layout. What we're looking at here is the bottom side of the sub roadbed. And here you can see my uncoupler coils are mounted to the track, which is right above this rectangular hole. And there's a circular hole here, which is where I had a previous model or previous uncoupler. which I took out. And so these are the uncoupler coils here. These are the noise suppression circuits here. And these two wires go back to the control, which are one of them connects to the relay, which gets grounded out. The other one's permanently connected to the 16 volts. These are some gadgets that I came across in doing this project, and they are very handy for keeping your work organized. And so you can just imagine what this would look like without these features that I got, these things that help me keep things organized. This might have been a real tangle of wires except for these devices. Up in the upper right-hand corner, you can see this motherboard, which has threaded inserts in it, and you can attach components to it. So what I did is my relays are over here, my Arduino is right here, and you may not recognize the Arduino because I've got this thing plugged in the top of it, this terminal block breakout, what they call it, and this thing plugs into all those little sockets around the outside of the Arduino. And you come up here. By the way, this little gadget cost about as much as the Arduino did, but it's worth every penny because it is these are the normal jumper wires that would be plugged into these connectors around there. But it is so infuriating to turn around and your elbow hits something. You say, uh-oh, what was that? And you look over there and you've got two of these wires dangling loose. And you say, oh no, where did they go? I said, well, you can't remember. So you're stuck there with having to reinvent the whole thing. And this thing right here, when you slip these leads in there and screw them down, they are there for good. Oh, not for good. I'm sorry, that was an exaggeration. But they are really fastened in there. That it's a rugged package that could go on the space shuttle with no problem, and it fastens right on there. And so you got your relays on there. And then this thing up here is handy too. It's a terminal block. It's a terminal block is what it is. You run wires in one way, clamp them down, and wires on the other side to clamp them down. But that's much more convenient than those things that use crimp-on connectors and those I'm not sure what to call them, U-shaped things that screw down on the screws. Those are so much more work to install than these are. And I really like these things. I'm really glad I found out about them. Now then, let's go up to the other end of my this loop-to-loop layout. I'm sorry, we're going to a different area of the same loop. But this is where I had originally installed one of the permanent magnet uncouplers. This is where I discovered the spontaneous uncoupling as I pulled around here slowly and spontaneously uncoupled. But I have these sidings out inside the loop here that I can't reach either. The aisle's down here, and I cannot reach this uncoupler. I can't reach over there to do the uncoupling, and I can't. I put in some throws here so I can activate these switches remotely without a problem, but I can't get in there close enough to use the swizzle stick to actually do the uncoupling. So here we are approaching the uncoupler. And what we're looking at here, that's actually the lens, but I want to point it out. That's about all you can see, but we're approaching the uncoupler there. Here, there's the uncoupler. We go past the uncoupler, and now actually not just the car has to go past it, but you have to get this coupler to go past it also. And then you reverse the cars and shove this car, this is where you want to perform the uncoupling. So you shove the coupler onto the uncoupler and activate it so they're disengaged, and then you can pull away. Here's how you activate that uncoupler. It's another panel I had over here anyway, that control this, the switch here for this reversing loop. But I just drilled 2 more holes and put in here a couple of push buttons on the main line so that you can activate the uncoupler, and then it's going to time out after 5 seconds anyway. Or if you want to kill it prematurely, you can do that with the off button. So here we are shoving the cars into the siding, and I did keep a couple of the permanent magnet uncouplers, I guess maybe just to see if I could use them. But one of the things that really helps them work is these little pieces of brush right here, which eventually will be scenic in and you won't even notice them. But those are pieces of brush which provide a load on this, kind of like the bumper car would have done. Maybe bumper car would have done the same thing here, except I don't have the capacity to do that. So you shove this car in until the coupler gets over the permanent magnet, which is right here. Then you pull away from it, and it'll leave the car behind. This is that 16-volt power supply, and this is the arrangement on the uncoupler we just covered. I've got a whole nother Arduino down here, but this is actually the architecture they recommend that you use. That you, if you have another application, instead of just scabbing it onto your other Arduino, go ahead and put a whole nother Arduino in there. And that's actually why they make them so inexpensive. So that Arduino, even though it's the most fanciest one they make, is only around $30, I think. Now, like I say, this thing's a little more expensive, but it's worth it to me. And so here is your second Arduino, and I use the very same code in this Arduino as I did on the first one. You can see my USB port. I just work over here on my laptop, load the code in there, plug in my wall wart here, and it starts running. And what's great about it, well, that's it. That's what's great about it. Now then, what I have set up here is my red and black light switches. This red switch here has got a double pole light switch inside of it that turns on these red outlets all around the room. So they are for my track current, and it's so my power supplies are all plugged into these red outlets around here. And when you flip this switch, the track comes on. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but I use a battery-powered locomotives. I use the Stanton system, and one of the things it does is anytime your locomotive sees 12 volts, it turns on. So when I come into the room and my locomotives are scattered around wherever I left them, and I flip that switch and they all come to life. And that's one of the most fun things I have in my train room, is turning on that switch. Well, I went out and bought this fancy power supply here for my 16 volts for the uncoupler, and it didn't work. It didn't work like the other power supply, and I couldn't figure out what the feature was. The way this power supply works, if you plug it into a live outlet, it just sits there until you push the power button, and then it comes on. And then you drop the power in the wall, it turns off. You turn the wall power back on, and it doesn't come on until you push this button. You have to push the button. And I'm sure it's some feature that people say, well, I always want to push that button to make sure I turn the power supplies on after my power comes back up. Well, I didn't want that. I wanted the wall switch to control the power supply. So I got on Amazon and asked the question on their, ask everybody this question. So my question was, what is the feature that makes this power supply work differently than the other power supply? And how can I just tell me what the feature is, so I go buy a power supply that doesn't have that feature, even though the notice didn't say anything about the difference in the two power supplies. Well, after about 2 weeks, I got an answer from a guy, and he said, well, what you do is you hold that power button down when you plug it into the wall. And I thought, well, that's kind of crazy. That can't be right, because you have to go through some kind of power on sequence, right? You check this, check that, and then you turn the voltage loose. Well, so I tried it a few times and it works. So that's what this stick right here and the rubber band are, that holds the power button down so that when my wall outlet comes on, the power supply comes on. And without that, I'm afraid I would have pulled my hair out by now, because I really like this red switch and how it turns everything on. And this is real part of what makes that work. Okay. Are there any questions? You can reference this is where that article is published. And anyway.
I'm here.
Okay, based on the technical difficulties that we've got, are we going to
Any questions?
answer the question, Speed, or
No?
no?
How about we
Okay.
just go to the wheel?
How about we go over to the wheel and see what questions we get from there? So I don't know if Martin's around to join in on this, but the wheel is now spinning, and conveniently from the studio, Martin, the question is, what is on your wish list for Christmas?
What's on the wish list for Christmas?
Now,
Oh, well, where do we start?
well, that's what I was going to say. If I know you've got a rabbit hole to jump through, so you'd have a whole heap.
Well, yeah, some more RC cars probably wouldn't go astray. A few more kits from Chi over in Hong Kong, but probably the one that I'm after at the moment is a cordless set of headphones, because I've tripped myself up twice in the last clinic by wrapping the headphones lead around myself. So yeah, that'll probably be the next thing I'd get, I reckon.
Perfect. How about you, Speed? Anything on the list?
Well, nothing that you can buy. I just wish I could get some time to finish up the hump yard with all the pneumatics, so people don't have to put their fingers on the car to slow them down.
Well, I think you should have all the time in the world. You're what, 15 hours behind me and Martin, so plenty of time to catch up.
Only 15.
Oh, I'm a bit like you, Speed. I don't have anything on the list at all, so I wouldn't mind just a bit of free time to get back into the layout a bit more. So how about everyone drop your answers in the chat, and we'll be back with the next clinic very shortly.
Okay, so here we are in the newly renovated NMRAx studio. This is NMRAx World Headquarters. I think it's based in the basement of the pub in Orkney, in Bury in Orkney, I think. But I've managed to get in here and look at this. We're doing it from Orkney, and we've got 2 people from Australia actually doing this segment. So. Our next guest is Craig Mackey, all the way from sunny Brisbane in Queensland. And today it is a lovely sunny day outside. So much so, I've got my new air conditioner pumping here. And I bet Craig has probably got the AC running at his place as well. But Craig's a prolific scratch builder and the likes. And I believe he's got some pallets that he's going to show us how we can build up and scratch build. So without any further ado, I'll depart from the worldwide headquarters here and I'll hand it over to Craig.
Thank you, Marty. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending on where you are in the world. As Marty said, I'm Craig from Brisbane, and I suppose before I start, I was lucky enough to be on the first NMRAx when it went live back whenever that was, earlier this year. And I do have online catch-ups with Marty and Brad and Gordy from time to time. So I'm not sort of, I suppose, unfamiliar with using this platform. So what I've got today is a presentation on building some pallets. So I'll start by sharing my screen and making it go live. So basically people know that my modelling starts off in my shed. So Craig's shed, and they know me as Casino. So today we're going to use some styrene and build some pallets. So just a couple of facts to start with. Pallets are everywhere in day-to-day life. Yesterday I went to the local shopping centre and there's a fruit shop up there, and sure enough, there was 4 pallets underneath where they were displaying all their fruit. So pallets are really useful for detailing a scene. As you'll see, I've got lots of photos of some fantastic modelers with pallets in their scenes. So pallets come in a standard size and also many different colours. And there's different brands of pallets, particularly in Australia, blue and red, which belong to a particular organisation who provide pallets for people to use. So pallets can be used just as junk lying around on a scene. You can put them on a wagon or in a wagon as a load. You can use pallets to help pack loads in a wagon. You can put them on the back of a truck, and you can put them in other scenes all around your layout. So to start off, we've got some actual photos of pallets that we've been able to find that are in use around the world. We've got them stacked high in a yard on the back of a truck. We've got them in or outside a shed, inside a 20-foot container. We're showing them as junk. We've got them being transported, and we've got them as being packing. So this is Mr. Google has provided us with a photo here, and this is probably from England, this photo, just by the number plate. I'm guessing that's an English number plate. And there's a truck stacked high of them. So you too could make a whole stack of pallets like that. So here's another, a blue pallet in Australia. There's a fairly prominent organisation, CHEP, which has blue pallets. So this could be a shot from one of their organisations. Now, about 100 kilometres south of me, there's a transport company called SCT and their Bromelton warehouse. And again, in their warehouse, they load via forklifts, stacks of pallets with all sorts of material stacked on the pallets. So again, if you create some pallets, you can just stack lots of material and make everything look neat in your warehouses. Now, this poor fellow in New South Wales was pulled up by the constabulary there. And I do think that he's probably got one or two more pallets on his trailer and the back of his tray than what is legal. And the copper there is, I think, is just shaking his head saying, how the hell could he fit so many pallets on his vehicle? So there's different size pallets. There's the standard size in Australia, and the Australian size pallet fits inside Australian containers. And sometimes you can get pallets that don't fit. You can see in that particular photo, two pallets side by side do fit, and on the other shot they don't. So inside a standard 20-foot container, you can use a forklift to get in there and take those pallets out, stocked full of whatever could be model railway models that have been made at a particular overseas factory coming into Australia. Now, who said that the pallets had to be complete? You can have all sorts of remnants of pallets laying around as junk on your layout. And there's another example of pallets there. There's pallets within a container, so you can use them anywhere. So this is on the back of a wagon, and then there's a couple of pallets, and they have a load on the pallets which has been tied down, but they're using tyres to help prevent the items from moving in transit. So where can we show examples of pallets on a layout? So again, we're going to show some photos from inside wagons, outside a shed, items that are actually in the middle of transport, and you can stack them as high as you want in your outside sheds in buildings, or use them as junk. So we've got some fantastic models here from local modelers around my area who are using these items to really produce fantastic scenes on their layouts. So here's a couple of pallets laying around in the end of a goods yard here. Again, we've got a goods shed, we've got a wagon that's being unloaded, and at the edge of the shed, we have a number of pallets that have just been left there until they're picked up. Again, we've got a farm scene here, and this farmer, while he's got a caravan, a boat, and a tractor, and a really old truck, he's also got a couple of pallets laying around the side of his shed. Now, this fella has got lots of what the Australians call 44-gallon drums, and I think the Americans call them 55-gallon drums. So they're just laying around in the backyard of this location with loads on the pallets. Again, good sheds with a little pallet jack, and items can be offloaded from the wagons and put into the storage in the shed. Again, just having them laying around in the edge of a scene is fantastic for for capturing people's imaginations and their eyesight and drawing them into the scene. On the back of a truck, again, we've got a couple of 44-gallon drums that are actually being loaded onto a pallet. Now, this is a scene from Arthur Hayes, who's a master model railroader who just lives a couple of kilometres up the road from me. And if you look carefully into this fantastically detailed wagon, he's got some pallets there that are separating and stopping pieces of the load from moving. Again, we've got some wire coils that are on a pallet, and down this end we've got some gas bottles that are preventing some other, and I think Arthur calls this his cranky freight, from moving and damaging these gas bottles. Again, from Arthur Hayes' layout, he's got a wagon full of returned pallets going back to the, I suppose, from the country back to the city. And again, in the second S wagon there, S wagon number 15333, we've got pallets being used to separate the loaded 44-gallon drums in the wagon load. Again, a good shed on Arthur's wagon with lots of pallets that are stacked up there to allow goods to be shipped to or from that particular premise. And again, pallets will allow loads that don't fit into the wagon accurately you can use those pallets as spaces so that the loads fit more securely in that environment. And you certainly don't want things rolling around and smashing into gas bottles in this particular wagon here. Again, good sheds with pallets, fantastic detail. In a lot of these scenes, there's a whole lot of other things that have been scratch built by the local members here. They've put tarpaulins on the wagons. The gas bottles have been scratch built by Arthur, and I think the actual shed platform has been scratch built by Arthur, and so has the actual goods shed. Now, this is another modeler. He's actually not a local modeler. He's probably about 500 kilometres from me. He posted this on one of the Facebook forums that we follow here, and Rowan is a fantastic modeler. And I was talking to him during the week and asking him if I could show these photos. So he's detailed a wagon here, and inside the wagon load are a number of pallets that you can see. So, and there's a couple of close-up shots, ropes, some paper litter, and a couple of tarpaulins that have not been wrapped up, and is probably going to cause the ire of the local freight superintendent, saying you should be protecting these expensive items, the tarps. So there's inside the wagon. It's just fantastic detail, not just the pallets there, but it's the detailing, the weathering, and the little bits of item that make that scene just fantastic. And there's another shot from Rowan. We've got a wagon that's running along the track, and they haven't shut the sliding doors in the wagon. And of course, inside the wagon, you can see a couple of pallets. Now, this is another local modeler, Bob Harding. And again, inside the wagon, there's a couple of pallets. And these ones are actually pallets that I've made. And just to give you a little bit of background here, the process that we'll go through later on in this presentation, you can individually, you will get differences in the actual pallets that you make. And while you're going through the painting process, in this case, one of the bits of styrene that we're using broke off. So there's individual differences in the pallets. So it's not just everything is cast or and I think those differences add to the interest in scenes when you publish them. So here we've got a couple of pallets, and the owner of this particular layout says that's me doing a bin dive. I don't think that's me, but he seems to think that it is. So we've got a pallet here that's been buried into the mud. So someone's thrown it off the wharf there. So if you have a pallet that's half broken, you can always find somewhere to put it on the layout. Now this is another scene from Bob Harding's layout. So he's got a wharf here, and in the wharf there's a whole lot of, so there's a storage shed, and outside that shed there is lots of pallets that have got drums on them, pallets that are sort of waiting the next use. And then inside the actual shed itself, there's another scene here, and he's got items stacked on the pallets, exactly like was in that original prototype photo we had from the SCT goods shed down at Bromilton, about 80 k's south of my place. So if we wanted to make a pallet, what do they look like? What size are they? So over here they're made of wood, and the Australian standard size is 1165 millimeters by 1165 millimeters. So they're basically 6 or 6.5 inches high, which is 152 or 165 millimeters. So when we start scaling that into HO, that 1165 comes down to about 13 and a little bit millimeters square, and the height is about 1.75 to 1.89 in HO. So we all know that it's a bit difficult to measure 13.375 millimeters in HO. I know that there's probably some modelers out there who could. So a near enough pallet is what we can get, and to me 13.5 mil is good, and about even 1.6 mil high to 1.8 mil high is fantastic for a HO pallet. So if we were to make them, what do we need? So I'm, as Marty and Brad were saying, I use a lot of evergreen styrene. I do a lot of building, and if we were to use the packet of number 132, which is 30 thou by 40 thou strip, and a packet of number 103, which is 10 thou by 60 thou, and 2 packets of number 102, which is 10 thou by 40 thou, we can make at least 50 pallets. So there's not much cost to those 4 packets of styrene. The styrene in Australia is a little bit more expensive than what the American modelers get it for. But the other thing that you need is some styrene glue, and I use the Revel Contactor Professional glue. You also need a hobby knife, and ideally you need a sharp blade. And I never replace my blade. I'm a bit slack there. You need some metric rulers, steel rulers, some really sharp pointed tweezers, some masking tape, and then once the items are actually have been made, you need some paints so that you can paint them up. And of course, you should always do this using a cutting mat and not at the kitchen table on a paper before the wife's read it, because I always get in trouble for doing that. So from those packets of actual styrene, you can use 3 lengths of the 30 by 40 thou styrene and 4 lengths of the 10 by 60 thou and 8 lengths of the 10 by 40, and that will get you 25 to 36 pallets. So because there's 10 lengths in each packet, you can go round again. You can create another lot of pallets out of the leftover bits. And again, by buying an extra packet of number 103 and 102 styrene strip, you can get another 25, and so on. So it does work out fairly cheap when we're making these things. So now that I've shown you some photos of these pallets in the real life, what people are doing on a layout, let's actually make some. So there's my cutting board with some steel rules, a snap-off blade knife, the glue, tweezers, and of course there's the 4 packets of styrene. So you also need a nice work area. I like working while I'm watching TV or listening to the TV or listening to the radio with sport on a weekend. And sometimes I'm down the shed doing this. Sometimes I'm sitting at the kitchen table until I get in trouble for sitting at the kitchen table. So we get 2 lengths of the 30 by 40 thou styrene, and with the sharp knife, cut it off at about 13.5 millimeter lengths. And because I can cut 2 of these lengths at a time. It just makes the production a little bit quicker. So I should point out that the process we're going through here was one that I developed quite a number of years ago, and I've actually had this this whole process published in an Australian Model Railway magazine. Australian Model Railway magazine is the actual name of the magazine. So, and I know that some people have created pallets from it besides me. So after cutting each of these pieces of 30 by 40 thou, and there ends up being about 78 that you'll need of 13.5 millimeter long pieces of styrene, and that will allow us to produce 52 pallets. So once we've cut those small lengths, we get some masking tape and create a circle of masking tape, and then place that onto the cutting mat. And these can be about 30 centimeters apart. Then we take the 60 or the 10 thou by 60 thou styrene strip, and we attach them to the masking tape, and the masking tape will keep these 2 strips from moving while we're adding the small bits of styrene to it. So these two pieces of strip are also 13.5 millimeters on the outer edges apart. So if that's getting a bit complex, maybe the next slide will help us there. So we pick up with these sharp tweezers, these small lengths of 30 by 40 thou. And that's why I like the actual glue from the Revel contactor, because we can place that glue onto the 30 by 40 thou. There's no reason why you couldn't use the brush applicator to apply the glue. It's just that I prefer to use the metal applicator here with the big pin on it, so that I can just apply the glue, and then with the tweezers apply the piece of styrene to the two strips. And with the Revel contactor, you've got quite a bit of time before the glue goes off. It's not instantaneous like you do get when you use the brush-based glues. So what happens? You apply the first piece of strip, then you measure out 13.5 mil, and you apply the second piece of strip, and then you apply the one in the middle. And then you repeat this process. You leave the finest of gaps between that last, so the end of the first, which will be the first pallet, and place another strip. Measure 13.5 mil and place the second strip, and then put one in the middle. And then you repeat it again, and we repeat it again and again and again. So you put the first strip down, just leaving the barest of spaces. Then you put the next piece of styrene 13.5 millimeters out, and then you gradually go across all the way down these strips. And then in the end, you've actually got 26 pallets. Now, once that's done, the next bit of gluing you do is you take your Revel Contactor Professional and you just leave a little dab of glue on each one of those intersections above the existing 60 thou strip all the way along. So it's just a dab, dab, dab all the way along. And the next thing you do is you add another strip of 10 by 60 thou styrene to that, and use your potentially the back end of your tweezers, and just make sure that strip has glued down to those 30 by 40 thou pieces of styrene. And one thing I should say is, in all my pallets, the 30 thou side sits on the base, and the 40 thou is the height. Hopefully that's clear. You'll see it further on when we look at these in detail. So then you take your Revel Contactor Professional again and apply a bead of glue again all the way down along the other side, and then place the next 60 by 10 thou or 10 by 60 thou piece of styrene on top, and make sure that it's glued all the way along. And then you can wait a couple of minutes, go and get another drink. Could be, you know, tea, coffee, or your drink of poison. And then we're going to get the Revel Contactor Professional cement again. And what we're going to do now is run a bead glue all the way along between the 260 or the 10 by 60 thou pieces of styrene, all the way along, slowly, bit by bit. And this is the reason why I use this, because it's slow drying. And as we go all the way along, the glue is still wet down this end. And then we take one of the strips of the 10 by 40 thou styrene and apply it down the middle. And then we take another strip and apply it next to that. And then we take another strip and apply it next to that. And then we've got 3 of the pieces of wood on our pallet glued on. And then we apply 2 more pieces of styrene above the middle piece. And there we have basically the top of our pallets have been completed. Now, I would use our tweezers here and make sure that every piece of those strips has glued. Rub the tweezers along the back of those strips to make sure they've glued to the 30 by 40 thou pieces. Then once it has dried, I remove that strip, that whole band of styrene from that masking tape and turn it over. And then we get the old Revel Contactor Professional glue out again and apply the glue so that on the which will end up being the bottom of the pallets, we will have 3 more pieces of 10 by 40 thou styrene. So we only apply the glue to the middle. Then at that point, we've actually applied the 3 pieces of styrene, and we just set that aside and wait for the styrene to glue, the glue to dry. So the next thing we would do here is just trim off those over edges of the styrene on either end. And we have then a strip of 26 pallets. And you can do this in a couple of hours. It's not taxing. It just takes time. You just slowly add a piece of styrene, add some more glue, add a piece of styrene. And there's a close-up of the styrene before we've trimmed off the edges. And this is the underside where there's only 3 pieces of that 10 by 40 thou strip. So on this shot, we have trimmed off the edges. And the next shot is we take the sharp knife of the modeling knife, and in between those 2 30 by 40 thou strips, we just push the knife down, and we have our first pallet created. And then we repeat that, and we've got 3. And we repeat that some more, and we could have 12. Now, just going back to this scene here, it is possible that when you start cutting these, you will notice that there might have been glue on that side, but not glue on that side, and that side lifts off. and that's easily rectified just by grabbing the Revel Contactor Professional Cement, or even your brush styrene contact glue, and push the styrene back together after applying the glue there. So it is really easy. Things really can't go wrong. So what I did after I created my first 12 pallets there, I use a piece of wood that I then apply a strip of masking tape to, and then I attach those 12 pallets just on an edge. And the reason why I do that is that when we start using spray cans of paint or even a spray gun, you don't want the pallets blowing away. They are very light. So the masking tape just holds them there while we actually paint them. So the color that you use is up to you. It depends what you're modeling. In this scenario, we were applying a wood color. And in fact, I have about 4 different colors of wood that I used, of different colors of brown. So these are sprayed, and you have to make sure that you can't see any of the white styrene. So you'll have to move your spray gun or your spray can round to make sure you spray from different angles to cover up all the bits of white from that particular, from the top. Well, in this case, that's the bottom of those pallets. Now, once that's dry, you can use your tweezers and you can lift those pallets up, turn them over, and apply those pallets back to that piece of masking tape. And I try and do it to the same position, because those pieces of white on that piece of masking tape are still sticky. The other pieces aren't sticky. And the other thing that you need to note here, as you lift it up, it is possible that some of those pieces of styrene will remain stuck to the masking tape. So they might break off when they're being lifted up. That doesn't matter. You can glue them back down. So once they're all attached to that piece of masking tape, we hit them with another coat of paint and wait for them to dry. And once they're dry, remove them from the masking tape. And then you can have a whole stack of different colored pallets. So you can, any color that suits you. And then you can use them in wagons, in junk piles, on good sheds. So what I'd like to do now is thank some of the people who provided photos from their layouts. So Arthur Hayes, Darren Lee, Rowan Ferguson, Barnacle Bob, Transport New South Wales for that fantastic shot of that trailer and tray full of pallets, and of course Mr. Google. So that is the basically how you can make pallets. So I suppose now it's over to Marty or Brad or Speed to talk to me and ask some questions. So I'm in HO, so 1:87.1. It doesn't mean you couldn't make these in S scale, O scale. I don't want to think. I don't want to think about N scale. I have some mates who model N scale, and normally when I do model a particular item, they always say, "Can you make one in N scale?" And just because they ask me, I try. But I have so far refused to make a pallet in N scale.
Yeah. I did. You just have to excuse me for a moment because I did drop my phone before, and then all of a sudden Craig decided to stop, and I thought that'd be right. Everything's happening all at once. But
I just
yeah,
blame me, Marty.
well, I just tripped over these steps in the new worldwide studio here, and yeah, ended up on the floor. Anyhow, we've got a couple of questions here over in YouTube land. There's one from a I don't know, this character's a bit suspect, but an Arthur Hayes asks, Captain Barnacle Bob wants to know, do mutton birds nest in pallet stacks? So you may have to explain to our American friends what mutton birds are, so and how you have this mutton bird reputation.
Well, I might have a reputation for attending people's layouts and taking a model of a sheep and putting the sheep up the top of a tree. And of course, mutton comes from sheep. So I just thought that a mutton bird was a sheep up a tree.
I'm just waiting for someone to 3D printed a sheep with an actual set of wings on the back of it.
Well, I was just thinking that after the pigs that have just come out. I can't wait to get some of them.
Anyhow, Mark Stafford has a question. When did pallets start to become common use?
Well, I thought it was after World War II. So you're going back 60, 70 years.
Okay,
they may not have been that standard size, and different companies build their own size pallets for the actual gear that they're actually transporting. But the standard Australian pallet has been around for years and years and years and years and years.
And Andy Ambrose was asking, could you use kitchen film to wrap stuff on pallets? Have you tried using that to do?
I haven't. So there's lots of stuff. Yeah, what we call the Glad wrap over here. The other thing is when we get models delivered over here from the manufacturers, there's some plastic, probably the same stuff that Andy's talking about, that protects the wagons in the plastic, the hard plastic shells, where they might have 3, 4, or 6 wagons pushed in. So that particular soft plastic stuff can possibly be used. So sure.
And there's one question here then. Did standard pallet sizes change over time?
Well, I think there is lots of different standard sized pallets, because pallets are used for different, carrying different items. So I'm pretty certain that when I started building my layout locally, I went round to a number of houses around this area which were being built, just to measure up pallets that were sitting in the front yard of the houses being built. And some pallets were certainly not square, and I think some of those pallets were used for tiles for the roof, came on them. So they were more a rectangular shape. So there are different size pallets in use now.
Well, on the theme of sizes of pallets, Andy Ambrose chimed in with some dimensions of European pallets, and I think this is quite amusing because he actually says here, Euro pallets are 800 millimeters by 1,200 meters. So I think he's made a bit of a typo there. Otherwise, pallets in Europe
They're
are
longer than train.
yeah, we're 1.2 kilometres long. Yeah, it'd be bigger than our trains over here. So, and there was some more comments here about pallet sizes, a bit of chat going backwards and forwards. Someone was mentioning that Granite Line did make pallets in N-scale. Not sure of the status now.
There are manufacturers out there who do produce, kits with pallets. In Australia, there's some small manufacturers who do 3D printing of pallets. There's other ones who do white metal versions of pallets. And there's nothing that would prevent you from actually using scale lumber to make pallets. So they are really wood to start with. It's
Exactly.
Just that I love styrene, and it's very difficult to get scale lumber in Australia now, because a lot of the hobby shops over the last 3 or 4 years have sort of the ones that used to stock it have shut up shop.
Yep. Andy drops another comment in here saying any modern layout would have pallets and discarded shopping trolleys in the UK. And I guess that brings to the point of you could go through hundreds of these if you're doing an urban layout or,
How many did you say, Marty? Hundreds?
Yeah.
Hundreds?
Yep, hundrds of them. You could go through hundreds of them. And then Andy, Dwight says, at our print shop, we used to call pallets skids. So.
Yep.
And Andy came back then with another comment saying, yeah, I must have been referring to Texas pallets, because they're always bigger in Texas, and no doubt we've got a few Texans watching us at the moment. Dwight at Northern Star said, at my scale model car club I belong to, we slightly detack our double-sided tape to be able to easily take off and airbrush parts without taking off paint from the other side. Okay, so.
Yep. Well, I think that's a good... so you could use the Tamiya masking tape, which is detacked already,
Yep.
But I just use standard masking tape.
I'm just going over to have a little look at the Facebook chat here to see if we've got any questions there, and my phone decided to close that window. So I'll see what we got here. Jeff's made a comment saying, Jeff Burns is in hiding in the background there, and he said, would that be like freezer bag plastic? I guess he's talking about the wrapping of
the cling wrap or the freezer bag stuff. Yes.
And I think that's about all the questions I've got from over in YouTube and Facebook. Have I missed any out there, Brad? Do you? Brad should be. Oh, that's amazing. I've managed to turn the mute button off and actually get the right questions together and be in our new worldwide studio. Wide world studio. Well, it has to be a wide world if it's going to cater for me. So, anyway.
Would I say anything about that, Marty?
No. There was a comment I saw you put in earlier on saying that for Christmas, Marty could do with an auto mute button or an auto unmute button, but. No, since I'm no longer having to do the stream output from here, I now only have one mute button to contend with. So,
well, hopefully we've inspired some modelers out there, Marty, to do some scratch building detailed parts.
Exactly, and as I said. Craig here is, you'll always see him at a lot of our local train shows, not with a layout there, but actually with a a table showing people how easy it is to make these detail parts. I think I've seen you making everything from waste bins up to vending machines to pallets to sacks of loads. Here we
Sheds.
go. Some sheds, yes, yep. The old typical Australian garden shed. So yes, he's a prolific scratch builder.
And Marty, we've got a 12 mil wagon here with a steel load in it.
Ah, well, there you go. And all that steel load was scratch built, I guess.
Yes.
Yep, there you go. Not a problem. Well, it was that was a brilliant presentation, and it was great to have you back on again. And we shouldn't have it so long, since we should get you on a regular. What do the people in the chat think about this? If we got Craig on again, so everybody put 22 in the chat, and we'll see it all come back, and we'll have Craig back on again with another scratch building themed clinic.
So Marty, if you can come up with a topic, and we can do it, only too happy to.
Okay, well, there we go. I reckon we could open that up to the chat. So everybody out there, if they've got a topic that you want to see Craig scratch build something, send us in the chat what you think and what you'd like to see made, and we'll get that information to him, and we'll see what we come up with in the next couple of months.
Perfect. So we're going to.
And I think that's about all from Studio Central here.
Okay. So do you want to spin the wheel, Martin, or do you want to cut to the slides?
Nah, you might as well give the wheel a spin. We'll get these
go.
people in the chat wearing their fingertips out.
So okay, and
so what's happening? Because
as usual,
with all the technology we've got of worldwide headquarters, we still don't have the wheel here. But never mind.
Yeah, they forgot to run that HDMI cable out. Gordy's face yet again is spinning around and around. Where it's going to stop, no one knows. But the question we're asked is, what is the funniest NMRAx moment that you have seen? So that's some pretty cool stuff. I know early on we had some troubles, and as usual, Martin on mute. It's probably one of the highlights.
I was about to say Marty on mute.
I think my wife might have a funny moment.
Too numerous to mention.
Yeah, my wife didn't see a funny moment at 2 a.m. in the morning when Gordy and Speed were trying to ring and awake me for an urgent call. So put your comments in the chat, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
See you later.
Welcome back. Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician is the owner of Dead Rail Installs. In his free time, he has practiced weathering using a variety of materials and styles. He has become an expert on using pan pastels with other weathering products to create realistic effects on cars, locomotives, and structures. But that is not what tonight's clinic is about. All going to be about Dead Rail. Also the division director of the PSR San Diego division and the PSR membership chair. We welcome Mr. Pete.
Hello,
Steinway.
everyone. Just slightly late here, but I am going to go through this rather quickly because I've got a little demo at the end, show you something that I'm working on. So we're going to share the screen, and I'm going to show you a little bit of PowerPoint. There we go. Okay, Dead Rail Society. Dead Rail, and I'm going to go through this rather quickly. If you have questions, just type them. Clinic outline, we're going to go through brief history of battery-powered radio control, why so long for the smaller scales, advantages of Dead Rail. We're going to review the various systems. We're going to have some battery info, some Q&A, and there will be a demo. So history started in large scales. There were track issues outdoors. A lot of my friends up in British Columbia were having leaves all over their tracks, and they decided they didn't want to clean track and do all that, so they went to batteries. But they put them in boxcars, and they were using motorcycle batteries to start out, just small ones. But it worked. Got their trains running, didn't have to clean track. Then we got into the smaller scales. The printed circuit boards got a lot smaller. Batteries got smaller. Lithium polymer matured. There were some issues with lithium polymer when they were developing it. I was involved in development, and a number of factories burned down because they made some mistakes. But it got small enough that we could use it in O and 30. Man, it just went away. HO scale. I've done some HO and 3. Works with DCC and sound. There's no interference operating Dead Rail on a DC or DCC layout. That is important because a lot of guys think that it's one or the other, and it isn't. You can run Dead Rail on a layout because you're not hooked up to anything. You're getting your power from the battery. Advantages: minimal track cleaning, no power to the rails, less wiring. It's very reliable. You won't have sputters. You just won't have hesitation. You don't need to use super caps or any of that kind of stuff. There's also cost considerations when building a new layout. You don't have to spend money on wiring, which can get quite expensive. And who wants to sit below a layout and have hot solder dropping into your lap? You can take your Dead Rail anywhere else and operate it on somebody else's layout, no matter if they're running DC or DCC. Major North American suppliers of Dead Rail systems: Blue Rail Trains, Thames Valley Depot, CVP Airwire, SCAB is in there, and a secondary supplier is Deltang in the UK, but they have become difficult because they have to redesign a bunch of boards because components they were using are no longer available. Dead Rail Online, there's a Dead Rail Society Groups IO. Dead Rail Society Facebook page is very active. We also have deadrailsociety.com, Free Rails Forum, and that's pretty much it for the online. We'll talk a little bit about SCAB, developed by Neil Stanton. It was really the first reliable Dead Rail system in smaller scales. Neil recommends charging through the rails, which is a little bit complicated, but can be done. He has a battery BPS. He uses a single cell and boosts it. And it's an interesting concept. A lot of people are using it. Thames Valley Depot, they have the DRS-1 radio receiver, and they have a DRS-1 radio transmitter. It will work with all DCC systems. You can use you use the existing DCC controller, operates on 916 megahertz and 869 megahertz, which is more of a non-North American standard, the 869. You can also, once again, run on DCC and dead rail at the same time. So even though you're technically running on DCC through Tam Valley and you're using the Tam Valley transmitter, others can be running at the same time using power and signal through the rails. It is compatible with sound and non-sound decoders. Bit of an overview here, and I'm going to go through this kind of quickly. So you've got your command station, your transmitter transmitting through the airwaves to the DRS-1 receiver. Then that goes to the decoder, and it's all powered by a battery. Now, it works really well. It's very reliable. CVP Airwire. CVP has the 900 series, and they have a long history with radio controlled trains. They primarily cut their teeth in G-scale and been an established manufacturer for many years. They turned their attention to the smaller scales, which came about when the lithium battery matured and became smaller with good energy density. It's well thought out. They have a multifunction radio, the T5000 transmitter, and it works with any NMRA standard decoder. They have 3 sizes of what they call converters, which are receivers. They have the 15, which is 1.5 amps. They have the converter 25. This shows a wiring diagram for the 15. So you have battery into the converter, then the output goes to the decoder, and then you run all your normal stuff that you would run from the decoder, your lights, your speaker, your motor. You just cut the track pickup and you're in business. T5000 transmitter, very reliable. Try not to drop them because they don't like to be dropped that much. But anyway, they're very reliable transmitters. Man, this thing's skipping around on me. Hold on a second. Let me get back to where I was. And there we go. Trying to run this off a mouse, and that's obviously not working. We're going to go to Blue Rail trains. You can operate Blue Rail trains on DC, DCC, or battery power. They have a 2-amp board with an internal antenna, costs $95. The app is free and it's updated regularly. You can read and write CVs, which is very important because it's two-way communications. Very easy to program. There's easy consisting, and speed matching is a dream. Speed matching can take seconds, less than a minute. There's good email support, and you can purchase it through www.deadrailinstalls.com. Feel free to type questions and we'll get to those. This is how you hook up the Blue Rail. And so you've got power, you can run track or battery to the Blue Rail module. And then the output, very simple, 2-wire output goes to the decoder. It's controlled by the Blue Rail app on an iOS device. And then you run your lights, your motor, your speaker. It works really well. We've had good luck with it. So I'm going to skip over Deltang because they're really not, they're very difficult to find. There's no North American support right now. They will ship direct from the UK, but they're having some issues with some of the components on the boards that they use. Deltang was a less expensive solution, but if you can't get them, then it doesn't matter how much it costs. So let's spend a little time talking about batteries. My philosophy is use the smallest battery possible. Make the design so that the battery is removable. And that's not always possible, but that's the ideal situation. Use a battery with a PCM. PCM stands for Protection Control Module. A PCM controls overcharge, short circuit, and low voltage. The manufacturers of the lithium polymer batteries, what I call the commercial grade, differing from the RC grade, specify a cutoff at 3 volts per cell. If you go lower than that on any of them, either the RC or the commercial grade batteries, you can permanently damage the cells. So when you have a PCM, it automatically cuts it off at 3 volts per cell, makes your batteries last a lot longer. I do not recommend using RC cells. They're low quality and they don't have any protection. And it's not because they don't want protection on there. A lot of the RC cells are designed for high discharge rate to run motors, car motors, airplane motors, helicopter motors, that type of thing. Car motors can, for just a couple milliseconds, draw 100 amps. And that would trip any PC device that's in there, any protection control would instantly trip. So they can't use them. People will disregard this advice at their own peril. I saw somebody selling a battery on Amazon. It was an RC battery, and right next to it, where they suggest you buy other stuff, was an explosion-proof charging bag. And I thought that was rather interesting that they would put an explosion-proof charger bag in there. Anyway, there have been some instances with that. So back to battery info. Use the smallest battery you can. Everyone has battery opinions. The goal is the most runtime in the smallest size. You have a choice, PCM or no PCM. Batteries with PCMs are a little harder to find. You can go down to any RC shop and buy an RC battery with no PCM on it. Balancing or no balancing. That's something interesting because all RC batteries come with a separate plug that's called a balancing plug. And the chargers make sure that each cell is at the same state of charge and the same state of discharge, because if they get out of balance, your battery won't last very long. Commercial cells come pretty much balanced. Without getting into a whole lot, they have a tight spec, so they're all about the same, charge and discharge. So you really don't need to balance commercial grade cells. And when I say commercial grade cells, I mean cells that are used in a cell phone, a laptop, medical devices, commercially available devices, not RC. Part of my career was in batteries, and I went to China to survey battery factories. And my colleagues and I, when we would go in, if we saw anything in the waiting room, a RC magazine, a poster, a car body, anything, we knew that we would not be doing business with them because they did not invest in the equipment necessary to make consistently high quality commercial cells. They chose to do the RC market, which is fine. It's just that we couldn't deal with them because a lot of our business was medical. So medical wanted complete traceability. Charge rates. Talk about charge rates for a minute. A lot of batteries refer to the C rate. Like you do a half C or you do 2C or whatever. Say you take 1,000 milliamp battery and you charge it at 1,000 milliamps. That's the C rate. If you take it and you charge it at 500 milliamps, that's 1/2 C. If you charge it at 2,000 milliamps, which is 2 amps, then that's 2C. So a lot of times people will refer to the C rate, and in a nutshell, that's what it is. Safety, even with commercial cells, I don't recommend you charge them on any type of flammable surface. I had a friend that had, he was fiddling around with batteries, and he did charge them in a coffee cup, and he had a nice big scorch mark up the side of his wall above where the coffee cup was. We got him away from using those RC batteries and into more commercial batteries with PCMs in them. I recommend charging at about 1/2 C. Make your battery last longer. Completely charge your battery. That's not a problem. And it's just a little safer doing that. No matter what kind of battery you're using, I don't recommend that you put your battery on charge and go to the store. I don't recommend you're out mowing the lawn. You don't have to sit there and watch it, but you should just kind of keep an eye on it a little bit. Check in and just stick your head in there. Batteries don't take that long to charge, usually maybe an hour or so at the most. So Dead Rail Installs, which is my company, we do installations in HO to G scale. We do some HO and 3 stuff. We're a dealer for Blue Rail trains, CVP Airwire, Tam Valley Depot, Dead Rail side, not the frog juicers and that, just the Dead Rail side from Tam Valley. Soundtracks, TCS. Do a lot of business with Soundtracks, selling kits that come with a battery, come with shrink tube, come with a decoder of your choice. Kapton tape, which is very good for insulating. And the battery packs are very high quality. I have personal relationships with all of the vendors that I buy batteries from. They're pretty much all made in China, so you can't get away from that. But I deal with people that deal with like Apple and Dell and large commercial outfits. So the website, deadrailinstalls.com. Email, I take questions and I check my email quite a bit during the day. info@deadrailinstalls.com. So we will answer your questions, and I am going to stop screen sharing and I'm going to go to my camera. Let's see. Get rid of that. We're going to go here. Stop sharing camera. And there we are. I hope all of you can see that. So let me go back to my OBS where I'm controlling my cameras. And that is me. And we're going to take a look at some stuff. How about questions? Yes. Not yet. No, there are not. And that's a great question. The reason that they're not, well, everybody has a little bit different issue. I mean, I get people that send me the two similar things to do an install in, and they want different stuff in them. So it really hasn't settled in yet for manufacturers to really come out with stuff. We're talking to some people, and stay tuned for that.
Okay, so just sorry to all the viewers there, because the two guys that were meant to be helping me out seem to be missing in action, and I still was on mute. That question was from Andy, and it was, is there any commercially available dead rail locomotives yet? So the next question come in was also from Andy, is what's the best batteries to use in your locomotive?
Well, one thing I say is the smallest batteries. I like my batteries a lot because they work really well. We don't have any problems with them, and I'm going to show a couple of things here in a minute. This is a 450 milliamp battery. Let me just switch cameras here a second. So this guy, 450 milliamps. It's 11.1 volts. Comes with a nifty little, very small connector on it. These are available through Dead Rail Installs. I also have different sizes. I have smaller ones and larger ones. They're all lithium polymer. They're all commercial grade. They will pass all the tests, so the UL, the UN 38.3 for shipping, and all of that. I do buy from a couple of different sources in China, but I've been in their factories and know these people personally. And if you guys know how to deal with Chinese people, we've eaten many meals together, which is very important when dealing with Chinese. So how about more questions?
Well, I've made it back now. I just stepped away for 2 minutes, and we're into Q&A. I got a couple here, Brad. Have you had a look at any of the ones on YouTube, or?
Yeah, you ask away what you've got. I've got the list of them here.
Okay, well, I got one here from Jeff Burns up here in Queensland, Australia. He's asking, Peter, many of us that spend a lot of time adding extra details to our rolling stock, then there's weathering, without knowing how to access the batteries for changeover. Is it something that can be, are you able to like unplug the battery for recharge, or can you leave the battery in there and be able to
Well,
recharge it through?
I love these questions. I'll be putting the check in the mail because it segues very nicely into what I was going to talk about. So here is a car, HO scale. Here's a locomotive. There is zero room inside this locomotive to put a battery. It's all weight. You can mill the frame out, but you'd have to take out so much of the weight that it wouldn't pull anything. So what we have come up with is we've come up with a what I call a power car. Advantage of the power car is you put your electronics in. For instance, this is right here is this is a blue rail board, and the blue rail board goes in here. The wires will be a lot when it's all put together. It all fits in here very nicely. So here's your board, your two wires. These come from the power from the battery. There's an on-off switch, which let me get a little closer here. So this is an on-off switch, and I'll put it down so the camera can focus because I have a really poor depth of field. So the on-off switch has a plug. The plug goes into the battery. It has two out. That goes to the that goes to the red and black wire on the blue rail board. And the yellow and white wire will go to the locomotive, which is really cool. There's only two wires coming out. So the two wires go to this tiny little connector here. Little 2-pin connector comes out, and it plugs into the back of a locomotive that has the mating 2-pin connector coming out the back. So all you got to do is plug it in. And on the inside of the loco, you just disconnect the track pickups and go into the decoder with the two wires, and you're in business. Now, the really cool thing about this is you don't have to convert all of your locos. You can convert a bunch of the locos, but you have, let's say, 3 power cars, and you're in business. And you just keep the power cars charged. And as soon as the battery goes dead, you just plug a new power car in, and off you go. So it saves a lot of money. You're not converting each of your locos into battery power. It's a really simple to disconnect the power pickups coming from the track and connect them to the connector, the small connector that comes out the back of the loco.
Well, just hang on a sec there, Pete. If Brad's there, could you maximise Pete's screen? A few of the guys here didn't actually see anything of what you were actually showing because it was down a bit low out of your camera side. So I'll get Brad to maximise the screen so
I can go to the other. I can go to this where I just maximize it.
We don't see anything still, Pete. Sorry.
Really? You see nothing, or
I see you, but there's nothing below.
Oh, well, let's just see what we can do about that. Oh yeah. OBS virtual camera. Just like they taught us at school. School was the other night with speed. There's a speed school of figuring all this stuff out. It says I'm an OBS virtual camera. Let's just double check on that. And it's not. Why is it not? I have no idea because I don't know about this stuff. I'm just a simple dead rail guy. Let's see what we can do here. Let me try something else.
Okay, perfect.
That.
There we go. We can see it now.
Now I'm not following directions. I've just taken the school and I've thrown it out and I'm doing my own thing here. So let's see how this works.
Not a problem. We can see it now. So and it's I believe Brad's got it in big screen. Yep. So We'll get you to rewind for the last segment and start that bit again.
Okay, I can do that again. All right, so we have a nifty little battery. I used to be able to do that, rewind, and then start over. So here's the battery. Man, it's flashing on me. Okay, so I've got a battery, 450 milliamp. It plugs into the on and off switch, which let me see if I can go to a different camera. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. So, battery. On-off switch. So the on-off switch or the magnetic reed switch. It works great. And plug the battery in. And this is pretty cool because I can use this car, and I will go back to the larger view. And nothing happened. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go back to the, this is the power car. And this is a nice little kit that's not assembled yet, because what I want to do is get all of the dead rail electronics in before I start putting the fragile parts on. The cool thing about this is to change your battery, all you do is pop the top, pull the battery out, and put it on, plug it into your charger. Now that's not always possible. So the alternative to that is like, say you got a brass loco and you just can't get into it, or you've got, I'm doing a dummy loco, dummy Jeep, and you can't get into it. So what you do is you take and you put, you take one of these small plugs and you make a charge port with it, and the charge port can fit cleverly. Good place to put them is underneath here. Right under here, then you just plug your charger in. You can actually make it so it comes out the fuel tank here. Many places to disguise this. The other nice thing about it is it's polarized. It's got 3 pins, but we only use 2. So if you're trying to do it in the dark, or you're having an op session or whatever, and you plug it in backwards, it won't fry your electronics. It just won't work. And you know that nothing happens. So I've got it plugged in backwards. You change it, and everything's good to go. So the battery will fit into the car. Let me plug it into the on-off switch first. Battery plugs in. Blue rail board is in here. And as I said before, there's a red and a black wire. That's your power going into the board. Yellow and white are the output. And that goes to this nifty little connector that is sitting here that comes out the front of the loco. And I usually color these connectors black so they don't show up as some garishly white thing. Anyway, these two go into the red and the black, plugs into the loco with the loco connector, and the red and the black on the loco connector go into the where the power pickups from the track would come to the loco, and you're in business. And you can use these cars. If you have 3 of them, you can really run a whole bunch of locos with them, because you got one running on a loco. When it goes dead, you plug the next one in and put the dead one on a charger. By the time the first one's out, you've got another one charged. So it's very versatile. And then you don't have to convert all of your engines. You can actually have a whole fleet powered by 3 power cars. How's that? Did that work? Could everybody see that? Hopefully.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. There's got to be more questions after me spewing out all of this information.
Okay. Yeah, David Adams in the chat has, if he heard correctly, you can run these on DCC and DC track 2. What's the installation? What's the isolation you did for the installation?
Well, so what I'm doing on this is that this is strictly for battery. If you're going to run a Blue Rail board, if you're going to be running it on just DC or DCC and track power, all you need to do is put this board in the loco. You don't need the rest of this stuff. Okay? And it runs fine. It will run on DC, it will run on DCC, or it will run on battery. Same board. It knows where its power comes from, and it doesn't really care. Hopefully that answers the question. Now, that's only the Blue Rail. If you're running the Tam Valley, you need DCC because you're going to use the DCC controller to control your trains. And you have one transmitter on your layout, and you have a receiver in each loco, and you're good to go.
Okay, I think that answered that. Dale asks, what's the typical runtime for that particular battery?
That's another great question. This particular battery will run this particular HO scale Genesis Loco for about 4 hours with no problems. I personally use a little bit smaller battery when I'm running because I usually don't need 4 hours worth of runtime. 2 is good. And so I use one that's about half this size. And I've got bigger ones and the bigger ones are not so much for runtime. They're for they are for runtime, but they're for locos that draw more current. Let's say an O scale loco that draws more current. The motors on the HO scale, the CAN motors, I mean, those things are drawing, less than an amp. They're drawing probably 500 milliamps if they're struggling. So you get a lot of runtime.
Okay, just one last question, kind of along the same things. Our lingering mate Andy Ambrose has asked, what sort of amp hour output does the charging from the rails give?
Well, you can. What happens when you're charging from the rails is you're just taking the standard DCC signal, which is what about 15 volts coming out, and it goes into like I'm talking about the Stanton SCAB system now. Goes into a BPS that has some circuitry in it that drops it down to charge the battery. If you were to just hook up a charger to the rails, have an isolated piece of track and charge it that way, so whatever output the charger's putting. If you're putting 1 amp, then that's what it's going to be on the rails. If you're putting a half an amp, then that's what it's going to be.
Okay, how about you, Martin? Have you been tracking the questions?
Oh, I've been having a little look here. I don't see any other questions that are coming up, but I actually have one regarding the Deltang system that you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
I use the Deltang RC receivers for the remote control cars, the HO remote control cars that I build, and
right.
they seem to be a great product, and I don't seem to have much trouble in getting hold of them.
Is there a dealer in Australia?
No, I ordered directly from the UK, and I just got 3 delivered 2 weeks ago.
Well, what I was told, and Garen Mortensen, who used to be the US guy for Deltang, he started having trouble getting them. And if you look on the Deltang website, some of the systems that are designed more for the trains, that says that there's availability problems because some of the components used on those boards are no longer available or they're at end of life. They could redesign the boards, but I don't know if they're going to do that. If they do, that'd be great because Deltang fills the nice niche. But if they don't, then they won't work with the model trains anymore.
Okay, and have you looked at any other type of charging system, such as, say, an induction loop charging system, so you could sit the model on a charger or on a piece of track that would actually recharge the batteries?
Yes, I have. I actually worked with Philips in my commercial battery life for their Sonicare toothbrushes, and those are all induction charging. Induction charging requires that you have a rather large loop to charge these, for instance, like in a toothbrush, it charges it really, really slow. I mean, you'd be waiting a long time to charge a train with their induction charging. Also, they're designed for single cell. They're not designed for multiple cell. So what you would have to do, it could technically be done, but there's two issues. One is the size of the charging loop, which would be big. I'm thinking it's probably, let me switch my cam here. There we go. You're probably looking at something that's for HO under the track that's going to be about that big. The other thing is you've got to get it really, really close to what you're charging. Like with a toothbrush, yes, it's two layers of plastic, but the one's sitting right on top of the other. You could do something where maybe something came up out of the out of the track that touched the bottom of the loco, but then once again you've got a big loop. So I'm just not sure it would fit. It'd be great if you could do that. The other way you could do it is you could have a charging loop in a building, and you could get the loco right next to it, but you've got to get it so close that it just makes it so it's just not feasible. I've looked at it a lot, and at this point, it just isn't feasible. For one thing, it'd take way too long with a small size loop. If you get a loop for fast charging, the loop would be too big, and the receiving loop in the loco wouldn't fit. So,
okay, but it's something in the future that could come with that technology once they get the mobile phone stuff to work a bit better and
there are some. Somebody just came out with an induction charging device for iPhones, and like now you've got to kind of you're taking your iPhone and you're kind of moving it around on this little charging pad till you get a green light that it's charging. It's not like you just set it on there and walk away. Well, somebody came out with something recently where you just set it on there, and any place you put it, it's going to charge, and that tells me that the induction charging is getting better. So have to wait and see. I mean, I always laugh because guys say, well, I read this article in Popular Science about batteries, and there's a new battery that can, it's the size of the head of a pin and it'll run for a year. And I go, wow, great. That sounds really promising. And my next question is, can they mass produce it? And they go, well, they made it in a lab. I went, well, great. They made it in a lab. That doesn't mean anything. I worked for a battery company in Germany that was doing rechargeable 2032 lithium coin cells. Great idea. They were going to use them in computers to keep the memory up, and they would just be recharging. And they spent like €1 million building this big line to do these things, and it was great. They could make them in the lab they were just smoking batteries. They were excellent. And as soon as they started the lineup to do a mass produce them, they got about a 40% yield on them, meaning 60% of them failed and 40% of them worked. To run a line, you need about a 98% or 99% success rate on everything that comes off the line, or else it just doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to invest in the equipment, and it just doesn't pay to run it. So my first question is, can people mass produce it? Because there's been so many batteries over the years that they look great in the lab, but they just can't mass produce them. There's some new Israeli ones, but I heard about them a few years ago and haven't heard of them since, because I'm sure somebody tried to mass produce it, just didn't work.
Mike put another comment in regarding his question before regarding the length of time that the Dakota would run by. He was talking about locos that also had sound in them as well. So in other words, how much of a drain does the sound systems put on the battery life?
Very, very little. You're drawing milliamps with the sound. We've done testing with sound and non-sound decoders. There's almost no difference. The average guy would never be able to say, well, this thing ran 10 minutes less. It's just not like that. It's just very little. So guys worry, well, I don't want to put a sound decoder in because I want more runtime. I go, don't worry about it. You'll never know the difference.
Okay, that's excellent. And Jeff also asked, well, he put a question in asking me where I get the supplier of the decoders from in the UK, and I get them off a place called Micron Remote Control, which I believe is the Deltang website.
I'm familiar with them. Yeah, there's yeah, and you know, if you guys can get them and they work, that's great. It's just that they kind of their distribution in the U.S. kind of fell apart. If you want to order them direct stuff, you can, but you know they still have that issue with the component suppliers and the life stuff. You know, and I've gone through that before. They'll tell you, "Oh yeah, well we're going to run this for another year, and then we're going to discontinue it." And about 2 weeks later, you can't get them from the distributors anymore.
Yes,
So
yeah.
either somebody bought them all up to sell them for 10 prices later on, or they didn't have as many as they thought they had.
I think the only other question, there was one that came up, said some question, do you have anyone as a seller in Europe? I guess.
I'm working on it, but
you
I
sell to Europe.
I do sell to Europe all the time. I just I sell to the UK. I've got a package in transit to Sweden. I actually even got an order from a guy in Bulgaria. Never shipped anything to Bulgaria, and he's getting one of these Blue Rail boards, and he should actually be getting it next week sometime, hopefully. But yeah, I do sell directly to Europe. I am looking for a dealer in Europe or the UK. So if anybody has any ideas, I'm certainly open to suggestions.
There you go. Well, that was a splendid presentation on Dead Rail. I'll just converse. Brad, do you see any other questions that I've maybe missed, or?
No, I think that's you've pretty much picked them all up.
I've got a couple of things. Let me talk about Europe for a second. I have a lot of model train friends in Europe. I go to the show in the Netherlands, the NMRAx show, which actually I was there in March, and the government put in I think it was 100-person maximum in indoor buildings the night before the show, which got canceled. And but I've met a lot of people. I've been to that show before, and a lot of guys have modules which are really, really cool. They're very well detailed modules that they bring around and take to shows. And I kind of wonder why Dead Rail hasn't caught on with some of these guys. You know, it could be the size. They can just wire it up and you know, because a lot of these modules look like they have to fit in the back of a station wagon. You know, you guys have any comments on that?
No, I'm sorry, I was in the middle of looking up through if there were any more questions that came in here.
Yeah, I just I'll be there. Oh, the next show is in the Netherlands that is not canceled. Ronald Halma is doing a show at the end of May in the Netherlands, which I'm planning on attending. And I'll be happy to talk Dead Rail. I'm going to be doing some weathering clinics at that, but you know, maybe there'll be some time to sit around with people and have some beverages and talk about battery power.
Well, you never know. You may get a couple of people from this clinic dropping in to see you, because I think there are a few in Europe.
Oh yeah.
He goes by the handle of LGRFBS. He was the one asking about Europe, and I believe he's over on that side. So
cool. I'm always, you know, I'll talk Dead Rail with anybody, and you know, I can talk to him on the phone. I usually like to try to talk to customers on the phone to make sure that they're getting exactly what they want to get, what fits their needs. So I play 20 questions with them and ask them a bunch of stuff. And sometimes we change. Sometimes they're right on the money as to what they're going to get. Other times, you know, we say, well, you know, that'll work okay, but this will work better. So always want the customers to be able to, you know, get the proper system for their needs.
No, that was brilliant. That was an excellent presentation, and I think we addressed everything in the Q&A. So on behalf of the NMRAx team, Pete, I'd like to thank you very much for your information, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future for
I'll
future
be here.
clinics.
I've got a whole bunch of clinics. I've been developing some new ones during this pandemic. So, yeah, I really enjoy doing this with you guys, and thank you for having me.
Not a problem. And I think Brad's lurking in the wings there. I think we've got, well, being as that we've got one more clinician to come up, I think this is our last wheel of chat.
Yeah, so let me say something about the next clinician. I could say don't believe anything he says because he's an Aussie.
I would.
But he's a good friend of mine, and he does excellent animation, and I'm sure he's going to show you guys some really cool stuff. I know he probably can't hear any of this because he's sitting in the room right now, hopefully. But anyway, Laurie is a great guy and a good modeler, and always willing to help people out. And you can't give somebody better praise than that. With that,
exactly.
I'll say thank you, and I'll be watching Laurie.
Not a problem. Thank you, Pete.
Thanks.
Now we've got Brad. You got that wheel of chat there. We'll give that the last spin of this session of NMRAx.
I do. We've got almighty leader Gordy on the centre of the wheel, and
yep, is he spinning round and getting dizzy?
Once more for this this convention or clinics, he's around and around. And the question we have is, what was the last train show you went to? So that's it's kind of interesting question to be asked at this time of year.
Stretch the memory back for that one.
I reckon my last one would have been up at Pine Rivers in Queensland last year. So that's back in October, November, I think that was.
You know what? I reckon it's probably the same for me as well, because we were at the same show.
We were
at that time. So I reckon, yeah, it would have been November last year. Would have been our last train show. I was looking at photos the other day because I'd forgotten what a train show is all about.
Likewise, I'm actually.
Laurie, at a certain angle, your hat reads ass.
I've had all sunburns cut off my head everywhere, so I'm putting this on so that I look pretty on the screen.
Okay, so we'll look at the guys in the chat can answer what the last train show they went to was, and we'll take a break, get Laurie all set up here, queue up the videos, and we'll be ready to rock and roll again. Okay, so here we are back for the next next presenter, the last one for our round of 12 for this month's NMRAx. Coming to you here from NMRAx Worldwide Headquarters. And we've panned back down to the northern side of Brisbane in Australia to meet up with a good friend of mine, Laurie McLean, who you'll probably see under the YouTube channel of Animate FX, or what's the other name?
Laurie McLean MMR.
MMR, or Laurie McLean MMR is the YouTube channel. I keep getting the names mixed up. I keep typing Animate FX in there. Anyway, Laurie is a prolific animator of everything from HO figures right up to O scale and more. And he's got this knack of being able to get nice, smooth movement out of his models. And yeah, I've seen quite a few of Laurie's displays over the years, and I'm quite amazed at the mechanics that he employs in making his animations. So I'll stop warbling on here, and I'll keep an eye out for the chat, and we'll Brad will hand it over, and we'll hand it to Laurie. And welcome, Laurie, to your first NMRAx clinic.
Thanks, Marty. Thanks, guys. Hello, everybody. Laurie McLean here. And without being able to walk you out into my train room and show all the animations in one go, the only way to do this was to put a video together. So I've made a brand new video, not on my YouTube. It's only on here, and that's going to walk you through from the start. Why I got into animations. Well, I had my CVP system since 1999, and it's a good system, it's still going. And I wanted onboard movements. I wanted to try and see if I could get a figure on board with a little hand lamp, because I was playing around with surface mount leads back there, 2001, 2, 3, somewhere around about there. So I started playing around with those. And I wanted to get other movements on the layout as well. So I wanted movements on the trains, and I wanted movements on the layout. So I figured out that, okay, you've got a lighting functions coming off a decoder, and the decoder can run the motor on the locomotive, and that's a 12-volt DC motor. And I thought, well, why can't we do this with light functions? So I went investigating there, and depending on the decoder, you've either got a 100 milliamp or a 200 milliamp capacity function on each of the lighting functions. Now, I thought, well, 200 sounds better than 100. It gives me a bit of a safety factor. So I went with TCS, and I started with their FL4 decoders. So this is going back about 2008 when I started this nonsense. And I started using those and putting little motors to them. Now the motors, I wasn't particularly looking for anything special, but later on I needed to find something special because the power draw on the certain motors was just too much. Anyhow, so the possibilities to run motors off 12-volt DC lighting functions was a real thing for me. So that's where I started to. So experimenting using it, I started finding out that the motor was still turning when I turned the function off. And that was generating power and putting it back into the decoder, the FL4 decoders, and blowing the FET transistor. So I went through a few decoders blowing things until I realized something's wrong here. Then I had to find out from some friends, because I'm not an electronics expert, some friends. So Jerry Hopkins was one, MMR, he's a great friend of mine. And then another chap in Silicon Valley in America. So I sent this guy in America over a working bill, which was virtually this circuit. I sent him that over and said, hey, how do I stop blowing the FET transistor on the decoder? And he came back and said, simple, just put a diode in and it stops the generation power coming back into the FET transistor and blowing blowing it so that it's on all the time, you can't turn it off. So with that, I got on to voltage regulators. And because of the size, I was working in HON3 at the time, I needed something really small. So I found the LMZ 317LZ, which are tiny. I'll show that to you. That's it there. That's the little sucker. And that's the circuits and that and the motors that I use. Show you that a little bit later. So using that, and I've always been using a 47 ohm resistor on the blue wire going into the voltage into that. From the adjustment across to the voltage out is where I put the diode, and that stops any motor feedback power as it's rotating. Even though I turned it off, it's still generating a little bit of power that could blow things. That stopped it. That was it. So 3 components: the voltage regulator, a resistor, and the diode. And that has been reliable for me now for what, 5 years. And I've taken this stuff over to America to clinics, and that has been, it's still running on my layout. So it's really good. It's a cheap circuit. It's easy. I've shared it. I've been sharing it for years so that other people can pick it up. There's nothing fancy in it there. So where I've come from HON3, and I was putting figures waving lanterns on Blackstone cabooses, and firemen shoveling coal on HON3 locos, and working bills. I love working bills. All my locos are working now. Nothing better than a working bill. Actually, see a loco run, or steamers anyhow. I don't like diesels. So we got into all of that. So from HON3, I moved up into ON3, where you can actually see it and appreciate elevations a lot more. And with that came along adding more movements onto my layout: cows, horses, cowboys, drunks. I've got my drunk here. That's my little hand around of my drunk. He's moving away there. I won't turn the sound on, but yeah, and the dog tail wagging. That's just a hand around from the clinics. And that's a $4 Hallmark greeting card, a module in the back there that makes the sound. Just recorded it off the computer. And that's a lot of things. And it's so much more fun having other sounds, other movements, and that's on my layout. So that's pretty much about it. Just checking my notes here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So if we want to do the video, please, gentlemen, and then at the end, if there's any questions, I'm really happy to share anything that I know that can help other people. There we are. All good?
See, it's got the marker lights on there, and you can stop the bell. Having the bell working is brings a lot more fun to operating the trains. This is the Blackstone coach I'm working on at the moment with a new version 2 circuit on the FL4 decoder. I've got this, I can get the speeds of the arm or any animation movements going really well there now. There's the inside. I've got to tidy that up. This is just testing things as I go. But there it is there. You can turn the hand lantern on or off. There's F4. And get the movement working as well. F1. And just stop it there. Turn the light on or off. Get the action going again. I've just got to put the cal scale markers I've got here. They've got to go in. They've got 0401 leads in them. So I'm just getting close to finishing this one off. This is going to be a beauty. Cheers. This is loco number 10 that I put a bell on. You got a nice firebox flicker underneath, which is 2 leads, a red and a white tinted surface mount LED. And you've got the cabin light on there as well. There's a inside view showing the mechanisms working. Yeah, there's a little bit of noise, but if you've got a sound decoder on your layout, you're not going to hear that. No, you can turn off the man. Very little noise on one. Turn off the girl, put on the man. You can just hear that. Now, like I said, you've got a steam locomotive running with the train. You won't hear that. But the important part with it there is that little the Z that I talk about. That's so important in getting the amount of movement of the figure, arm or whatever, horse's head, anything at all that's going. Getting that distance exactly right to get the amount of swing, arm swing. That's the important part. Start with the bell, F1. There's the bell swinging. Now we get that in tune with a selection of the bells that ring rates. And we want to turn the guy's hand lantern on. So he's now got his little hand lantern on there. And we just turn him on as well. Then you better start waving it, eh? Here's my HON3 precision scale K27. I put an animation motor in the tender here to work the fireman shoveling coal. So we'll start him up. And the wipers that I've got on here are now going to turn the light on in the fire door. So you get the flickering in the fire door, which is just a piece of brass shim that I've placed on the crank wheel, so that when those two wipers, it just makes a circuit when they contact the brass. So when he turns forward, he's actually got the fire door open to throw the coal in. But you can see the movement that I've got there, and it's just very, very simple how I've done this. Just a little crank, just pushing the guy backwards and forwards, the fireman, and using a TCS FL4 decoder. This is the Loco. I put a high bass speaker in the boiler and the tsunamis in the tender here. So here's the yard man waving his lantern. So I can turn his hand lantern on or off. And he's got a little bit of head movement there. And you can see the yoke, which I'm talking about, the yoke. because I'm using one of these little toothbrush motors, that the double movement that I'm getting there, get into the light a bit more, you can see two movements that I've got there, and trying to keep that motor that's pushing two movements having enough kick start to get that to go. So we turn it off and we turn it back on, so you can see the movement that we're getting there. He's waving his lantern and turning his head. So yeah, that's all off a FL decoder there, FL4. I love them. The TCS FL4s are great decoders. They're so reliable, and with these little motors of mine working. Anyhow, that yoke, you can see the yoke that I've made an elongated hole, and you can see the crank pin, how it moves back and forward, and it's just sliding, and it's the width of that yoke that's doing the allowing me to have that movement that's not going to be sharp and bang bang. So there's a bit of a pause in between the movements. Anyhow, sure I'd share that one with you. Cheers. We'll turn his head on again, and we can stop the fireman anywhere we want him to stop. Stop him at the front, stop him at the back, let him keep going. It's just a matter of, in this case I'm using F8 to stop him, and F7 for his head turning. 7, his head starts turning. 8, and we get that back on, swinging the shovel. Here's the RGS 20 Loco ready to get some coal. First thing we do, we drop the chute. Then we need to open the door. Get the coal door open. And she's up. And as the coal comes out, the load starts coming up. It is filled up. So we're full of coal. So we can close the door. And we can raise the chute. There you go, coaling the locomotive. Here's another Locomotive 318. And this TCS WOW on it. I've got the green lights on the front on this one. And we've still got the bell. This is my fireman shoveling coal. I've got a motor in the tender and an FL4 that's added on to power that. So I've got the light flickering in the actual firebox, and he's just shoveling the coal there as the loco moves or whatever. So I can see there, so just coming a bit closer there. You see the reflection of the light that comes in there as well from the fire, and I've got fire glow underneath there as well. This is a short caboose. We've got the can wave his arm, turn his light on, so he's signalling. And we've got the marker lights there as well, we can turn them on and off on the back. Again, it's a TCS FL4 working all of this. Having him being able to wave, and that adds to operations when one person can hold the throttle controlling the caboose, and the conductor of course owns the train, so he signals the engineer waving that. That means you can either take off or stop, so you can have some good operation possibilities adding animations onto a caboose. And of course, Christmas isn't Christmas without Santa Claus on the caboose. And there we go, we've got his arm moving, kids waving, we've got the light up on top of the coach, and we've got the red on the back side of it there. It's the loco. Another loco I got here. I like putting the firebox flicker inside the locos. It looks a lot better than underneath. Here again, Locomotive, working bell. And the kids are still waving, everyone's still waving, so I've got reliability there. There's the fire I've got going in the boiler that's applying the steam to the calliope steam organ. And there you've got the figure there going with the little motor, just working him backwards and forwards, so that's how I just do the fireman shoveling coal on a loco as well. But there's the fire. What I've used in there for the fire, I've used light tube, which is a round bar similar to fibre optic, but it gives out the light on the side as well as the end on the fibre optic. So Tinning knows they've got a nice little fire in there. And old mate there, we've got a new tune. It's all on the wow, the coda. I'm using the light functions there. There's motor 1, motor 2, motor 3, and then the fourth lighting function I'm using for the firebox flicker. So just getting that, and then I've got to put it all together. I needed to get that part, then I've got to do the snake oil salesman. I thought I'd just share that bit of fun with you. And this is another one that I made with flat car. I've got a TCS wow in there with the loaded music sounds on it. I've done special. Then I've got the guy who's shoveling coal into the boiler to make the steam that goes in to make the steam calliope organ working. change the tunes. And another one. So I've got quite a few tunes on that one. That's some of the fun that I've been having over the years. And of course, I think a lot of people have seen this, the musicians playing on the gong. That's something or other that I did some time back, and had a lot of fun with that. The guys that are working there, and the underneath, with all the little motors and everything I've got in there. And we can change the tunes. Okay, 2. And go to 3. There we go there. And they turn the lights on or off. So there's a lot of fun on that one there. The other one I've got over the back, I'll pull him out. I've just got a little button for the sound and a button for the motor. In the back, got some circuitry, and up in front I've got the you see the motor running in there. You can see how it's working. So that's my drunk and his mates, and the beer bottles are made out of clear heat shrink tubing, shaped them with the hot soldering iron and tinted them with Tamiya coloured paints. G'day Charlie Getz. Got a couple of speakers in there, 27mm high bass, Either side of this little diorama that I've built. And I'm just using an MP3 player. Cut off the earplugs and put in the high bass speakers. So I've now got sounds to go with my little cowboy one. Just thought I'd show you that one. Cheers. Here's the O-scale Aspen's farrier with the horse, showing the horse. Got a subtle little bit of movement there with the horse's tail, having a bit of a wag, while he's working a little bit on the file on the edge of the horse's hoof. Just a simple motor there, just working both rods, one rod up the horse on the previous video that I put up, you can see that, and through the back you can see the mechanism in the back of the guy there, and he's working just a little bit. That's a fine wire going up there. That's turned out pretty good. A nice little bit of movement there. Just thought I'd share that one with you. That's the first go at it there. Once you make one, your second one will always be better. Anyhow, there you go. Cheers. Got a HO Scale Structures single cylinder steam engine there, and I made a little ore roller in the back there. We can turn that on. I'll get that going there now. Got the generator turning there. Governor turning rather. Got the 3 balls in it there, just controlling the steam pressure going in. So that's only HO, but an O-scale one maybe come up there next. And to get that working, I'll just roll this up a bit. I'm going to use the oil man here, which Aspen Models figure. I'll just get him lubricating the steam engine as it goes. Let's give it a drop of oil. Let's see we're oil hungry little monsters. That's just a demonstration one that I hand around at clinics. Yeah, right enough. But there you go, that's that wheel at the back here. Okay, I know you're going to say it's a bit of a wobble. The bearing's worn. They've got to make that all turn to gold. So I'll put that into mine. I'm going to have on my array branch. Here's the latest. The lady here doing the sweeping on the section house. There's the cowboys and the 3 cows. There's the farrier in the front. I'm going to turn the blacksmith shop on as well. So we've got the blacksmith hammering, his hot iron, guy pumping on the forge in the back there, and the fire inside. There's the saloon. Piano player down the back. The saloon, the cowboy, the girls out the front turning their heads, the barman and the cowboy having a drink at the bar, the piano player, the girl turning her head sitting on the piano, one motor for the dancing girl, second motor for the dancing girl. G'day, Laurie here again. The animations that I'm doing in the motor control that I can get, a lot of guys are asking me how do I get this, where the motors come from, etc, etc. Motors come from China, you can get them off eBay. I try and get them at 200 RPM when they can get there, because that's easier. The slower RPM output is the better for animations. This little one that you've seen in a previous video I just did, I've now done another video here that I'm going to show you. It's got 4 motors at 4 different speeds. So I'll show you this one now. I'm using another TCS FL4 function lighting decoder with 4 functions on it. And also I've got a couple of sheets from their programming guide there to work in what functions I want to put on it. I've got 4 motors there. Each one's off one of the lighting functions, the green, the violet, the brown and the pink, which is pretty standard. Now I've changed those, so I've got my NCU here, so we'll just go 1. We'll see this one turn. I've got that turning very slow. I go to the second one. I've got that one turning even slower. Go to the third one. And I've got little adjustments happening on that one. And the fourth one, just got about a 180 degree turn on that one there. So by programming these in, you can get the speed desired for an animation, whether it's getting a bell to swing on a locomotive, going backwards and forwards, and you can put that in sync with the sound. With the TCS wows, you've got a lot of 40 bells or something or other. You can just choose the right bell ring rate to match the motor rotation swing rate, so you can get the bell in sync with that. Same with the fireman shoveling coal. the same thing. You can get the fireman there. You can slow these down, up, whatever, to get the speed to look realistic with the fireman. So that's just a way of demonstrating with 4 motors there, running off lighting functions. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I've been experimenting with for years, and just thought I'd share this one with you so to help you understand how you can get the control on here. First thing I do is I make a cavity in the back. Usually I prefer the resin figures like the Aspen models, and I just use a Dremel bit. It'll go in the back there, and I'll make a hollow in there, and that hollow goes down a little bit inside, down to about his belt level, and that's so that when I'm drilling up I've got a hole to drill into this cavity that I'm making there. The other part is I leave material at his arm there, which is going to be a bearing later on. Now the other part which I'm using there now is some 12.5 thou Tichy Trains phosphor bronze wire. So Tichy Trains, that comes in 8, 10, 12.5 and 15 thou. So the wire will actually run in the tube, this very small 1mm tube that I've got here, and that's important. Now the thing that we make is this Z bend. So I give about 3/4 of an inch, then I make a bend 90 degrees, and then with these little fine tip pliers, the smaller the bend the better, to get more movement on the arm. So I come in there and I make the Z. Now if you can see that Z, that's the key to getting the arm to move. I'm just using my lead tester, turn the hand lantern on and off. So what's happening there is these wires will run down this leg, and the other wire will go up. This 17 thou wire that I've got there, nickel silver, will run up his leg and be soldered onto the piece of tube. So there's the hole drilled through the figure there now. So we feed the wire through him just to make sure it's going to be okay. Now I've tinned the little bit of brass tube that I've slid over the Z horizontal wire, and the vertical wire I've just tinned the end of the that as well. We keep that tip clean and a fresh bit of solder. And we go in there. And hopefully this is going to work for you. Now there's his arm moving. Now we're just pushing that wire. Let me straighten his lantern up a little bit. And come around the front way. You can see. There we go. One animated figure.
Okay, so that was a brilliant video there, Laurie. Well done on putting that together.
Thank you.
And I'll just have a peruse here of the chat, and in Facebook we'll have a little look first. Or sorry, YouTube. And good old Michael Robinson down in South Australia has said g'day. He's online watching your presentation.
Hello, mate.
And Andy Ambrose has just made the statement, gobsmackingly amazing. We got...
hang on a second, Martin. Hang on a second, Martin. When you saw the drunk in there, I'm not sure whether the people could actually see the fleas moving on the dog, running around on his body, with the magnet that I got inside rolling around. Could that be seen?
I don't know. We'll find out. People have put that in the chat. We'll see if that came up.
Because those little iron filings, there's fleas moving around on the dogwood. That took a bit of time. Yeah, okay.
Well, that explains a couple of the comments later on. I thought they were sarcastic from a certain Welshman in New South Wales, but we'll get to that in a minute. But Kurt J said, "Amazing stuff. Thanks, Sparky." So obviously he's one of the people in the know. He must know you from your dealings with the Americans.
No, he's one of the original narrow gauge chatters. We got a chat group that we do the far side of narrow gauge and that, and I do a newspaper called the Silverton Substandard Gazette, and it travels all around the world, and we've got figures, HO figures that represent all of us there, and yeah, so he's one of the early guys that I started off with in the group.
Oh, brilliant. South Brooklyn Railway, g'day, Big Bill. He said, really amazing and well done. Dale said, very nice. And then we got this guy from New South Wales, and I thought he was being a little sarcastic, but he said, what happened to the fleas jumping up and down on the dog?
Oh,
so Jerry said he didn't see. Well, that's Jerry's comment. So
well, he must have seen them. He'd have to see the fleas.
And Dale's saying, ha, 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 not good enough. My eyesight's not good enough anymore.
That's why I moved from HON3 up to ON3.
Yeah. And Jane and Michael Robertson said, well done, and thank you very much. I'll nip over here to Facebook, and we'll see what we've got here. Oh, that's right. Because I stopped Facebook and started it, I've only got so many in the chat. Anyway, I'll see what I've got here, and Brad can fill us in if we've missed any others. Lots of comments about how great it is. We've got one here from Darren Dasley up in Queensland here. He said it was great to see your layout firsthand last month, and he will speak with you soon.
Good.
We've got David Adams said lots of fun, and Fran reckons it's fantastic. Have I missed any of those out there, Brad? Or
yes, there was a couple earlier on in Facebook there. Richard said all that horse needs is to lift its tail and something to fall out.
There you go. So
yeah, I didn't want the train room to smell.
Okay, here's another fairly regular that we all talk to here is Jeff Burns has asked, I can see the motors and they provide the movement, but how does that translate into the figure? So I think you touched on the end of that. Do you want to just explain that a little more?
I did. I've got, look, my YouTube channel's got, I think over 300 videos there now going back. And that's just, I keep them there because that's just to say that I started doing this way back there in 2009, 10, 11, 12. And that's so, but the last part of that video, which is going to go up onto YouTube anyhow, that shows you the guy. And that guy at the end, that's him there, this fella here. I've got him connected up to an FL4 decoder there at the moment, so they're all animated. But his arm movement there, you cut the arm off and you leave some meat inside the shoulder to act for the bearing for the wire, that little Z wire that I call it. You glue the wire into his arm and then wire up the back to make him move. And you can, that's the back of him there, and the hole in his back. You can cover that with a piece of tissue paper and paint it so you don't even see that hole, but I leave it like that, but so I can put a little bit of oil on it every now and then. But there's a heap of stuff there. If you want some more information, that sort of thing, there, ask me a question. I'm on Groups IO. I'm on narrow gauge group, ON3, and a couple other groups there. So if you're on any of those narrow gauge groups, you can always ask me a question through there.
cool. I see a couple of other questions have popped up here. Was John had one that said, what would be the difficulty for HO scale? and I think you touched on this originally because that's where you started, was in HO narrow gauge. So those figures and those animations that you've done in the O scale are just basically transitions of what you originally did in HO scale. Was that correct,
Yep.
Laurie?
I started doing the animations with the guy waving a hand lantern on a Blackstone HUN3 caboose. In the video, there's HUN3 Loco that I've put bells on, and firemen shoveling coal. So that was all back in HO scale, and in narrow gauge too. So that was pretty tight. But yeah.
And do you have any more there, Brad? Or
there was one
from earlier.
Yeah, there was one from really early on there. Ross says, "G'day, Laurie. Fantastic stuff, mate. Where did you get the wonderful smokestacks on your Blackstone Bumblebee C19?
That one, I believe, came with it from Blackstone. I think, I'm not sure. Jeff Johnson, when he was working there, might have given it to me because I called in. I've been to Countracks a couple of times. I think it might have came. It came with the Loco, I think. It wasn't a separate part, or you had options. I can't remember now. It's going some years back now.
Okay, well that's all the questions from really early on there, Martin. So
Okay,
what else has
well, there
come in there?
was one comment here came from Rod Clifton later on saying, nice to see some Australian content on NMRA virtual model railway conventions. Well, that's great to hear, Rod, and keep an eye out because there's going to be a lot more. And if you've missed any of them in the past, we've been doing around about 2 hours of Australian content on every one of the NMRA expos, and you can go and look at the content actually over on the YouTube channel.
Just a lot of people ask me about the motors and that sort of thing there off eBay. I've got that sitting in a styrene tube at the moment, so that's the little motor over there. They're the first ones I started with, but the black part there is a planetary gearbox, and they get longer as you get the gear reduction down. So that one there in the middle, that's got a fiberglass output shaft and bearings through there. The manufacturer has gone bust in China now, so I can't get any more of those. But you really need to look at the gearing ratio if you're going to be buying these and trying to get them on board to run with the